Chapter 1045. Yi Futian naturally did not care about what the other top forces thought of him. He turned his gaze and saw some of the most powerful figures who had come. He had seen many of them before, like Lin Shu Bai from Nine States College, Tong He, and Bai Luli from Jixia Holy Palace. And beside Bai Luli was another powerful figure from Jixia Holy Palace, one of Princess Xia Qingyuan's heavenly chosen ones. In fact, all of the heavenly chosen ones were here, aside from the ones that he had killed. He knew that these were all people that Xia Qingyuan specifically wanted to train. Yi Futian naturally did not care about what the other top forces thought of him. He turned his gaze and saw some of the most powerful figures who had come. He had seen many of them before, like Lin Shu Bai from Nine States College, Tong He, and Bai Luli from Jixia Holy Palace. And beside Bai Luli was another powerful figure from Jixia Holy Palace, one of Princess Xia Qingyuan's heavenly chosen ones. In fact, all of the heavenly chosen ones were here, aside from the ones that he had killed. He knew that these were all people that Xia Qingyuan specifically wanted to train. Of course, in addition to the people from the 9 states, there were also some people that Xia Qingyuan had chosen to guard her in Emperor Xiao's palace, like Tianji, the son of the sacred general of Tian. At that moment, a maid came up to Yi Futian and said, "Imperial bodyguard Yi, the princess summons you." A confused look came over Yi Futian's face when he heard he call him Imperial bodyguard Yi. He looked at the maid and recognized her as the maid who had told him that the princess would not see him when he tried to enter the palace. She looked at him coldly, as if she was not pleased by this turn of events. She probably thought that he had no respect for Xia Qingyuan. Yi Futian naturally did not want to get into an argument with a maid, and moreover, there was nothing wrong with being called an imperial bodyguard. After all, he was the princess's personal valet. "Go on," Saint Xia said to him. Yi Futian nodded and walked forward. All the geniuses of the 9 states watched him with trepidation in their hearts. After all, Yi Futian had grown up with them, and it could even be said that he had risen with their help. But in the last sacred war, Yi Futian's reputation as the best in the 9 states had been created, and later in the battle of proving holiness, the Barren State had produced 5 saints. Later, they had heard that after they left with Xia Qingyuan, Yi Futian and Yu Sheng had gone to the upper realms, ascended the sky stairwell, and fought through many layers of heaven to retrieve Yi Wuqian's life spirit. They had heard many more rumors about Yi Futian after coming to Emperor Xiao's palace. He seemed to be quite famous in the upper realms, and he had been named the princess's valet. And now the princess had invited only him to come over. Did that mean she trusted him? Lin Shu Bai watched Yi Futian walking over with a conflicted look on his face. When Yi Futian had gone to 9 State College to cultivate, he had been nothing more than a talented junior. There had been many small disturbances in the college because of him. He had once reminded Su Chehan of this, but now he and Little Butterfly had entered the Holy Ji Palace and St. Jiang as well. It was enough to make one sigh. What kind of charm did he have to make saints act like this? Even his master, Saint Li, regarded Yi Futian highly. Yi Futian walked through the crowd to another palace hall. Xia Qingyuan stood there quietly, looking forward so that she could see everyone who was coming in. "Princess," said Yi Futian. "Come here," said Xia Qingyuan. Yi Futian nodded and walked to her side. "Why is it that you have summoned people from both the upper and lower realms?" he asked. "Do you know the history of the divine prefecture?" asked Xia Qingyuan. Yi Futian shook his head. No, he had grown up in remote Qingzhou, and although he had read through many books at 9 States College, he still did not know the history of the divine prefecture. He only knew a few things about Dong Huang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing. Moreover, as he got stronger and set his gaze higher, he realized that what he had once thought was the truth was often just rumors. Only by standing in a higher position could one touch the actual truth. In ancient times, the heavenly path collapsed, all cultivation was blocked, and the path transformed into thousands of realms. For thousands of years, powerful figures plundered the heavens and the earth, controlled the great path, and enslaved all sentient beings. The world of cultivation became exceedingly strict, and people did as well. The strong became stronger, and the weak had no choice but to submit, said Xia Qingyuan. She spoke calmly as she recounted the history of the divine prefecture. Yi Futian's heart trembled as he heard her words. He felt solemn. In ancient times, the heavenly path had collapsed. What was the heavenly path? What did it mean that cultivation had been blocked and that the path transformed into thousands of realms? In Emperor Xiao's realm, the rules of the upper realms were much clearer and richer, and obviously more suited to cultivation than in the lower realm. Xia Qingyuan said that powerful figures plundered the heavens and the earth, controlled the great path, and enslaved all sentient beings, and that the world of cultivation became extremely strict. Did that mean that there was a better place for cultivation? At that moment, he thought of Chess Saint. Although he was a plunderer himself, his words were perhaps not meaningless. What happened 300 years ago? Yi Futian suddenly asked. He thought of Emperor Yi Qing. 300 years ago, Dong Huang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing had declared themselves emperors of all the world. However, he did not know if what this person from the lower realm had told him was true or not. The history of the divine prefecture is a history of chaotic looting and plundering. Because the great figures of the age created powerful forces, their plundering of the great path became even crueler. 300 years ago, Dong Huang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing declared themselves emperors and rebuilt the world in an ordered fashion. Thus, the divine prefecture has been much better off for the past few hundred years, but the fundamental problems still cannot be solved, continued Xia Qingyuan. But this has little to do with us. Best not to think about it too much. Her father had said that Yi Futian's background was probably dreadful. She guessed that he might be related to Emperor Yi Qing. Yi Futian wanted to know why Dong Huang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing had fallen out, and why Emperor Yi Qing was taboo in the divine prefecture. Everything had been destroyed, and so Xia Qingyuan probably didn't know. In any case, this gathering probably had nothing to do with any of this. What Xia Qingyuan had said was correct. None of this had much to do with him. Does the history of the divine prefecture have to do with this gathering? Asked Yi Futian. What I was just talking about is just the background. Most of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path are under Renhuang's control, but there are some exceptions. These are the lordless realms. For example, not far from Emperor Xiao's realm, there is a place known as the Empty Realm, which was formed from a piece of the shattered heavenly path. Now that the divine path is not scattered, it still covers the empty realm. Many wandering cultivators have gathered there to cultivate. In addition, many cultivators from the realms of the 3 emperors are stationed there, answered Xia Qingyuan. Emperor Xiao's realm and Emperor Li's realm? Asked Yi Futian. Xia Qingyuan nodded. And the demon emperor's realm that is ruled by the demon peacock emperor. These 3 realms are neighbors, and the empty realm is the area in between them all. When Yi Futian was cultivating in the 9 states, he had heard that the barren state was connected to the demon emperor's realm, and if you continued west past the summer state, you would reach the Dali dynasty. In the upper realms, this represented the realms of the 3 emperors. Is this place there for the purpose of helping people understand the way of the divine path? Asked Yi Futian. Xia Qingyuan nodded. And the empty realm isn't the only place like this. There are many resources for cultivators in the upper realms. You did not take part in the battle of proving holiness, but the resources for these battles come from there. These things were formed from the heavenly path and are extremely mysterious. Not only can they help you understand the way of the divine path, but they also contain the broken pieces of great path that have been refined into sacred spirit stones. When used for cultivation, they have many uses, such as forging divine implements. This stirred up Yi Futian's feelings. He had not been in the upper realms for long, but he had already learned how lacking the lower realms' cultivation resources were. He had never heard of these things. Not long ago, Yaya had taught him of the 4 tiers of the divine path: the holiness of witnessing the divine path, the holiness of knowing your true self, flawless holiness, and nirvana. This had made him realize that one's state of mind was very important in becoming a saint. What Xia Qingyuan was telling him now made him realize that cultivation resources were also very important. When cultivating, it was important to raise your level bit by bit and then understand the great path. You needed your level to be stable and your state of mind to be untroubled. When you had achieved both of these things, you could understand the divine path and break through to the next level. His understanding of cultivation had recently become much deeper. After the Sacred War, Yu Qi, Zhuge Qingfeng, and the others' mental states were strong enough, but their levels were not high enough. Thus they had participated in the battle of proving holiness, using outside power to understand the great path and bring their levels closer to where they needed to be in order to break through to the next plane. Master Dozhan was the same way. His mental state had reached where it needed to be, and he had used a battle matrix during the Sacred War to transcend the limits of his flesh and raise his level up to the divine path, thus attracting the divine catastrophe. Thus, there were 2 difficulties for a cultivator who wanted to break through to the saint level, which was why there were so few saints in the lower realm. The first was that if your talent was not enough, you would have no way to reach the peak of what was possible below the saint level. The second was if your mental state was not good enough, you could not succeed. For the people of the lower realm, the first difficulty was more important. If you didn't have enough talent, you could not break through the barriers that you would face while cultivating. Therefore, the people of the 9 states greatly cherished the battle of proving holiness. This was what the people of the upper realms called cultivation resources. For the geniuses of the upper realms, these were nothing, and instead, the thing that kept them from becoming saints was the second difficulty. Of course, this was only relative. The top forces of the upper realms had a broad vision. They practiced powerful martial arts and had famous teachers to instruct them. For example, Wang Chuan's state of mind was so strong that he could even set out on the divine path through a defeat. Thus, it was much harder for someone from the lower realm to become a saint than someone from the upper realms. Things were unfair for them from birth. If this is so important, how does it affect sages? Asked Futian. The conflict between the 3 emperors' realms was a battle between saints. Which is of less importance, the loss of a saint or the loss of a sage? Asked Xia Qingyuan. Yi Futian suddenly understood. Compared to the sacred war that had just broken out, more saints would fall in this one. The 3 realms have agreed that a battle between cultivators below the saint plane will decide who has the right to control the empty realm for 10 years. Of course, saint-level cultivators will go there as well, since people not following the rules happens all too often. So a battle between saints could break out at any moment. Yi Futian nodded. Emperor Xia was there to enforce the rules of sacred wars in the 9 states, and no one would dare to go against him. But in this war between the 3 realms, the rules were nothing more than a 3-way verbal agreement. There were no cultivators above them to enforce the rules. Since the rules were set so weakly, they could be broken at any time. It seemed that Li Yao had also come for this same reason, in order to prepare in advance. "When do we leave?" asked Yi Futian. He would definitely not refuse. One reason was because Emperor Li's realm would take part in the battle, and the other was because he wanted to experience this for himself. "I will give 7 days for every force to send people here. When the time comes, you will command the forces of the 9 states," said Xia Qingyuan. She was giving her heavenly chosen ones over to him to command. Excellent. Yi Futian calmly agreed to this. Chapter 1046. Truth Hurts. Chapter 1046. Truth Hurts. 7 days later, in Emperor Xia's palace, many mighty cultivators gathered. Forces from all corners of Emperor Xia's realm gathered together, its composition impressive and strong. Of course, Apart from the direct forces belonging to Emperor Xia, many of the top forces of the realm came on a voluntary basis. Still, there were also many who did not participate, such as the swordsmen of Lihan Heaven, Divine Cloud Valley, and the Shao clan had the most cultivators in attendance. After all, their relationship with Emperor Xia was an extraordinarily close one, so it was only natural that they would follow Emperor Xia closely. Even though Emperor Xia did not personally participate in this event, since the princess would personally attend the Battle of the Empty Realm, it had already caused a great sensation among the people. This was the first time Xia Qingyuan participating in a direct confrontation involving the imperial realm. Therefore, defeat was not an option. The Shao clan was the family of Queen Shao and were the elders of Princess Xia Qingyuan, so it was natural for them to fully support her. From this battle onward, Shaosheng would officially become part of Emperor Xiao's palace. The same was true of the Divine Cloud Valley. The Valley Master of Divine Cloud Valley was an old acquaintance of Emperor Xia, and Gongsun was its third generation. Though he was in love with Princess Xia Qingyuan, he was afraid to show it, but still he held out hope in his heart. Of all the forces that arrived today, the people of the upper worlds formed one camp, while the cultivators of 9 states formed into a different camp. Yi Futian also arrived in the camp of 9 states. It was not just Yi Futian or Yushang, but Yaya, Glass Saint, and the village chief would also be attending this time, and the Empty Realm would be a suitable place for Yaya to continue her cultivation. Xia Qingyuan stood on the stairs in front, and looking down from the sky, she said, "This time in the Empty Realm, those elected from the 9 states shall be directly commanded by Yi Futian as their own independent camp." All the saints who heard her glanced at Xia Qingyuan and thought that the princess indeed thought highly of Yi Futian, as she was having him command those who were divinely selected. However, this was not unexpected, as Yi Futian now possessed the talent, strength, status, and all of the qualifications to make him a suitable candidate for this role. However, it also implied how highly Xia Qingyuan regarded Yi Futian. The top forces of Emperor Xiao's realm had many strong and powerful cultivators, and they were followed by many other cultivators, forming a self-contained camp led by the best of them, such as Shaosheng, Gongsun and Xinyuan Ao. Now Yi Futian, along with his group and the divinely selected from the 9 states, although not as strong in numbers, was still able to form a camp of his own, enough to keep up with the top forces of the other camp. As for the camp of Emperor Xiao's palace, led by Xia Qingyuan, there was no more that needed to be said except that not all the powers were present there. 2 great armies had already arrived in the Empty Realm. Not only that, but in the Empty Realm, Emperor Xia also had his own principalities. Although the Empty Realm was not as vast as Emperor Xiao's realm, it was a complete one. For those divinely selected in the 9 states to be commanded by Yi Futian, some had no disagreement, but there were also some who had other ideas. They thought that they would be following the princess, but now, were they to follow Yi Futian instead? It seemed that Yi Futian had gone farther than they had and had a different relationship with the princess. "Princess!" Guards came over and bowed at the stairs. "Virgin Yaoshi of Yaotai Divine Palace requests an audience with you." "What is she doing here?" Xia Qingyuan's voice was cold. Although Yaotai Divine Palace was also a top force in Emperor Xiao's realm, it was not very close to Emperor Xiao's palace. Its remote location was far away from Emperor Xiao's palace. But recently it seemed that Yaoshi often visited this area, and her motivation remained unclear. She said that she wants to participate in the battle with the army. "Let them in," Xia Qingyuan replied. "Yes." The guards left, and not long after that, the cultivators of Yaotai Divine Palace came, led by Yaoshi, and attracted countless attention in an instant. After all, the beauty of the Yaotai goddess was extremely phenomenal, especially Yaoshi, whose beauty was out of this world and incredibly magnificent. "Yao, she greets the princess." Yao, she bowed slightly to show her respect. Her every move was full of beauty, which fascinated everyone. Xia Qingyuan looked at that beautiful goddess, and her voice was colder still. Did Yao Tai Divine Palace only dispatch its sage-level cultivators? To answer the princess, the battle of the empty realm is now the battle below the Saint Plain. If it turned into the battle of the divine path, the great army of His Majesty would respond. Therefore, Yao Shi only brought the sages to come lend our help to the princess. Yao Shi's voice was still soft with a wonderful charm. Even as a woman, Xia Qingyuan had to admit that she was an enchanting creature. Just her voice alone was enough to charm one to the bones and led many to fantasize. After reaching the empty realm, you will wait for deployment, Xia Qingyuan said. Yes, princess. Yao Shi nodded. When she finished, she smiled and walked toward the other direction, where the people of 9 states gathered. Yao Shi's clear and pure eyes were full of smiles, enough to make anyone who beheld them feel their heart skip a beat. Master Yi, we meet again. Yao, she smiled at Yi Futian. Goddess. Yi Futian nodded in return. The people of 9 states, when witnessing this scene, all expressed a surprised look, silently watching Yi Futian. Who exactly was this bastard? In the short time since arriving in the upper worlds, the princess clearly favored him, and now this magnificent goddess greeted him first, rather than any one of the powerful characters of the upper worlds. This, never mind the people of the 9 states. Even Yi Futian himself did not quite understand. Recent rumors in Emperor Xia's realm say that in the battle of the 33rd layer of heaven in Lihan Heaven, Master Yi was defeated, but Yao she does not believe it. Seeing Master Yi today, I would like to ask Master Yi, how exactly did the battle go? Yao she asked smilingly. The rumors in Emperor Xia's realm said that Yi Futian was sorely beaten. To be asked by another person, it might seem a bit rude. If Yi Futian was indeed defeated, it would be more like a deliberate attempt at humiliation, so no one would take the prerogative to ask such a question. However, when Yao Shi spoke, her speech and demeanor did not make anyone feel that there was anything inappropriate with the question, and no one would even consider it as an insult. It was as if she had complete confidence in Yi Futian. In fact, many cultivators of the upper worlds also wanted to know the reality of that battle, so their eyes were all fastened on Yi Futian. I won, but so did Wang Chuan, said Yi Futian. In that battle, he had made a breakthrough in his state of mind, and his level had become higher. Wang Chuan especially had changed his mindset and had passed the divine catastrophe and become a saint. Therefore, there were no losers, really. They both won. If no such thing had happened on the 33rd layer of heaven, he would probably have said something blatantly humiliating about Lihan Heaven, but he did not do so now. Yao Shi's eyes twinkled, and she continued to gaze at Yi Futian. She smiled lightly. Although I don't know what that really means, since Master Yi said that both won, then it must be so. Winning is winning. Defeat is defeat. How can both win in a battle? Gong Sun Zhong of Divine Cloud Valley piped up. Even if the battle was a tie, it would only be possible to say that both were unbeaten. Yi Futian's words were somewhat ridiculous. Yi Futian looked at Gong Sun Zhong. The Xiao clan wanted to groom Xiao Sheng in Emperor Xia's palace, following Xia Qingyuan and become her most trusted right-hand man. Xiao Sheng was unhappy about Xia Qingyuan and Emperor Xia's interest in him. But what could be the reason for Gong Sun Zhong's hostility toward him? Was it because Xiao Sheng wanted to marry his sister Gong Sun and I? Or was there a reason similar to Xiao Sheng's? One day, if you can reach the realm of Wang Chuan, perhaps you will understand. Yi Futian did not expound further, but made a blunt declaration. It was equivalent to saying that the realm of Gong Sun Zhong was not as advanced as that of Wang Chuan. Although that day, Wang Chuan took thousands of swords down the mountain to slay the people Emperor Li's realm, many had thought that Wang Chuan was the first person under the Saint Plain in Emperor Xia's realm, and even Princess Xia Qingyuan may not be able to surpass him. Even though Gong Sun Zhong also had a reputation as being one of the best under the Saint Plain, it was probably not quite the same as Wang Chuan. But an unspoken thought was different than Yi Futian's public declaration. and it did not leave him any room to stand down. Moreover, Yi Futian stated that he and Wang Chuan had both won, which implied that he placed them in the same position. Now that he declared that Gong Sanzhong was not on the same level as Wang Chuan, was he also insinuating that Gong Sanzhong was not as good as he was? Gong Sanzhong stared at Yi Futian and calmly said, "Wang Chuan has already broken into the Saint Plane. I'm clearly not at the same level as him. But what about you?" From the 33rd layer of heaven in Lihan Heaven, Yi Futian and Wang Chuan battled. Yi Futian was the winner. At this time a voice was heard, making everyone's heart tremble. Everyone turned their attention to the person who had spoken. It was the only figure on the stairs, Xia Qingyuan. In the battle of the 33rd layer of heaven, Xia Qingyuan was a personal witness who would dare to question her words. In that battle, Yi Futian was the winner. Everyone present was stupefied. Many had speculated that Yi Futian was defeated, and some had speculated that the battle was a tie, hence Yi Futian's tight-lipped insistence that both of them had won. But no one had thought that it was Yi Futian who had won. If he had won, why was Wang Chuan the one who broke into the way? Why was he looking thoughtful when he came down the mountain that day? Why did Yi Futian never again humiliate Lihan Heaven? Many people were puzzled, and Yao, she looked toward Yi Futian. Her eyes revealed a strange splendor. Even though Wang Chuan was defeated, he used the defeat to enter the way, eschewed the shackles in his heart, and detached himself from winning and losing. He attracted the divine catastrophe, but was able to enter the divine path. Yi Futian's pronouncement that Wang Chuan also won was not an incorrect statement, Xia Qingyuan continued. Her voice was calm, but every word was whipping Gong Sanzhong's heart. She continued, "Do you have any more questions?" Gong Sanzhong's state of mind had been shaken. If it was simply the news that Yi Futian defeated Wang Chuan, it would not have affected him much. However, a supposedly simple dialogue today put him into a trap. At the end, when Xia Qingyuan announced the result of the battle, it undoubtedly stung his heart deeply. Yi Futian had won, but he was not arrogant. He had not mentioned anything of the battle, even claiming that Wang Chuan had also won. But because of his persistence in asking for the details, attempting to force Yi Futian to admit his defeat in front of Xia Qingyuan, the level of the two men was now clear as day. Many people looked at Gong Sanzhong with sympathy, although Xia Qingyuan did not reprimand him. This was a trap that he had dug for himself. Xia Qingyuan's simple announcement of the truth about the battle was enough to bruise him. The world misunderstood that battle, saying that Palace Lord Yi was defeated, and yet Master Yi never explained it, and even today he pronounced that both won. This kind of generosity, Yao, she looked at Yi Futian with a smile. Departure. She had not finished when Xia Qingyuan interrupted her and made a command coldly, which stunned many. Chapter 1047. The empty realm was located in the middle of the three major imperial realms. The endless and massive empty realm was shrouded in the boundless brilliance of the great path. Mysterious and unfathomable, a horrific light of great path was everywhere, and even had faintly condensed into physical form, creating a huge light screen that enveloped the entire empty realm like a boundless matrix. The empty realm was located in the middle of the three major imperial realms. The endless and massive empty realm was shrouded in the boundless brilliance of the great path. Mysterious and unfathomable, a horrific light of great path was everywhere, and even had faintly condensed into physical form, creating a huge light screen that enveloped the entire empty realm like a boundless matrix. This land without a master was, in reality, governed by all three imperial realms, and had been the cause of many explosive wars. Later, the three imperial realms agreed that the right to control the empty realm should be determined by the confrontation under the Saint Plane, rotating every 10 years. This would avoid the never-ending battles of friction where no one would willingly give up control. Once every 10 years was a term acceptable to all three imperial realms. However, The empty realm was not sparsely populated because it was without master. On the contrary, the empty realm was extremely prosperous. Its martial traditions were extremely robust because the entire realm was bound by the rules of the Great Path. Many cultivators in the Saint Plain had crossed infinite distances and spaces to cultivate here. Over time, many characters of the Saint Plain had gathered at the empty realm. Some top principalities of faraway holy lands had even led the descendants of their clans to come here to cultivate, just as Xia Qingyuan had done in the beginning to go to other realms for experience. Over time, many cultivators even settled down in the empty realm, so that the empty realm of today could be said to be very populated. Of course, the empty realm was not a place of unrestricted access. In order to enter the empty realm to cultivate, a payment of sacred spirit stones was required as the entrance fee. Therefore, every 10 years, the governing realm of the empty realm could obtain a large number of sacred spirit stones. Furthermore, this was just a glimpse of the resources offered by the empty realm. At this time, above the sky of the empty realm, suddenly a loud sound was heard, and the void seemed to tremble. Then an incomparable golden light screen appeared, and countless many looked up at the sky and saw that there was a huge diagram of a matrix, like a massive matrix of space, with a beam of light shooting from the sky and falling to one side of the empty realm. In that direction, there was an ancient city, with many flags flying in the city, engraved with the majestic character of Xia. The people of Emperor Xia's realm have arrived. Countless people who saw this scene said to themselves, only the 3 major imperial realms could make an appearance like this in the empty realm. Not long ago, the armies of Emperor Xia's realm, Emperor Li's realm, and the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm descended and made camp. Today would be the arrival of key battle participants. Moreover, the armies that descended this time were very strong. The 2 great armies that were deployed were the army of Tian and the army of Dou in Emperor Xiao's realm. These 2 great armies were controlled by Sacred General Tian and Sacred General Dou, with strong combative powers. The Sacred General Tian ranked number 1 among the 8 sacred generals, so one could imagine the importance of this battle. Many suspected that the leader of this war would likely be the most adored little princess in Emperor Xia's realm, Xia Qingyuan. As of now, she should be at the pinnacle of the Sage Plain, and it was possible that she would use this battle as the first battle after the growth she had achieved in cultivation. The Battle of the Empty Realm itself was meant as a way to temper the army of sages in the 3 major imperial realms, to train the best of those who were in the Sage Plain. Not only was the army deployed by Emperor Xia's realm very strong, but the same was also true for Emperor Li's realm and the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. It was speculated that the main participants of this battle would all have surprisingly eminent backgrounds. The light beam descended from the sky and fell inside Emperor Xiao's city. Many people had already begun to inquire who would lead the army. At this time, in another direction, there was also an extremely radiant beam coming down, and the void trembled once again. A spatial diagram of a matrix appeared in the sky. The cultivators of Emperor Li's realm had descended. Boom! There was a dull sound that came, and in the distance, the light of space sprinkled down, rocking the void. Terrible demonic aura slid down from the sky, followed by many figures who descended with the beam of light, falling inside the Demon Peacock City. The 3 imperial realms seemed to have had made an agreement and had come one after another. This sensational news spread quickly in the empty realm. The 3 imperial realms, as if with some tacit understanding, had all chosen their royal descendants as leaders of the armies. Emperor Xia's realm, Princess Xia Qingyuan led the army and descended. Emperor Li's realm, Prince Li Yao led the army and descended. The Demon Peacock Emperor's realm, the one and only twin siblings, Kongzhan and Kongxian. At once, the empty realm was shaken to its core. In the wars of years past, there had never been such a situation where all 3 imperial realms were led by the prince or princess of the realm. The battle this time was possibly the grandest battle of the empty realm in 100 years. It could even be a battle that would determine the status of the three major imperial realms going forward. After all, it would be a direct confrontation among the descendants of the three great imperial realms, and Xia Qingyuan and both Kong Zhan and Kong Xian were reputed to be the most outstanding descendants of Emperor Xia and the demon peacock emperor. In Emperor Xia's city, the cultivators led by Xia Qingyuan descended from the sky and landed in the center of Emperor Xia's city in the empty realm. In front, there were many cultivators coming toward this side. The two who were leading had an unusually majestic aura and strapping physique. Both carried themselves with authority. Although there was no detectable breath being released, they still gave out an extremely suppressive power. Behind them, there was a group of cultivators in the same plane, and further back was a horrific army of sages. At first glance, it was all great and strong cultivators. Futian and others from the 9 states trembled in their hearts. This was the war of the upper worlds. It was on a much grander scale than the sacred war that had involved the 10 holy lands. Moreover, this was the battle for the 10-year control of the empty realm. If it was a real battle of Renhuang's realm, what would it look like? Just imagining it gave people pause. It was rumored that there had been many battles of extinction in the past. Before Dong Huang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing unified the lands, the divine prefectures were also full of chaos and must have been even more so than today. Princess. The 2 great sacred generals who were in the lead greeted Xia Qingyuan with a slight bow and did not give a formal greeting. After all, they were already standing at the top of the Emperor Xia's realm, and as Emperor Xia's most trusted advisors, even in the presence of Emperor Xia, there was no need for them to perform formal greetings. Princess. Behind the two, the mighty army saluted Xia Qingyuan, and it was a spectacular moment that shocked Emperor Xia's city. Although the army under the jurisdiction of Emperor Xia was constituted of warriors made of iron and blood, they knew that this princess, who was greatly favored by His Majesty, was not a delicate, sheltered little girl. She was extremely outstanding in her own right and had led the powerful cultivators of all kinds to trial. Even at a young age, she had already traveled through many realms and had survived many conflicts with others. Now, she was personally visiting the battle as the most precious princess of the realm. This itself was worthy of the respect of all military personnel. 2 sacred generals and everyone, thank you for coming, Xia Qingyuan said to everyone in a clear voice. The war was about to begin. The atmosphere here was a world away from that of Emperor Xia's palace, solemn and reverential. In the battle for the empty realm a decade ago, Emperor Xia's realm was disastrously defeated. Our city was breached and attacked. Not only was the flag of Emperor Xia torn and insulted, but Emperor Xia's city suffered numerous deaths and injuries, an incredible blow. After the war, many cultivators of the empty realm swore their allegiance to Emperor Li's realm. Now, 10 years have passed. Emperor Li's realm has become even stronger with the momentum of their last victory, and he intends to govern the empty realm for another 10 years. However, since His Majesty allowed the princess to personally participate in the war, our realm will be able to regain control of the empty realm and wash away our shame, the sacred general of Tian said clearly, not at all avoiding the defeat of 10 years ago. That's not all. For the victory of this war, Emperor Li used inhumane means to forcibly create demi-saint cultivators. He recently came to our realm to boast, Xia Qingyuan said to the sacred general of Tian. In that battle, Liya was not really intending to ask for her hand. The 2 great imperial realms were on very unfriendly terms. It was not something that would escape Emperor Li. It was merely a pretext to deter them and to test their resolve. It must have been the doing of the imperial advisor of Dali, the sacred general of Tian said with indifference. Emperor Li's realm was also known as the Dali dynasty. The world was ruled by imperial families, so that all clan forces were obliged to obey. The imperial advisor of Dali was a cultivator who was neither just nor evil. His cultivation was great and his methods terrifying, and he was also well versed in the techniques of armory making as the premier armorer of the dynasty. Aside from armory making, he was also an expert in the dark arts and was considered to be one of the most terrible existences under Emperor Li in Dali dynasty. It was said that Prince Li Yao of the Dali dynasty was also a disciple of his. Even so, Emperor Xia's realm will win in this battle for the empty realm. Xia Qingyuan's voice was cold and confident. At this moment, Yi Futian suddenly vaguely understood why Xia Qingyuan had not wanted him to respond that day when Li Yao challenged him outside of Emperor Xiao's palace. Perhaps it was because she did not want Li Yao to know his true strength. Afterward, Xia Qingyuan had also not disclosed anything regarding the battle between him and Wang Chuan until right before they left. But she disclosed the results of the battle in Lihan Heaven to everyone. Was all this on the account of this battle? He could see that Xia Qingyuan had attached great importance to this war. Since the princess is so confident, there is no reason for us not to win. The sacred general of Tian nodded in agreement. After this war, all officers here are entitled to their share of the fragments of the great path unearthed in the empty realm in the next decade. Those who fight extraordinarily will be rewarded further. Xia Qingyuan looked at the crowd. What else would motivate worldly cultivators joining the army of Emperor Xia? It was also for cultivation, to grow by fighting wars of iron and blood. But, of course, it was also for cultivation resources. The fragments of the Great Path were also the sacred spirit stones, and it was undoubtedly an extremely valuable spiritual resource to them. At this time, the sacred general of Tian frowned. He turned back and looked into the distance and said coldly, "The war hasn't started yet, and Emperor Li's realm is already disregarding proper etiquette?" "Apologies, sacred general. Prince Li Yao would like to invite Princess Xia Qingyuan, as well as Kong Zhan and Kong Xian, for get-together in Kongxian City at the Juxiao Tower, so all three parties can meet." The messenger spoke clearly in the void. Xia Qingyuan looked up into the void and said, "Very well, I will go." "I'll take my leave then," the messenger replied, and the aura of the messenger disappeared. "It seems that Li Yao is very confident and believes that he already has the victory well in hand," remarked the sacred general of Tian. "Let's go. Since Li Yao invited us to visit, we will go and see about the leaders from Emperor Li's realm and the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm," Xia Qingyuan said, and then stepped into the void. Suddenly, many people levitated with Xia Qingyuan to depart with her. "The army will station here." Sacred General of Tian and Sacred General of Dou would both go, and the army would remain in Emperor Xia's city. Those who had come with Xia Qingyuan from Emperor Xia's palace would follow her. Chapter 1048. Kongxian City was the largest city in the empty realm, with cultivators from various realms found there. It was a very bustling trade city. Kongxian City was the largest city in the empty realm, with cultivators from various realms found there. It was a very bustling trade city. Due to having great path fragments unearthed, the city was known to be a mine of treasures. That, coupled with powerful cultivators gathered from all corners, all sorts of trades were taking place in the city. As great path fragments were of different attributes after all, and the ones from the empty realm were of the great path of space. The Juxiao Tower was an extremely renowned place in Kongxian City. Many powerful saints were there, and the place was getting cleared out. Mighty ones from the Dali dynasty. Many murmured and mighty ones gathered from all corners. Saintly, golden dragons were seen pulling carriages, and a group of people appeared making a lavish entrance. The one who was taking the lead was dressed extravagantly and was of superior bearing. That was none other than Li Yao of the Dali dynasty. They quickly settled at the top of the Juxiao Tower and waited silently. The ones who witnessed the scene knew what was going on. The people who were able to make Li Yao and his entourage wait would have definitely been people of the two remaining forces. As expected, another group of mighty ones were soon seen coming through the air. Xia Qingyuan, princess of Emperor Xia's realm, and two sacred generals. Many turned their heads in her direction. Despite being dressed in men's clothing, her beauty nonetheless shone through. That was the very first time many laid eyes on the extremely renowned princess from Emperor Xiao's realm. As for the group of people at Xia Qingyuan's side, Yi Futian, Shaoshang, Tianji, and the others, few there knew much of them. They were at the empty realm after all, and those people would have only heard of the very top-notch figures. They naturally knew little to nothing about those at Sage Plain. But the sages from Emperor Xiao's realm were perceived to be among the very best nonetheless. A smile was seen in Li Yao's eyes when Xia Qingyuan appeared. He then said, "It's been a while, Princess, and you look extraordinary as ever. It's a pity that I've never gotten to see you dressed in women's clothing. And I wonder if there would be a day when I get to see that princess." Xia Qingyuan's group descended on the top of the Jiuxiao Tower and took a look at Li Yao coldly, saying nothing in return. "It's entire fine to not respond at all, Princess Qingyuan. My goal in this year's Battle of Empty Realm is to see you get dressed in women's clothing after all," Li Yao continued with a smile. "How insolent of you!" Tianji berated him with a cold voice, and many mighty ones at Xia Qingyuan's side looked cold as well. Li Yao had been to Emperor Xiao's palace to ask for trouble a while ago. With the Battle of Empty Realm about to take place, he had gotten even more unbridled. "That is, if you manage to live through the fight," Xia Qingyuan said with a bone-chilling tone. "Please rest assured, Princess Qingyuan, I value my life very, very much." Eagerness was seen in Li Yao's eyes. Xia Qingyuan was not the only one present in that year's Battle of Empty Realm. The princess of the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm, Kong Xian, was there as well. It was a coincidence both princesses were his peers, and he found that very delightful. Powerful demonic aura was sensed from far away. The sky trembled, and countless turned their heads in that direction. They then saw sacred beasts and great monsters appearing in the air, emanating stifling pressure. An incredibly dazzling rock was seen in that direction, glittering with holy light and looking very dazzling. Every single feather seemed to be things created from gold. Its wings were spread wide as it flew and circled above the Jiuxiao Tower. There were a man and a woman, both of which looked extravagant, seen standing on the back of the rock, which was of sacred beast level. The appearances of both figures were extremely exceptional. The man looked demonically alluring, and his skin looked as far as that of a woman. He could have been even described to be beautiful. The woman by his side looked undeniably stunning, with a perfect, extremely sexy figure. She had stunning looks to go with her demonic figure, looking alluring yet not overly so. There was hardly any flaws to be found on her. They were the descendants of the Demon Peacock Emperor, Kong Zhan and Kong Xian, who were twins. Yi Futian looked up at both of them. Judging from looks alone, Kong Zhan's appearance probably rivaled that of Yi Futian. Kong Xian's appearance was on par with that of Yao Shi, yet she was of a totally different kind of beauty. I have heard of sacred beasts being able to take human forms. Both of them are not even saints yet, but how come they possess the ability to take human forms? Yi Futian asked Jaya, who was by his side telepathically. The Demon Peacock Emperor is the emperor of the demonic realm. He has unparalleled methods, and he is of Renhuang Plain himself. As such, he is long versed in the creation of the world, making him no different from humans, the most intelligent of all beings. Thus, his descendants possess the innate ability to shapeshift. Yaya explained to Yi Futian telepathically. The Demon Emperor don't even need to be involved. In truth, the demon saint who is already capable of taking human form is already capable of such feat as such. You could see many demonic beasts in the air actually appear in human forms instead. All right, got it. Yi Futian nodded. It is not someone only demons could do, as humans could actually do the same. Descendants of extremely powerful people possessed innate extreme talents. The greater the ancestors' powers, the more apparent such signs show in the descendants. Truly extremely powerful figures could just impart their powers to their descendants, or simply meld the great path into their own life spirit, which was then passed on to their descendants. Said descendants would then continue to awaken stronger talents as their training grew. Yaya continued to elaborate. Yi Futian was awed by her words. So is that to say that my world tree life spirit harbors the power of great path, which could conjure all things in the world then? What level would be my ancestor would have been at then? From the looks of things so far, there had never been anyone else who possessed life spirits similar to Yi Futian's, and he dared not bring that up to anyone else as well. Knowing a man by repute is indeed inferior to seeing a man in the flesh indeed. Both are indeed superb. Liao then smiled and said, I'm rather curious then between Princess Kong Xian and Princess Qingyuan, who would be the one with superior appearance indeed. The demonic eyes of both Kong Zhan and Kong Xian looked cold as they glanced at Liao. Terrifying demonic aura burst from behind them, and their eyes turned to look extremely ferocious. I shall take your head apart and feast on your heart. I wonder what the heart of the crown prince of Dali would have tasted like indeed. A demonic figure whose eyes shone with frightening cold light behind Kong Xian eyed Liao in an eerie manner. Looks like an animal that has not yet truly evolved then. Liao glanced at the demonic beast condescendingly and said, A proposal then. If either Princess Qingyuan and Princess Kong Xian is willing to serve me, then Dali dynasty shall share dominion over empty realm with the one who is willing to do so. How about that? Looks like you have a death wish. Two voices were heard at the same time. It seemed like Kong Zhan and Kong Xian shared a telepathic link as twins. Both of them said at the same time as they glared at Li Yao coldly, Your Highness, I shall tear this insolent one apart bit by bit. Another demonic beast was heard saying as they glared at Li Yao coldly, He dared disrespect Her Highness Kong Xian after all. If you like babbling so much, I shall skip the chatter. Xia Qingyuan then said coldly, Let's get on with the sacrifice to the flag then. Well, since you're in such a hurry, Princess Qingyuan, let's set the time for flag battle to be 3 days later then. Liao said. That will do, Xia Qingyuan replied. 3 days later then. Kong Zhan responded as well. Who would you choose to fight in the flag battle, Princess Qingyuan? Liao looked at Xia Qingyuan and said, I've heard that Wang Chuan of Lihan Heaven has already made it to St. Plain, and he is not here today. Quite a pity, I'd say. I wanted to take my revenge at the Battle of Empty Realm after all. He sounded rather lazy and relaxed. It was a good thing for him that Wang Chuan had not been able to participate in the battle. There was no way he would have felt that to be a pity. Furthermore, it seemed that there were hardly any swordsmen from Lihan Heaven showing up. Whether Wang Chuan shows or not, the outcome would remain the same, Xia Qingyuan said. Is that so? Liao scanned the people around Xia Qingyuan and said, I've had a taste outside of Emperor Xiao's palace a while ago. Tianji, son of Sacred General of Tian, Gong Sanzhong of Divine Cloud Valley, Shenyuan Ao of Shenyuan Palace, doesn't seem like much to me. Who would be the strongest below St. Plain at the moment in Emperor Xiao's realm? Other than you, Princess Qingyuan, I wonder. The eyes of countless youths behind Liao looked heated. They were all top-notch figures from Emperor Li's realm. They were determined to kill several important figures from Emperor Xiao's realm and Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. There were a few who cast their gaze at Yi Futian. Liao was perceptive enough to take notice and looked at Yi Futian as well. So this is the guy who challenged Wang Chuan of Lihan Heaven a while ago then. Liao turned to look at Yi Futian and said, We meet yet again. He had actually met Yi Futian many times. Yi Futian glared at Liao with unmistakable killing intent. Seems like you're not the only one. There seems to be many coming from the lower worlds. Even the guy who had acquired the Ren Huang lineage before, I see. Liao turned his cold eyes at Huang Juga. It was Liao who discovered the Ren Huang lineage back then. and yet he ended up handing the place to someone else in a silver platter instead. Well, since you're here, how about you stay for a bit? I see that you have superb talent, so here is another choice. How about joining Emperor Li's realm then? I'd be happy to brush our scuffles before away, Liao said to Yi Futian. Let's go, princess, Yi Futian said to Xia Qingyuan and ignored Liao altogether. Didn't you ask me about Saint Ji outside of Emperor Xia's palace? I was the one who made him did what he did. I've taken both his son and wife to Emperor Li's realm. If you're willing to come to my side, I'd be happy to offer them to you. Liao narrowed his eyes. So that genius in the 9 states back, then, is now an important figure serving Xia Qingyuan. Now then? Liao had marked Yi Futian to be a target, and he deemed Yi Futian someone he needed to dispose of as soon as possible. We'll meet 3 days later, Xia Qingyuan said coldly, before turning around and left with the mighty ones at her side. Let's go, Kong Xian said as well. The rock took one look at Liao with its golden eyes and took to the air. The mighty ones from the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm left as well. Liao's eyes were devoid of the smirking and jesting demeanor about them after those people left. His expression became rather serious and said in a serious tone, Xia Qingyuan is indeed indomitable. I never expected Kong Zhan and Kong Yao of the demonic realm to be such as well. If they prove to be that resilient as well, it seems like we'd have a difficult battle to fight up ahead. His provoking words and condescending demeanor were not truly what they appeared to be. On the contrary, Liao was taking the upcoming battle with utmost seriousness. It was the first important task entrusted to him by his father, and it would have played an important role in determining the course of his future. He was unable to afford to lose. There is no need to be overly concerned, Your Highness. Teacher has gotten amply prepared this time, and we tested what they were capable of outside of Emperor Xiao's palace. We'd definitely be able to win this, a youth was heard saying by his side. Yeah, and keep a close eye on Yi Futian. If he were to participate in the flag battle 3 days later, we'd need to be careful with our selection. If the chance presents itself, we'll have to take him out first. Liao's voice was cold. His intuition was telling him that Yi Futian was extremely dangerous. Furthermore, Yi Futian held intense enmity towards him. Killing intent was almost spilling from Yi Futian's eyes, looking very determined to end Liao. While Liao did not care all that much, it was not a comfortable feeling being glared at like that after all, so he still needed to get rid of Yi Futian as soon as possible. Rest assured, Your Highness. The people behind him nodded one after another. They were all genius-level figures of the Dali dynasty, and they had absolute confidence in their respective powers. Chapter 1049. After the mighty ones from the 3 realms of the emperors left, one figure after another was seen descending onto the Jiuxiao Tower. All of them were cultivators from Kongshin City. After the mighty ones from the 3 realms of the emperors left, one figure after another was seen descending onto the Jiuxiao Tower. All of them were cultivators from Kongshin City. Seems like the Battle of Empty Realm this year is going to be rather interesting. Who do you think would win? Someone asked. Emperor Li's realm had been dominating the Empty Realm for the past 10 years, and they had the greatest amount of power accumulated in Empty Realm, enabling them to pull all manner of tricks. With the cultivators from Dali Dynasty added to the list, it was very, very possible that they might have ended up as the winner again. It's been said that that imperial advisor of Dali had developed new methods and created a bunch of killing machines. It seems like Emperor Li's realm is going to bag it again this year. The twins, Kong Zhan and Kong Xian, had unparalleled combat prowess. It's been said that the descendants of great monsters of the demonic realm serving the Demon Peacock Emperor had been here to support the twins in order to secure victory in the upcoming battle. Seems to me that the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm has just as good a chance to come out on top. Yeah, Emperor Xia has claimed that her daughter, Xia Qingyuan, had talents rivaling that of his, which meant she might have become the empress of Emperor Xia's realm in the future. So there was no doubt that she was extremely exceptional. But then again, they are not fighting mighty ones from Emperor Xia's realm this time, and have to be fighting those of similar levels from Emperor Li's realm and Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. Li Yao, Kong Zhan, and Kong Xian are probably just as capable as she is. We'll see if Emperor Xiao's realm has any secret weapons with them this time around. Many talked, and judging from the looks of things, Emperor Li's realm had the best chance of emerging victorious still. They secured an overwhelming victory 10 years ago after all. However, things were different at present. The leading figures of the Battle of Empty Realm at the moment consisted of the princes and princesses of the respective realms. Things had never been of such grandeur for the past 100 years or so. If the royalties were leading their forces personally, then their subordinates would have also definitely consisted of the most powerful lineup they were able to gather. However, no one would have known of the final outcome until things had gotten to the very last stages. At that moment, all of the spectators were only speculating. They were those who had set games in Kongshan City, betting on who would have emerged as the victor in the Battle of Empty Realm. Many saints put down heavy bets as soon as the games were set. It was only natural that most bet on Emperor Li's realm emerging victorious. 3 days later, the forces from Emperor Xia's city, Emperor Li's city, and Demon Peacock Emperor's city, 3 cities representing their respective realms and laid out in a triangular layout, gathered at the central region between the cities. Stern, solemn pressure was felt everywhere. Countless mighty ones emerged in the air from far away, watching things unfold before them quietly. 3 grand armies appeared above that area. Their might shrouded the entire area as if they were celestial armies themselves. It was the day of the flag battle as agreed by all 3 sides, which was also the start of the Battle of Empty Realm. The mighty ones from the 3 imperial cities had all left their respective cities and gathered there. One figure after another took to the air, and they formed 3 distinct camps as well. The sacred general of Tian, the sacred general of Dou, and other saints were high up in the air. The saints were forbidden from entering the battlefield and participate in the Battle of Empty Realm as soon as the flag battle commenced. Deciding who would be the ruler of Empty Realm through battles between those beneath St. Plain had been a consensus reached by the 3 emperors for many years. None dared to break the rules without good reasons, as any mishap could have resulted in a breakout of war between the emperor's realms. None of the realms dared to wage a war against one another until they were absolutely sure of it, as the price for doing so would have been too great. As such, having one battle held once every 10 years and only fought by the sages had been the most peaceful way they had been able to come up with to settle the matter. All 3 imperial realms had their chance once every 10 years, and the losers would have been able to yield easily. If the battle had been won deciding the right to permanent rule of Empty Realm instead, the other 2 that lost would not have been able to sit well with the result for long. While the saints were not participating in the battle, but all 3 sides nonetheless mobilized a great number of saints there, so as to ensure that none would have flaunted the rules. Things would have turned dire if something untoward were to happen. Furthermore, given how it was the royalties leading their armies personally in that year's battle, they needed to be extra certain of how things proceeded. The 3 forces below stood against each other in a similar fashion. The grand entourage brought about thick might and pressure to the place, making even the spectators standing from far away felt pressured somewhat. A group of people emerged from the army. Xia Qingyuan from the army of Emperor Xiao's realm went forward. Tianji was seen bearing a huge flag and walked right behind her. There was an image of the lotus flower on the flag, and said flag was none other than the flag of Emperor Xia. That day was the day of the flag battle. Xia Qingyuan's side was not the only one doing so, as both Li Yao and the twins emerged as well, coming to the very front of their armies, and the flags behind them billowed. The flag of Emperor Li had an image of golden dragon on it, while the flag of Demon Peacock Emperor had an image of a peacock. Per the rules of Battle of Empty Realm, after the flag battle, the blood-stained flags shall be placed at the highest point of the 3 imperial cities. The side with the shaft of their flag snapped shall be eliminated from the battle. Li Yao then continued, Life and death occurring during the Battle of Empty Realm shall remain as the affair of the battle. Saints are not allowed to interfere. Anyone who violate the rule shall be punished by death. Battle matrices are forbidden within the imperial cities. Any side that violates the rule shall be eliminated. Other than that, all sages are permitted to participate in the battle. The battle shall be held for 3 months. If the flags were to remain intact after the duration of 3 months, the victor shall be determined at this very spot. The victor shall be granted the right to rule Empty Realm for the next 10 years. Everyone looked serious. The Battle of Empty Realm had been held for more times than they were able to count, so there was no way any of them would have not known about the rules. We shall begin. Kong Zhan's voice was cold as he turned his eyes at Liao. Well then. Liao nodded. The flag battle shall be one to be fought to the death. No divine implements were allowed to be used. The flags shall be stained with blood. I would present to you my candidate. A stout figure was seen walking out from the army of Emperor Li's realm as soon as he finished, emanating terrifying power all over him, as if there was no way to conceal his aura. Futian took a look and knew that he was like one of those killing machine warriors fighting outside of Emperor Xiao's palace back then, who was forced into semi-saint status using special means. However, their planes were unstable and they were no longer able to go further in their training, forever stuck at being semi-saints. A mighty one emerged from the side of the demon peacock emperor's realm, emanating thick, unbridled demonic aura. His body transformed as soon as he walked out, taking the form of a demonic beast. It was a terrifying-looking demonic ape who was leaking frightening power all over him. The flag battle was one that would have determined the morale of the forces in the Battle of Empty Realm. There were 3 battles to be fought, and in principle the victors would have been able to stain their flags with the blood of their opponents by winning 1 battle each. Furthermore, the flag battle was a battle fought to the death. Among the 3 emerging, only one would have been able to emerge alive, making the fight harrowingly cruel. Emperor Xiao's realm was the last side to field their warrior in the first battle, giving them an edge by allowing them to decide their candidate according to the other 2 fielded. Who would be the one to fight? Xia Qingyuan said, I would. A figure emerged. It was Xianyuan Ao of Xianyuan Palace. He was one of the most powerful figures under Saint Plain in Emperor Xiao's realm, and a descendant of Emperor Xianyuan, as a descendant of a Renhuang. Xianyuan Ao was extremely prideful, yet he was none one of those who lived off the glory of his ancestors and did nothing himself. On the contrary, he had a keen battle sense and possessed an overbearing temperament. Despite the flag battle being one that would have had him fight to the death, he remained staunch in coming out to fight in that very first battle. 3 candidates emerged and stood at the center between the armies. Terrifying aura swept all over the place. Xianyuan Ao burst with extremely dazzling golden light that looked like the light of Renhuang. An enormous sword appeared. While the blade was not a long one, but it was thick and looked overbearing. There seemed to be images carved on the sword, and the light of celestial entities coursed on it, while sparks of lightning jumped as well. Xianyuan Ao was basking in terrifying light all of a sudden. The Xianyuan sword spirit. The mighty ones from Emperor Xia's realm gazed at Xianyuan Ao. As one of the top-notch figures below Saint Plain, it was only natural that he was renowned. It seemed like he would have been able to bag that very first battle. Liao turned his eyes at Xianyuan Ao as well, whose ancestor was Emperor Xianyuan and of great renown. There was no way Liao would not have known. It was said Emperor Xianyuan had infused the Great Path's power on his life spirit that enabled him to manipulating powers of the celestial entities as well as thunderstorms. It was then passed down throughout his bloodline and enabled his descendants to possess superior talents from birth. The Xianyuan sword spirit that Xianyuan Ao summoned was indeed terrifying. Futian kept his eyes at Xianyuan Ao as well. He had never spoken to Xianyuan Ao before, yet he was nonetheless able to sense that Xianyuan Ao was an extremely prideful person. The man's ancestor had been a Run Huang, after all. Huang, Joga's life spirit, had only been able to be awakened again and became stronger all those years, after inheriting the lineage of his ancestor. Xianyuan Ao, on the other hand, has had his powers long awakened and had always been extremely powerful. As one who was lauded to be among the handful of edge of pinnacle below Saint Plain in Emperor Xiao's realm, it was only natural that Wang Chuan had fought him before as well. All the others in that battle were naturally anything but weak. His blade was drawn, and he blitzed like a streak of lightning at the mighty one from Emperor Li's realm. His opponent stepped forward and seemed to be shining with boundless golden light, seemingly having taken an invincible golden form, and saintly light burst from within. That mighty figure seemed like a human-shaped divine implement and actually simply lifted his arm, intending to beat down on the Xianyuan sword spirit lashing out at him. The flash of the sword dropped with a loud boom. The light of the celestial entities showered and lightning crackled. The power of the great path hammered down on its target with the force of doomsday. Boom! That mighty one from Emperor Li's realm remained totally unfazed. His legs steadied and both arms were outstretched, barging through the dazzling light and headed straight for the sword spirit. Xianyuan Ao took one step forward and appeared right above the sword, before he held the blade with both hands and brought it down hard. A beam of light of the great path out to tear space apart appeared from above, seemingly like a bolt of devastating lightning as it was brought down on the body of its target. That extremely powerful golden body was shattered, chopped in half, and died on the spot. Saintly aura seemed to still emanate from that broke body after the man had died. So the imperial advisor of Dali had crafted men like he crafted divine implements then? The sacred general of Tian said coldly in the air, while such means enabled one to craft human form weapons, it was none the less inhumane. The people from Emperor Li's realm did not respond. Li Yao looked at that dead body dropping below with a deadpan face. They were the ones to field their candidate first in that very first battle, so it was only normal that they ended up losing. It was impossible to win all 3 rounds of the flag battle, but each side would have had a chance of fielding their candidate last, which would have enabled them to secure one victory. Xianyuan Ao walked towards the mighty one from the demonic realm, and as expected, the demonic ape was quickly cut down as well. The Xianyuan sword spirit flew towards the Emperor Xiao's flag, staining it with the blood of his opponents. The demon Peacock Emperor's realm was the first to field their candidate in the next round. Yet another powerful figure emerging and looking extremely ferocious, as they turned around to look in Xia Qingyuan's direction. Who would be fighting in the next round? Xia Qingyuan asked. Yu Sheng. Yi Futian responded calmly. Yu Sheng then walked out, and Xia Qingyuan knew what was going on. With the Emperor Li's realm being the last to field their candidate, Li Yao would have definitely wanted to take one victory of his side, and as such, would have fielded someone extremely powerful. The very reason why Yi Futian wanted Yu Sheng to fight was precisely to prevent Emperor Li's realm from being able to win. At that moment, Yi Futian stood calmly in the crowd and took a cold look at Li Yao. He wanted the blood of all 3 mighty candidates in all 3 rounds of the flag battle to stain Emperor Xiao's flag. Chapter 1050. High up in the sky, many cultivators were watching the battlefield. In the first battle, the Xianyuan family had played a part, winning the first battle for Emperor Xiao's realm. In the second battle, Emperor Li's realm had gotten involved right at the end, and they would most likely be the victors of that one. At that moment, a dark-robed figure walked about from beside Li Yao. A single glance at him gave everyone a feeling of raw power. He was cold and arrogant. High up in the sky, many cultivators were watching the battlefield. In the first battle, the Xianyuan family had played a part, winning the first battle for Emperor Xiao's realm. In the second battle, Emperor Li's realm had gotten involved right at the end, and they would most likely be the victors of that one. At that moment, a dark-robed figure walked about from beside Li Yao. A single glance at him gave everyone a feeling of raw power. He was cold and arrogant. "Chao Yuan, take his head as a sacrifice," Liao said to the man who was walking forward as he stared at Yusheng. Yi Futian had come from the 9 states to the upper realms, and then had gotten involved in the battle for the empty realm. So, it was only right that he not leave this battle alive. And he had actively encouraged Yu Sheng to fight in this battle. He must have a death wish. Chao Yuan. Everyone in the sky felt their hearts tremble, even the sacred general of Tian. Many people had the surname Chao, but in Emperor Li's realm there was someone who stood at the peak of all cultivators whose name was Chao. He was an outstanding magician from Emperor Li's realm who had founded a clan based on demonic methods that had achieved great prestige. He was one of the top 5 most powerful figures below Emperor Li, and thus it was obvious how powerful he was. He was a formidable man who had achieved the 4th tier of the Saint Plane, Nirvana. The man who strode forth now was named Chao Yuan, and he must be a descendant of that magician. The cultivators of Emperor Xia's realm and the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm are in trouble. Many people thought secretly Emperor Li's realm would certainly win this battle. Each of the 3 realms would achieve at least 1 victory in this flag battle, and the one who acted last had the best chance of victory. It would be difficult for them to lose this one. Even the 2 great saint generals of Emperor Xia's realm were looking at Yu Sheng nervously. Both Emperor Xia's realm and Emperor Li's realm had many descendants of powerful figures taking part in this battle, like the people from Xianyuan Palace, Divine Cloud Valley, and Jutian Temple. But even if they were nervous, their expressions did not change. Being wounded was normal on the battlefield, especially as far as the 2 saint generals were concerned, who had experienced countless lives and deaths, and thus were numb to it. 10 years ago, Emperor Xia's realm had suffered a grievous defeat. Not only had the sovereign family in Emperor Xia's city been struck, but over half their army had also been killed or wounded. This time, they only hoped that the princess could obtain a victory for Emperor Xia's realm here at the empty realm. Chao Yuan stepped forward onto the battlefield, and his gaze fell upon Yu Sheng. He felt an aura similar to his own coming off of him. It was highly likely that his opponent had cultivated the demonic method just as he had. But he had never heard of anyone in Emperor Xia's realm whose demonic arts were stronger than those that had been passed down through his family. Liao wanted him to take his opponent's head, so he would do so and present it as a sacrifice to him and win the first victory for Emperor Li's realm in the battle for the empty realm. But before he could take Yu Sheng's head, he would first have to deal with the other fools. Chao Yuan stepped forward towards the demonic beast that had come forth from the Demon Peacock Emperor's lines. The demonic beast reverted to its original form, a large and sturdy yak. Its roar thundered in everyone's ears, and destructive lightning swept forth from it towards Chao Yuan. Chao Yuan seemed not to see it, letting the terrible lightning pass through his body. Blood-colored demonic light burst forth from him that turned into blood-red lines that absorbed the power of the lightning. He used the electricity to increase his own power, and suddenly the lightning was flowing over his body as he walked forward. The ground trembled with his every step. He was absolutely overbearing as he descended like a demon king, suppressing the giant yak. The yak's eyes were filled with demonic malice, but it still felt extremely threatened. Chao Yuan's every step was like a clap of thunder, causing his heart to flutter. It was a descendant of the sacred yak, with supernatural strength and power, and yet it was being suppressed by its opponent's power. It charged forward with a roar, rushing madly towards Chao Yuan. Heaven and earth seemed to crack and splinter as lightning shot out from it. Images of countless yaks appeared around it, filling both the earth and the sky. All of them were as large as the original, and they galloped towards Chao Yuan, trying to break everything before them into pieces. Boom! Chao Yuan seemed to turn into a demon, quickly growing to the same size as the yak. He stepped into the air, trampling on the images of yaks and crushing them to pieces. They could do nothing against him. Crack! Crack! The earth trembled violently, and Chao Yuan's body collapsed forward. A man and a demon rushed towards each other, and the dust flew up from the ground as they charged. Cracks appeared as the earth split apart. It was an astonishing sight. Cultivators of the demon path are truly overbearing to the extreme. This Chao Yuan is a devil in human form. He's even more wild and violent than the yak, thought many people as their hearts trembled. But when they thought of his family background, they were relieved. His powerful nature was beyond doubt. Chao Yuan collided with the massive yak and struck forward with his fist. The yak pierced towards him with its horns. Purple lightning wrapped around them. They were locked in close combat. The demonic cultivator and a demonic beast were locked in close combat. Crack! A loud noise rang out as the yak's horn snapped and Chao Yuan's fist smashed into its head. Its massive body instantly shattered into tiny pieces, and its flesh and blood went flying everywhere. It was terrible to behold. Its blood splattered on Chao Yuan, and his fist was covered in it, not just the yak's, but his own as well. His blood dripped to the ground, but he seemed to have felt nothing. He turned to look at Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng was still standing there calmly. Chao Yuan walked towards him, and suddenly Emperor Xia's army, which was standing behind Xia Qingyuan, felt a terrible pressure coming from his body. Yu Sheng had been able to sweep away all the cultivators that Lu Qing had brought from Lihan Heaven and had once fought his way through Jiutian Temple. Would he die in battle today? A flag battle was a battle to the death. Only the victors would survive. There was a flash of cruelty in Chao Yuan's deep eyes. "Is your head ready?" Chao Yuan stepped forward, and a wave of overbearing demonic power swept out. A dark gold demonic power swept out from Yu Sheng as well. The flow of demonic energy covered the sky, and then the entire area. The two flows of demonic power collided up in the sky. Everyone narrowed their eyes as they watched. It seemed that both of them had cultivated their demonic arts. But Chao Yuan had such an impressive heritage. Could it be possible that Yu Sheng's demonic power would be stronger? He would likely come to tragedy. Boom! Chao Yuan stepped forward again, his large and sturdy body moving slowly towards Yu Sheng. His eyes were fixed on Yu Sheng's head, and that was probably where his attack would fall. There was a crisp snapping sound as Yu Sheng's body transformed. A demon-like illusion shone behind him. He stepped forward slowly, but each step shook the earth, and the vibrations were no weaker than those caused by Chao Yuan. Even more terrifying were his eyes. Everything that he looked at with those dark eyes would be crushed beneath his feet. Chao Yuan narrowed his eyes. He felt a bit uneasy, as if what was standing before him was truly a demon that could command all other demons. It seemed that in all the heavens and the earth there was only him and him alone. In his mind, a huge demonic figure appeared, pressing down upon him, making the demonic power flow through his body less smoothly than before. This feeling made Chao Yuan's heart beat faster. He felt faintly uneasy, but the fighting could break out at any moment. The two of them were already charging towards each other, and there was no way to retreat. This was no time to be thinking of defeat. He shook off the thought and gathered all of his power into his arm. Blood-colored light wrapped around it, tearing his sleeve apart. Suddenly, the blood-colored light shot through his entire arm, making it extremely terrifying. Boom! The earth trembled as the two of them drew together. Chao Yuan struck out with his arm. He did not manage to tear off Yu Sheng's head. He would have to defeat him first. Yu Sheng also struck out with his fist, thrusting it directly forward. The two great demonic cultivators fought each other with the most basic methods. A violent airflow swept out, and at the instant they collided, deep cracks appeared in the ground, stretching out towards the faraway armies. But everyone's eyes were firmly fixed on the battle. Yu Sheng felt his internal organs tremble and his blood surging. His opponent's attack reached into his body layer by layer. He thought it would break him apart and kill him. The demonic will within him roiled, suppressing the power that was attacking him. His mighty demonic power poured into his opponent's body. At that moment, Chao Yuan went pale. Blood dripped from his mouth, but this was masked by the vigorous courage that filled him now. A terrifying force exploded out from him, swallowing up the demonic energy within Yu Sheng, and even trying to suck the blood out of his veins. But a mighty power burst forth from Yu Sheng at the same time. Dark golden light flashed, and Yu Sheng's body became like a bottomless hole as he transformed into a terrible vortex that resisted Chao Yuan's devouring power. As those cold, demonic eyes met his, Chao Yuan felt his head begin to split as terrifying demonic images entered his mind. He was like an actual demon. At that moment, Chao Yuan realized that his opponent's demonic arts were stronger than his own and could suppress him. He saw Yu Sheng pull back his fist, and in the next moment there was a loud cracking sound as it punched through his head. Everyone watched this scene with horror. This cannot be. Liao's heart quivered so fiercely it seemed it would jump out of his chest. He saw Yu Sheng reach out with his huge demonic hand and place it upon Chao Yuan's head. There was another snapping sound as under everyone's gaze, Yu Sheng twisted Chao Yuan's head off. He then pushed Chao Yuan's body to the ground. Everyone's hearts beat wildly and they trembled violently. This scene could not be compared to their attacks. Their breath caught in their throats, and they stood there frozen, staring fixedly at the scene before their eyes. Yu Sheng had plucked off Chao Yuan's head, and now stood victorious upon the battlefield. Chapter 1051. All was dead silent upon the battlefield. All was dead silent upon the battlefield. Liao had ordered Chao Yuan to bring him Yu Sheng's head, but now his own head had been removed. Yu Sheng had torn it off, killing him in brutal fashion. Even the cultivators from Emperor Xiao's realm were deeply shaken by this scene. The army stared at Yu Sheng, secretly asking themselves, "Who is this man?" Xia Qingyuan sat there. Another one of her valiant officers had crushed Chao Yuan of Emperor Li's realm, and so Emperor Xiao's realm had won a second victory in the flag battle. At least one of Emperor Li's realm or the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm now had no way of making the blood they had shed here worth it. Moreover, Chao Yuan's death would have made the head of the Chao family quite upset. Although he wouldn't dare to act personally, he could at least support his brothers. After all, he was not the only prince of Emperor Li's realm. He was one of Emperor Li's 5 most powerful vassals and had great power of discourse. He felt that he had miscalculated and had underestimated Yu Sheng's power. Judging by the power he had shown today, he was at the limit of combat power below the saint level. He was not even necessarily any weaker than Wang Chuan. If Yu Sheng had this kind of combat prowess, then Yi Futian would be even stronger. These two must be the main generals of Emperor Xiao's army. The saints of the 3 realms were quite surprised by Yu Sheng's strength. The sacred general of Tian's face relaxed a bit. Emperor Xiao's realm had already achieved 2 victories. Even if they lost this last fight, they still had proven themselves to be the strongest here, which would be good for morale. Yu Sheng lifted Chao Yuan's head and rose up into the air. He smeared some of the blood on the emperor's flag and then tossed the head towards Liao. The blood of 2 great cultivators of Emperor Li's realm was now on that flag. Liao looked at the head at his feet, then up at Yu Sheng up in the air. The 2 of them stared at each other. He could feel intense, murderous intent coming from Yu Sheng's gaze. It was the same as Yi Futian. They both wanted to kill him. After all this, Yu Sheng returned to Yi Futian's side as if nothing had happened. Only the last fight of the flag battle was left. In this fight, Emperor Xiao's realm would be the first to send out someone, and the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm would be the last, giving them the advantage. But Emperor Li's realm would not easily give this battle up, and would probably send out someone extremely powerful as they tried to seize victory. But if they did this, it was highly likely that they would have to fight fiercely with the great demon of the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm, and one of them would be killed. No one even considered Emperor Xiao's realm. They had already won twice, so they probably would not take the risk of competing in this fight. But if they did want to compete, would it be permissible for them to send out Xia Qingyuan? The main general naturally could not participate in a flag battle. Therefore, the last battle would be between the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm and Emperor Li's realm. "Why don't you send someone out?" said Liao coldly as he swept his gaze over Xia Qingyuan. He was waiting for Emperor Xiao's realm to send someone to their death. Xia Qingyuan looked behind her. They had Xiao Sheng, Gong Sanzhong, and others here, but none of them were willing to go out to fight. They wanted to give up on this last fight. After all, they had won twice in a row, so they didn't have to worry about the last one. Moreover, even if they wanted to fight, there was a high probability that they would lose. Their opponents would probably send out their top people. If they fought, they would likely face a tough battle. "Little condor!" called Yi Futian, and suddenly a black-winged condor waddled through the crowd towards him. A black-winged condor. A strange look came over everyone's faces as they saw this demonic beast. Liao cast a cold glance at Yi Futian and said, "You're sending out an ordinary fool to die? You'd be better off just retreating." Black wind condors were extremely common demonic beasts. Killing one of them was not a big deal, and would not even give him the pleasure of revenge. He had known that Emperor Xiao's realm would let this battle go, but he had not expected them to be this shameless. They were not even sending out a person, but instead had sent a beast out to die. "You fool!" The black-winged condor stared at Liao. It beat its wings and soared towards him, looking down at him as if he were an idiot. He dared to belittle Grandfather Condor, and he looked at who it was involved with and still dared to mistake it for an ordinary condor? Even those big famous demons were nothing to him. When they ran into Grandfather Condor, it would cook and eat them as usual. It had followed Yi Futian for so long that it no longer made a habit of eating raw meat. It was going to enjoy this. Liao saw the petty condor looking down on him, and suddenly powerful murderous intent flowed out from him. He suddenly smiled and coldly said, "It must have been difficult for a lowly condor such as yourself to cultivate to this level. If you seek death so willingly, allow me to give it to you." On saying this, he looked back to a figure behind him and said, "Don't let him die too easily." "Very well." The figure nodded, then stepped forward. He was a youth wearing snow-white robes. Although he had been on the battlefield all along, there was no dust or dirt staining him. He carried a sword on his back in a thin scabbard, which meant the sword inside must be thin as well. A disciple of Dali, Sword Mountain. When they saw the sword on his back, the people watching up in the air could guess where he had come from. Emperor Li's realm had factions of swordsmen as well, and Dali Sword Mountain was their most famous holy land for swordsmanship, equivalent in power to Lihan Heaven. This white-robed swordsman who had walked forward had come from Dali Sword Mountain. His style was outstanding and his aura was unparalleled. He looked at the black-winged condor calmly. Even if the black-winged condor had some tricks up its sleeve, it would not be stronger than a great demon of the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. His main opponent in this battle would thus be the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. As for the black-winged condor, he would cut through it easily. At that moment, a young demon covered in divine golden light strode forward from the Demon Peacock Emperor's lines. His sharp, arrogant eyes were gold. The black-winged condor could feel a great pressure coming off of him. It could see that his original form was that of an extremely precious gold-winged rock. There was a family of god-winged rocks in the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm, but there were very few pure-blooded members of the family. Any of them would be a treasure in the realm, but now one of them was being used to try and seize victory in this flag battle. Yi Futian swept his gaze over the three beings who had come forth, and suddenly a strange look came over his face. He naturally knew the black-winged condor very well, and he actually felt space rule power coming from his opponents. Little Condor was good at that as well. He had dominated many demonic beasts over the years, but the black-winged condor was the only one that had followed him since his youth. It could feel his every sensation, and as he grew stronger, the black-winged condor had as well. It matched his every step forward on the path of cultivation. It could even be said that they had achieved enlightenment together, and so he had let the black-winged condor take part in this battle. But everyone thought he had sent it to die. The white-robed youth walked towards the black-winged condor and said, "Since you've come to die, let me fulfill your wish first." On saying this, he moved as fast as thought, and suddenly thousands of swift and sharp sword wills were slashing forward as he charged towards the black-winged condor. But at that moment, a terrible, beautiful, dark, golden light was flowing over the condor's feathers. The light covered his entire body in an instant. The sword wills slashed down, but they only struck the golden light. They were unable to wound the black-winged condor. The cultivator from Dolly's Sword Mountain frowned, then smiled and said, "Interesting." On saying this, he disappeared and reappeared right in front of the black-winged condor. He slashed out with his sword with enough power to shock both gods and ghosts. There was an ear-piercing sound as space itself seemed to be cut. The sword swept across the ground, leaving sword marks in the dirt. But the end had only cut through an illusory figure as the black-winged condor itself appeared up in the air, beating its wings. A strange look came over the face of the white-robed swordsman from Dolly's Sword Mountain. Everyone saw the black-winged condor circling up in the sky. Suddenly, countless images of condors appeared there. All of them were spatial afterimages. Space rule power. Everyone stared up into the air. Were they seeing this right? The black-winged condor sped up, causing a terrible storm to sweep across the sky. Extreme shadow! A bolt of golden lightning swept out, and all the images of condors rushed towards the same spot like golden afterimages. The white-robed cultivator rushed into the sky as fast as lightning. Both of them disappeared from where they had been and collided together in mid-air, then separated instantly. The white-robed swordsman slashed out wildly with his sword, and suddenly the sky was filled with slashing swords that cut through everything. The black-winged condor flew around him, and the space around him seemed to tear, turning into a terrifying space storm. Can it really be that strong? Everyone stared at the formless demonic beast. They could not follow his trajectory. Boom! 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 They collided many times until the white-robed swordsman felt his arm go numb. His attacks were no weaker than his opponent's, but he was not as strong, and he could not bear this many repeated attacks, and he was gradually slowing down. Whoosh! A powerful wind blew out, and one of the golden afterimages coalesced into a long halberd in the black-winged condor's talons. Another golden afterimage swept over, and the black-winged condor appeared in front of the white-robed swordsman. This time, at the moment the swordsman slashed out with his sword, thousands of swords cut through the air towards the condor. However, all he could see was the golden lightning. The lightning seemed to have melded with the halberd. At that moment, space and time seemed to freeze. The white-robed cultivator's face changed as he felt his movements become restricted. He immediately understood that he had underestimated his opponent. This evil creature was truly crafty. Boom! The golden lightning crackled towards him and shattered his sword. The halberd pierced through the air. In the next moment, he felt a cold bite at his throat. You asked for this. The black-winged condor pulled out the halberd, letting his opponent's body fall to the ground. It swept its gaze towards Liao and spat out a single word, "Fool." On saying this, he rushed towards the gold-winged rock. Chapter 1052. Liao stared at the corpse on the ground, and his eyes were gloomy. Liao stared at the corpse on the ground, and his eyes were gloomy. All three battles, all defeated. What he had called in disdain as a beast had killed the great cultivator of the Dali Sword Mountain. If it was the previous battle with Yu Sheng, that would be more acceptable, but this battle just gave him a sense of absurdity. Demonic beasts were even more dependent on talent than human. Unless there was a special chance encounter, the race they were born into determined the fate of the beasts. Therefore, when the black winged condor stepped out, everyone thought for sure it was going to its death. Emperor Xiao's realm had given up on that particular battle, and Liao even thought that Emperor Xiao's realm was acting kind of shamelessly by sending an insignificant beast to its death. But who could have thought that the black-winged condor killed his swordsman from Dali Dynasty? Moreover, this condor twice contemptuously called Liao an idiot. At this point, the eyes of the people turned to watch the battle between the black-winged condor and the roc. The speed of the two demonic beasts were fast to the limit, fighting in the height of the sky, causing a terrible spatial storm between the heaven and the earth. The black-winged condor even morphed, and each of its feathers turned into a dark golden color, faintly revealing a demonic light. Its eyes were extremely fierce. Its body was immense, its strength dominant, and it repeatedly colliding with the divine bird, the roc. The talent of the roc was impressive. Its body was like having been casted by golden divine metal. It was able to traverse the void with unparalleled speed, and its power to attack was equally powerful and incredible. Who could have imagined that a black-winged condor would dare to collide face-to-face with the roc? The many great demons of the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm who gazed at the battlefield also revealed surprise in their eyes. What kind of genius was this black-winged condor? Die! A sharp voice pierced the void, and the roc's body bloomed with unparalleled golden brilliance. Its body seemed to expand, its wings fluttered across the space, and the countless feathers on its body turned into sharp blades, slashing toward the black-winged condor. The pupils of the black-winged condors were dark and arrogant, and the aura of space solidification covered the void. The golden brilliance that were shooting this way seemed to have slowed down. Its speed suddenly increased and passed through the endless light of slaughter. It descended before the roc in an instant. The sharp claws seemed to tear the space and stab toward the head of the roc. The wings of the roc trembled fiercely and actually broke through the aura of the space solidification. The golden claws also had the power to tear through the void, and they collided together. Afterwards, everyone saw two demonic beasts tangled deep in fighting between heaven and earth. The storm of space shredding grew ever more intense. "This bird is too large to be stewed in one pot." The leisurely voice of the black-winged condor was heard, which shocked all the great demons of the demonic realm momentarily, and then the demonic aura swam out, wanting to tear the black-winged condor into pieces on the spot. A black-winged condor dared to insult the divine bird the roc, that it could not be stewed in one pot? Even Kong Zhan and Kong Xian could not help the twitching of the corners of their mouths and stared at the black-winged condor. Xia Qingyuan was slightly surprised. This black-winged condor seemed to have the cultivation ability of Yi Futian and was an enlightened demonic beast. "No wonder the roc is a divine bird," Yi Futian said to himself. "If it wasn't for the battle of sacrifice, this beast would make a great mount." The condor had been following him for many years and was enlightened by all of his cultivation. It had received the power of the demonic beast upon Mount Tian and had been bathed in St. John's medicinal bath. It had also slayed many monsters in the endless ocean to increase its combative power and made many a sea monsters into stew. Other than the fact that its physical body remained unchanged, all of its other abilities had long since evolved. Previously, that swordsman was at a disadvantage in his power, but the roc could directly compete with the smaller condor in strength, physique, and defense. "The wing on this bird is so meaty, it must be delicious when it's cooked." The voice of the black-winged condor was heard again, and the roc made a loud shrill, as if to give a violent attack. The black-winged condor zigged and zagged all the way in retreat, and the two golden shadows were constantly shifting and moving in the void, as if they had broken through the void. "What? In the void, the cultivators of the demonic realm frowned. The black wind condors seemed to retreat with an enchanting rhythm, dancing and flying in the air, and its movement gathered a violent momentum which wrapped it in a great storm of undeniable force. This damned beast was so deceitful, it had deliberately angered the rock. The rock's attack was getting stronger, but after many violent attempts, it was still unable to overcome the condor. The rock's energy continued to be depleted, and appeared to be exhausted, at least for the time being. At this moment, the black-winged condor moved. There was a long halberd clutched in its sharp claws, carrying with it a terrible storm that shuttled through the void in an instant, descended in front of the rock. The rock felt an incredibly overbearing and barbaric pressure swept over it. It let out a scream, but did not avoid the onslaught. Instead, it extended its sharp claws into golden blades, trying to stab the other. The halberd pierced through the sword, and it was broken and crushed. The halberd pierced through the claws of the rock, and then went on to penetrate its abdomen. The power of destruction was raging, and the rock made a pitiful whining sound. The brilliance on its body was still shining. Its wings shot out endless sharp spatial blades. With the dark, golden radiance attached to its body, the eyes of the black-winged condor turned into the eyes of darkness, as if they were enchanted. It rushed toward its opponent with the long halberd stay inserted in the other's abdomen. Its sharp claws clamped on the neck of the rock, and then ripped it open. Blood instantly spurted out. The black-winged condor took a bite. At this moment, it seemed to have turned into a bird of dark magic, wanting to drink the blood of the rock. "Come back!" Futian spat out a command, and the black-winged condor released the body of the rock immediately, allowed its body to fall down. The black-winged condor returned with a beautiful arc, landed in front of Futian. Its demonic pupils disappeared, revealing an innocent look. Futian reached out and flicked him on his head, said, "The enlightened demonic beast is strong than anything. You yourself is a divine bird." The black-winged condor seemed to partially understand what was being said to him, but he still felt it was a pity that the blood of the rock had gone to waste. But Futian was the boss. Whatever he said must be right. Futian glanced at the fallen rock. Many of the great demons had the exalted reputation of being sacred beasts, but it was not because all of them they were sacred, but only that they had the potential to becoming that. Sainthood was a qualitative change. Whether it was a person or a demon, once entered into the divine and baptized by the great path, a rebirth occurred to change them from head to toe. Therefore, Futian had stated that an enlightened demon was stronger than anything else. Once it became a demon saint, even though the black-winged condor itself was an ordinary bird. As a divine bird, it would metamorphose drastically. What the cultivators call the saint plane, for the extraordinary to be sanctified, they must shed their mortal body. Therefore, there was no need to drink the blood of the rock. This battle had already enraged the great demons of the demon peacock emperor's realm. He did not much care about the attitude of Emperor Li's realm, but to offend the demon peacock emperor's realm would be too much, and it would not be a good idea for the other two to join an alliance. Seeing the previously ferocious black-winged condor appeared in front of Futian as a tamed pet, many expressed a look of amazement. In the War of the Sacrifices, Emperor Xiao's realm had won all 3 battles. The crowd that was watching the battle from afar revealed an odd look. Emperor Xiao's realm was the least favored force among the 3 realms. However, at the Battle of the Sacrificial Flag in the beginning of the battle for the Empty Realm, Emperor Xiao's realm greeted the Empty Realm with a complete and total victory. So now, who else would dare to predict that Emperor Xiao's realm would definitely lose? Yu Sheng and that black-winged condor. Were they the wild cards of Emperor Xiao's realm? But that did not seem right either. Either Yu Sheng or that beast. They both seemed to obey the command of the white-haired youth next to Xia Qingyuan. Who was this handsome, white-haired young man? In the army of Emperor Xiao's realm, it seemed that he held a high position, very possibly second only to Xia Qingyuan. If so, was he the secret weapon of the army of Emperor Xia's realm? Many were now curious about Yi Futian's identity. Naturally, Liao knew him. Kong Zhan and Kong Xian also casted a glance at Yi Futian and seemed to realize that Xia Qingyuan was not their only opponent. Behind Xia Qingyuan, Tianji held the flag of Emperor Xia high up, and the blood-stained royal flag flew in the wind, making crisp sounds. The blood on the imperial flag was shocking to behold, but at this moment the army of Emperor Xia's realm was in high spirit. With victory of all 3 battles, the blood sacrificed on the imperial flag was a sign of glory. The flags of Emperor Li's realm and the demon peacock emperor's realm were still clean. Under the watch of many great demons, Kong Xian levitated and slashed her own tender skin and dripped blood on the imperial flag of the peacock realm. Since they could not garner a victory, she would make a sacrifice to the flag with her own blood. Liao also levitated into the sky and followed suit, solemn and tragic. Liao turned around and gazed at Xia Qingyuan and Yi Futian and said, "This is just the beginning. Put the imperial flag up in the city." The battle of the empty realm officially began. When he finished speaking, he waved and led the army to depart. "Sire, the daughter of Emperor Xia is quite the beauty. If captured alive, would sire reward her to me?" Next to Kong Zhan, a great demon's eyes filled with evil light and stared at Xia Qingyuan. "If someone could capture the daughter of Emperor Xia, she will be your spoils," Kong Zhan replied. His demonic eyes glanced at Xia Qingyuan. "That woman also looks good. Her skin is delicate. She must taste very good." Yet another demonic beast turned to the direction of Yaoshi. The evil light of his eyes was blazing. Many demonic beasts were lustful and sinister, and now that they were in the battlefield, they were even more unscrupulous and unrestrained. "That royal highness of yours also looks pretty good. How about having her come over and serve my master?" The black wind condor glanced at the talking demon with its enchanted pupils. Although it was not familiar with the princess and Yaoshi, but since they were the beauties next to its master, they both belonged to the master, and it was out of turn for these monsters to even think about touching them. Kong Xian's eyes shot toward the black wind condor like a sharp blade, the 9 color divine light shining upon her torso, and suddenly gave out a great sense of oppression. She was bathed in brilliant glory. Many great demons were also angrily roaring, staring at the black wind condor. How dare this beast to humiliate their noble princess? To serve his master? It was unthinkable. The black wind condor looked at the beautiful 9-color divine light displayed by Kong Xian, a little surprised. This woman was pretty powerful. "You heard about serving my master, so you decided to fan your peacock tails?" The black wind condor proudly raised its head. Hearing his words, the 9-color divine light shot from Kong Xian's torso. Behind her, many great demons roared and coming forward. Couldn't wait for the war to immediately begin, so they could tear this animal into pieces for being so rude. Yi Futian slapped the black wind condor on the head. Was its ego this inflated? "Shut up," Yi Futian whispered. This guy was pulling his legs and attracting unnecessary hatred for him. Sure enough, he saw Kong Xian staring at him, looking extremely unfriendly. The fanning of the tail was a mating ritual of lowly animals, such as the male peacock. This idiot dared to humiliate her with this analogy. Truly unforgivable. Chapter 1053. Yi Futian felt rather speechless with the black wind condor. He pressed his hand on the bird's head, turned around and left, feeling a chill running down his spine. Yi Futian felt rather speechless with the black wind condor. He pressed his hand on the bird's head, turned around and left, feeling a chill running down his spine. He probably had just got himself into trouble, as the asshole of a bird actually told Kong Xian to serve him. Xia Qingyuan wore no expression on her face when she said, "Let's go." The massive army of Emperor Xia's realm left as soon as she gave the word. Putting the imperial flags after the flag battle at the highest point of the imperial city signified the beginning of the Battle of Empty Realm. Deaths occurred during the battle were to stay within the battle. The Battle of Empty Realm had always been extremely brutal, and the trading of pointed words hardly had any bearing when life and death situations were common. Anyone could have said anything brutal and unforgiving at anyone. While the Black Wind Condor had indeed insulted Kong Xian, but those demonic beasts on the other side were pretty much doing the same as well. Everything were to be decided on the battlefield. With the imperial flag placed within the city, does it mean that we'd need to put garrisons as well then? Yi Futian somehow came to walk at the very front together with Xia Qingyuan, with the army following right behind them as he asked her. Yeah. Xia Qingyuan nodded. One of the Battle of Empty Realms rules. The city with their flag taken down would be eliminated from the battle. For many years, many from the losing side perished from defending their flags. Don't think about gathering a force to just go about taking down the flags of others. Well, we've won all 3 battles of the flag battle, but you've seen what they were made of. None of them were weak, and furthermore, that was before divine implements were brought out. Yi Futian understood what Xia Qingyuan meant. There were many at the very cutting edge of the top-notch figures among the armies of the 3 great imperial realms. There were even the likes of Wang Chuan among them. Furthermore, with the princes and princesses, no one would have believed it if any of them were to claim not having top-notch ritual implements with them. If the armies were to bring their full might to bear, they could have even killed saints at the first of the divine steps, while the might of an individual would have allowed them to kill their way throughout the battlefield. But if said individual were to take down an imperial all on their own, it would have proven next to impossible. In Yi Futian's case, it would have only been possible if he were to burn his imperial will. Yi Futian was barely managed to stay alive doing so with Emperor Xia deciding to spare him. If he dared to pull something like that at the upper worlds, it would have been akin to asking for his head to be put on a guillotine. Furthermore, if we were to attack, wouldn't that mean that we'd have to guard against yet another side attacking us? Yi Futian asked. That's a given. As such, we'd need to watch their moves constantly. Other than that, we'd need to be alert against cultivators appearing in any of the 3 war zones. Even if there were to be unaffiliated cultivators from the empty realm, they might actually turn out to be in the enemy's employ, or at least they could be spies. As such, if we were to find anyone within the war zones that were not of ours, we'd need to take them down. Xia Qingyuan then continued. One other thing. We couldn't afford to expose our true power right at the very beginning. Doing so would end up forcing our enemies to team up then. Yi Futian added, battles fought between 3 forces are more complicated than usual. We couldn't afford to trust any side, as there would only be one victor in the end. There's a risk of being set up if we were to team up with anyone, and no one would bother making the first move when launching attacks. Worse still, we'd still need to be on guard against each other, for fear that the other side is actually setting you up while pretending to be an ally, enabling them to cut down our flag first. All manner of scenarios took place during the past battles of the Empty Realm. Until one side became clearly more powerful than the other 2, the balance remained unbroken, Xia Qingyuan explained. In the last battle of Empty Realm, the leading figure of the Emperor Li's army had been a student of the imperial advisor of the Dali dynasty. He had been quite a strategist, going so far as to be willing to lure their opponents by sacrificing 1/4 of their army. They pretended to be weak all the time, making both Emperor Xia's realm and Demon Peacock Emperor's realm lower their guard. Emperor Xia's realm would have been able to secure victory by taking down the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm, so Emperor Xia's realm allied with Emperor Li's realm. However, during battle, Emperor Li's realm played both sides, letting the 2 other realms duke it out between each other and wearing down their forces considerably. After the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm's flag was cut down, Emperor Li's realm's forces burst with all of the power all of a sudden and ambushed Emperor Xia's realm's forces. They killed all the way in Emperor Xia's city. Massive casualties resulted. The imperial flag was cut down, and Emperor Li's realm's forces emerged as the victors. Xia Qingyuan's voice was calm. It was apparent that she knew the history of the last battle of Empty Realm like the back of her hand, so as to take the lesson to heart. In actual fact, despite having concealed a good portion of their powers, Emperor Li's realm's forces were indeed the weakest among the three back then. It was especially so after losing a good portion of their forces. One could have only said that the student of the Dali's imperial advisor has indeed had indomitable will and a very shrewd mind. While Yi Futian knew little about past battles of Empty Realm, but given how it was a battle fought once every 10 years and the battles were directly tied to command of the realm for a decade, one could have assumed that any methods imaginable could have been brought to play in the battlefield. Many behind them saw both Xia Qingyuan and Yi Futian being at the very front of the army, walking side by side. Many looked rather puzzled at the scene. Both Yu Sheng and the Black Wind Condor had been Yi Futian's people back in that flag battle earlier. Both of them bagged 2 victories, and one could have assumed that Yi Futian was also incredibly formidable himself. As such, it was only natural that the princess valued him so much. However, no one thought that she would have valued him that much, so that she came to see him as her equal. Both Xiao Sheng and Gong Sanzhong sported grim expressions. Xiao Sheng had prepared himself to enter Emperor Xiao's palace through fighting in that year's battle of Empty Realm, which would have enabled him to accumulated merits and renown in the battle, enabling him to legitimately serve Xia Qingyuan and wield actual power over Emperor Xiao's forces. However, the scene before them seemed to have said that Xia Qingyuan had already made Yi Futian her lieutenant. That had been the expectations Xiao Sheng's family had placed on him. The army returned to the city and placed the imperial flag at a palace at the central region. Xia Qingyuan ascended the steps and addressed her people below. In this year's battle of Empty Realm, the army of Emperor Xiao's realm shall be divided into 5 legions. The Tian and the Dou were a legion in themselves, respectively. I expect the leading figures for these 2 legions had already been assigned by the sacred generals. Yi Futian shall lead the legion consisting of those from the 9 states, those of other forces here at the upper worlds. Despite being of different forces, we shall stand in this battlefield as one legion, which I would lead personally. Those who train in Emperor Xia's city here at Empty Realm shall be led by Tianji. Any questions? The myriad of top-notch forces in the upper worlds, Divine Cloud Valley, the Shao clan, the Shenyuan Palace, the Jiutian Temple, the Qin Palace, and many others, deployed their very beast, and they looked formidable. Furthermore, Xia Qingyuan appeared to be the only one capable of lording over their respective leading figures. If they were to be left to their own devices, they would have stayed among their own and made streamlining their actions difficult, which would have in turn been a liability in the battle of Empty Realm. There was a force from Emperor Xia's realm remaining in Emperor Xia's city at Empty Realm. The killings were stopped when the battles were over. With the victor taking control over Empty Realm, they naturally would not have provoked the other 2 sides by killing unnecessarily. "We shall serve you, princess!" Xiao Sheng and Gong Sanzhong were the first to bow and pledge their vow. The mighty ones behind them followed suit. Of the 5 legions, Yi Futian's was the numerous, and they could have hardly been even called a legion. Xia Qingyuan allowed them to be recognized as a legion on their own, as from her perspective, despite lacking in numbers, there were several top-notch figures among them, which could have served as vanguards or secret weapons of Emperor Xia's realm's forces. Xia Qingyuan continued to delegate tasks. The cultivators of Empty Realm knew the place better than anyone, so they were tasked to protect the imperial flag and monitor the enemy's movements. Details about operations were naturally delegated to Tianji. When Xia Qingyuan was delegating tasks, Yi Futian chose to walk off on his own instead. "Where are you going?" Xia Qingyuan asked Yi Futian. "A stroll outside the demonic city," Yi Futian said. Black Wind Condor was mentally linked with him and appeared rather excited. It flapped its wings as it came to Yi Futian's side. Xia Qingyuan looked at Yi Futian and knew that he would have never obeyed the chain of command, just as she expected. As such, she never intended to give any tasks to him in the first place. Brother Yi, the Battle of Empty Realm could not be fought with individual bravado alone. You might be formidable as an individual, but that would not have helped in the battle. It is best that you listen to what the princess has to say, Xiaosheng said with a smile and appeared rather amicable. Yi Futian took a look at him before turning her eyes back to Xia Qingyuan. Please rest assured, princess. I'm only there to look at how things are, and I have no intentions of taking risks. Xia Qingyuan heard Yi Futian and nodded, saying, Be careful then. Thank you, princess. Yi Futian nodded, and then, at Sword Saint, Gu Donlu and the others, saying, Big brother shall be in charge in my absence. Yi Futian stepped onto the black wind condor when he was done. The bird flapped its wings and took to the air, heading far away. Hey, boss, are we going to pick up your concubine? The black wind condor's eyes glimmered and looked rather excited. That daughter of the demon peacock emperor might be a demonic beast cultivator, but she has little difference to humans. And that body of hers, man, perfect. Boss sure is quick with his actions. Lord Black Wind Condor here sure is looking forward to it. Now I wonder if you'd fit in a pot. Yi Futian lowered his head and glared at the bird, causing it to squirm, feeling rather vexed. Wait, so boss is uninterested in that demon girl at all? You'll get to open that big mouth of yours when we're at their turf, Yi Futian continued. The bird's eyes sparkled, as it was akin to allowing it to provoke those from the demon peacock emperor's realm. At the Dali dynasty far away before the Battle of Empty Realm was about to begin. The palace of Dali dynasty was extremely regal. It shot into the skies and looked even more magnificent than Emperor Xiao's palace. A middle-aged man in cultivator's robe was seen at the top of the sky-gazing tower of Dali Palace, casting his gaze into the stars. He waved his hand, and the stars began to shift, as if the great path had swifted as well. The robed middle-aged man was an impressive figure, stood above the billions at Dali dynasty, and served only the emperor himself. The man was none other than the imperial advisor of Dali. The imperial advisor of Dali was the most knowledgeable person throughout the entire Dali dynasty, and everyone in the dynasty knew that there was no powers that the imperial advisor was unable to master. The imperial advisor took only a handful of students, yet every single one of them were impressive geniuses in their own right. He was a huge factor to Emperor Li's realm's present-day glory. The imperial advisor frowned with great concern as he observed the changes of the celestial phenomenon. Two beams seemed to have shot from his eyes, enabling him to pierce the stars and see the secrets behind them. However, his eyes actually bled after observing the stars for quite a while. It was a harrowing scene to behold, and yet he seemed to have felt nothing. He then gave up after being at it for quite a while. He sighed deep down. The might of Dali dynasty is in decline. But why? Chapter 1054. The Black Wind Condor flew all the way through the empty realm, heading for the demon peacock city. The Black Wind Condor flew all the way through the empty realm, heading for the demon peacock city. To Yi Futian, his main target on that trip was Emperor Elai's realm, and the demon peacock emperor's realm was not within his sights. He cared little for the outcome of the war. So long as those from Emperor Xiao's realm were not performing too poorly, there was no way they would have lost in the Battle of Empty Realm. It was especially so when the imperial flag of the demon peacock city was concerned. Cutting it down would have been a breeze, although some methods would have been required. There was not even a need for their armies to clash to get that done. As such, he headed straight for Demon Peacock City, alone with the Black Wind Condor. That place had huge number of demonic beasts guarding it at the moment. Demonic aura was so thick that it shot to the heavens. The Black Wind Condor dived from above and saw one demonic beast after another taking to skies, ready to intercept them in the air. Formidable violent aura was seen in their eyes. They eyed the place behind the bird and were surprised to find no army. It was just one human and one beast. Worse still, it was that foul beast that dared to insult Her Highness. Boom! Strong gale tore through the space. The black winged condor sped through the air and continued on its way to the sky above the city. The army below the city rose together with them, barricading the city below altogether. One demon beast after another shot to the sky, getting ready to intercept Yi Futian and the black winged condor. Terrifying demonic aura swept through the place, and they saw one eerie beam after another shot from below. It seemed as if the demon lions ganged up on them in a ferocious manner. The black winged condor's eyes shone with golden demonic light and brought its claws to bear. Terrifying space-tearing power shot below, tearing those demonic attacks apart one after another. Its speed was frightening as it continued, moving forward. It quickly appeared at the central region of the demon peacock city, right before a demon hall. The armies were garrisoning there. Both Kong Zhan and Kong Xian looked up, glaring at the human and beast above coldly, thinking those two to have had death wishes to simply barge in like that. The black winged condor was very high up in the air and posed no threat to the imperial flag of the city. Even so, however, the armies below continued to be on guard against them. The terrifying army of demonic beasts took to the air. Are these two really trying to just take the flag on their own? Boss, can I talk now? The bird asked Yi Futian telepathically. Yi Futian did not answer, and the black winged condor took it to be silent approval. Excitement was seen in the bird's pitch-black eyes. It spread its wings in the air and screeched at the crowd below. Kong Xian, you demonic woman, come up and serve my master. Yi Futian felt rather speechless. What the hell is this guy thinking? Is that the only thing it knows? He did not, however, stop the bird from talking. If it liked provoking the enemy that much, he saw no reason to stop it. Divine light of 9 colors shone on Kong Xian. That fiery body of hers took to the air. She was dressed in feathered garb of the peacock and looked demonically beautiful. Its voluptuous body and stunning appearance shone with a feral grace about it. You really have a death wish. A howl was heard from below. A rock tore through the space from below, holding a golden spear, and dazzled as it streaked through the space in a heartbeat, aiming to kill the black winged condor. A gale was whipped up and the space glittered. The black winged condor appeared somewhere else and making its opponent miss. It nonetheless kept its eyes on the rock, feeling the power gushing from its opponent, and saw the bird actually holding a space-type divine implement. You lowly human, you dare to insult Her Highness. The rock's eyes tore through space and shot forward at Yi Futian and the black winged condor. My master had the potential of an emperor. It'd be the honor of Kong Xian, the demonic girl, to be able to serve my master. She should come to him personally and beg to be pampered. The bird then continued, As for you lowly beasts, you shall bow before my master. The bird fired away with impunity, seeing how its master did not bother stopping it. Yi Futian was feeling exasperated and wondering why he had never discovered the beast to have possessed such talents in the past. The shamelessness the bird exhibited easily eclipsed his own. Furthermore, the bird was acting all pompous and holier than thou, speaking in a very condescending manner, as if it was actually a stead of an emperor, feeling very proud of itself. However, Yi Futian remained looking as if he was enjoying it all. He stood on top of the black winged condor and acted as if the bird was telling nothing but the truth. His silver-haired and white-garbed silhouette remained eyeing Kong Xian in a formidable, unpredictably powerful stance. He was thinking if he should make it a king of blabbermouth of sorts if the bird were to ever become a demon lord. Kong Xian looked up at the black winged condor and then Yi Futian, who was standing on its back. He eyed her with an unfazed, serene look, as if he was appraising her looks and figure right there and then. If Yi Futian had not gave the bird his permission, it would have not dared to be so insolent. Kong Xian's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Despite having an enduring disposition, demonic aura nonetheless coursed throughout her body. Divine light of 9 colors glittered, and her white, supple hands were clenched. Me, Kong Xian, should go to him personally and ask to be pampered? This is unforgivable. Orders to the Godly Wing Legion. A voice was heard, saying coldly beside Kong Xian. One demonic beast after another flapped their wings and ganged up on the duo in the air. There was one thing in common with all those demonic beasts: the possessed wings and reversed in speed attacks. They consisted the fastest elite legion in the grand army of Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. Kill them, Kong Zhan said coldly. The group of demonic beasts shot to the air. Several rock, moved the fastest, and streaked through the air at Yi Futian and the black-winged condor. They wanted to see how those two would have ended up dead. Let's go. Yi Futian gave his orders telepathically. The black-winged condor streaked higher into the sky like a bolt of lightning. The legion of demonic beasts had no intentions of sparing them. They all sped like lightning bolts as they pursued the duo, shooting into the clouds. I'll go up and kill them. Divine light of 9 colors glittered on Kong Xian. She hovered in the air and headed high into the sky. Beware of traps, Kong Zhan reminded her. The human and the beast had came to provoke them with mean words, insulting Kong Xian. What are they trying to do here? All manner of tricks were used in the battlefield of the empty realm. Lowly tricks of all kinds had been used before, the likes of flushing out the enemy into the open and entice the enemy to leave their vantage ground were naturally commonly seen tactics. With the 3 armies of the imperial realms getting into their respective cities not long ago, Yi Futian showed up before everyone settled. It was entirely possible that he was there to ambush Kong Xian, which made it all the more important to be on guard. I won't go after them too far. I'll get back to the city soon. Kong Xian had already shot to the air by the time she finished reassuring her brother. She was extremely fast and disappeared in an instant. Although she knew that the black-winged condor was only doing all of that to get to her nerves, she remained indignant. She was compelled to kill that foul beast and that wretched human cultivator, who allowed his stead to insult her like that. Serve him and ask to be pampered, eh? The Godly Wing Legion of the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm was flying at frightening speeds. However, that black-winged condor was not slow in any way itself. Having developed compression of space rules, the powers enabled it to continue to streak through the air at near impossible speeds. Many demon beasts were gradually left in the dust, with Kong Xian and some top-notch demonic beasts who were extremely adept at speed, being the ones able to keep up with the black-winged condor. You dared to speak in such an insolent manner, and yet you now run like dogs with tails between their legs. Kong Xian quipped coldly. She looked unervingly divine while basking in the divine light of 9 colors. Would you dare come alone, demonic girl? Me and Master would be happy fight you for 300 rounds. You'd definitely be willing to submit yourself to my master after you fight him, the black-winged condor answered without turning its head around. It continued to streak forward, and its voice was heard throughout the place. The divine light of 9 colors coursing all over Kong Xian felt like the light of the great path. Her chest heaved as extreme, killing intent was seen burning in her eyes. The light turned even more glittering as she accelerated all of a sudden. She alone was the only one capable of close-in on the black-winged condor. So much so that Eventi rocks were left in the dust. It was a testament of how frightening her speed actually was. She is fast, the black-winged condor said to itself for her being to be able to close in on it so easily. However, its eyes continued to look unfazed and without the slightest hint of anxiousness. Despite the fact that there was no way for it to defeat the daughter of the Demon Emperor, it nonetheless had someone to back it. The bird would not have dared to be so insolent otherwise. The divine light of 9 colors shrouded the entire place. Dazzling feathers of the peacock appeared in the air, blocking out the sky altogether. "Hey, boss." She is really getting serious. "You really don't want to think about it?" The black-winged condor screeched. The feathers of the peacock shone throughout the heavens, which truly looked like a peacock flaunting its tail, looking incredibly dazzling. Kong Xian's expression was a grim one. The black-winged condor felt as if the sky was blocked out by the light of the peacock under the powers of the divine light of 9 colors. Extremely huge feathers of the peacock were seen blocking out the sky. A extremely terrifying devouring power manifested and making it difficult for the black-winged condor to continue forward. It seemed to even beginning to make it swept in the other direction instead. Boom! The black-winged condor's wings shook violently, intending to continue streaking through the air. Its body burst through the air, and yet it quickly found that it had not even budged an inch. It continued to move at the very same spot, with space being pulled behind its body. The demon Peacock Emperor had heavenly means and was a lord over one whole realm. That alone was a testament of its powers. All great monsters at St. Plain of the demon Peacock Emperor's realm were under its rule, and they were beings that comprehended the powers of the Great Path. As the daughter of the demon Peacock Emperor and had extreme talents, she and her twin brother, Kong Zhan, were known as the most exceptional heirs to the throne, with their training being at the very pinnacle of Sage Plain and half a step into St. Plain. They were at the level of getting into St. Plain, and their powers had the might of the Great Path in them. Kong Zhan and Kong Xian were the leading figures of the demon Peacock Emperor's realm's forces in that year's battle of Empty Realm. They both were also the strongest of them all. As such, Kong Xian dared to lead her people to come out to kill those two without fear of getting ambushed. It was a testament in her great confidence in her own power. Even though the black-winged condor had showcased its extremely formidable powers before, and Yi Futian, as its master, would have definitely been stronger, but she remained fearless. Yi Futian turned around and eyed Kong Xian. He somewhat felt an aura similar to that of Wang Chuan from her, that she was someone a step away from attaining sainthood. That dazzling divine light of 9 colors and the feathers of the peacock that shrouded the place already had the might of the Great Path in Ti. Furthermore, she was the descendant of the demon Peacock Emperor, which meant it was extremely possible that her powers were above that of Wang Chuan. However, Kong Xian was not his target. He deemed it best to simply leave the descendant of the demon Peacock Emperor alone. Due to Kong Xian's status, the emperor would have definitely had something up his sleeve concerning his descendants. If he were to actually control Kong Xian, he would have most probably ended up alerting the emperor, and he might have even needed to suffer the recoil himself. The victory of the Battle of Empty Realm would have definitely been theirs, but his main target was still Emperor Li's realm. He had no intentions of offending an emperor of the demon beasts. If Kong Xian were to find out that Yi Futian was actually considering if he wanted to put her under his control, it would have been anyone's guess what she would have felt. Her stared at Yi Futian with a cold expression. That human looked incredibly exceptional and was definitely a rare, strikingly handsome man. But she never expected him to be so shameless and despicable. Chapter 1055. Yi Futian turned around and walked towards Kong Xian. The black-winged condor behind looked on with glittering eyes and said, "Hey, demonic girl, my master is going to teach you a lesson now." Yi Futian turned around and walked towards Kong Xian. The black-winged condor behind looked on with glittering eyes and said, "Hey, demonic girl, my master is going to teach you a lesson now." Yi Futian had an urge to just chuck the bird into a pot and see if it would have fit right there and then. Well, he did permit the bird to provoke the enemy, but it seemed as if it was really overdoing it so much that he felt compelled to teach the bird a lesson instead. Kong Xian's eyes were fixed at Yi Futian. One demonic beast after another zipped by behind her. She pointed at the black-winged condor and said, "Kill it." Cold eyes came to glare at the black-winged condor within seconds, causing the bird to shiver. While the bird was indeed very confident of its own powers, it deemed it rather stupid to just stay behind and fight, choosing to bail instead. It zipped away with just one flap of its wings, leaving Yi Futian behind. The demonic girl needed a lesson, and its master would have naturally gave her one. There was no need for the bird to worry about him. Gale blew, and one demonic beast after another streaked past, chasing after the black-winged condor. Their cold, brutal eyes seemed to be such that if they were indeed able to catch up with the black-winged condor, they would have tore the bird to bite sizes. The Battle of Empty Realm had just begun, yet the black-winged condor had already become the #1 target of the army of Demon Peacock Emperor's realm, and one that needed to be killed before anything else. That asshole of a bird is just too much. Kong Xian shrouded Yi Futian with her aura. There were several other top-notch monsters other than her that did not pursue the black-winged condor, staying behind to watch the fight between the two instead. Their wings flapped about in the air as their demonic aura got extremely overbearing, barricading Yi Futian. While all of them were extremely confident of Kong Xian's powers, but she was nonetheless a princess of the Demon Peacock Emperor. As the daughter of the Demon Peacock Emperor, Kong Xian's status in the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm would have definitely been on par with that of Xia Qingyuan in Emperor Xiao's realm. As such, there were definitely mighty ones staying behind to guard her, as leaving her outside alone was utterly unthinkable. Furthermore, both Yu Sheng and the Black-Winged Condor had displayed extremely powerful might in the flag battles before. The Black-Winged Condor was but a stead of Yi Futian and seemed to take only his orders, which meant that Yi Futian's powers must have been above that of the Black-Winged Condor. Furthermore, he would have been considerably more powerful than the bird for being able to subdue it, making it fully willing to serve him. Even so, none of them had any intentions of participating in the fight there. With Kong Xian around, they firmly believed that she would have definitely been able to take him down, regardless of how powerful he actually was. At that moment, Yi Futian's body was surrounded by Kong Xian's divine light world. The extremely dazzling feathers seemed to be pulsing with the rules of the Great Path, as if Kong Xian's might of the Great Path alone ruled that very area they were in. Zoop zoop, blinding divine light of 9 colors from the peacock's feathers shot out, heading straight for Yi Futian. The light had intense killing intentions within it, as if it was out to wipe out everyone targeted by the light. Yi Futian felt the pressure and was somewhat aware that his opponent's power seemed to resemble the rules of light practiced by the Hall of Holy Light, yet was of greater power. The divine light of 9 colors seemed to be something evolved from the usual power of rules of light. Yi Futian was able to clearly see the might of the Great Path heading straight for him and was extremely overbearing. His will was triggered, and terrifying light of the stars appeared around him, but they were quickly reduced to nothingness under the divine light of 9 colors. The shattered light of the stars were even swallowed by the peacock's divine feathers right there and then, assimilating them into the power of the divine light of 9 colors. That was the power of the Great Path overpowering that of the rules, which was in its nature overpowering effects brought forth by something of a higher order of magnitude in its very nature. Yi Futian's space-freezing rules were punched through right away by the divine light of 9 colors. The dazzling, devastating light seemed incredibly beautiful nonetheless as they showered on Yi Futian. Kong Xian glared at Yi Futian's silhouette with an extremely cold expression. None would have been able to take an attack from the divine light and emerge unscathed, yet Yi Futian did not bother to even evade. Boom! The divine light of 9 colors bombarded onto Yi Futian's body, which rang violently when the light hit him. Defense light was seen coursing about Yi Futian's body, but the divine light of 9 colors was nonetheless able to punch through his defenses and hit his body right away. At that moment, Yi Futian was able to clearly sense how powerful the divine light of 9 colors truly was. It seemed to have consisted of any type of offensive powers, destruction, shredding, overpowering, and the sort. In that very instant, Yi Futian felt that he was being bombarded by multi-layered power of rules, intending to tear his body apart. Such was the talent of Kong Xian, talents inherited by the descendants of the demon peacock emperor. Her predecessor was at Run Huang level of training. His powers embodied the way of the heavens and was in all ways overpowering. His descendants were blessed from birth by being destined to be able to develop comprehensions of the great ways. Kong Xian, for example, would have become a saint at the very least, and she would have been able to get there naturally without having to do much. The ultimate dream that many human and demonic beast cultivators toiled to achieve would have probably been the starting point for her instead, as she was able to get that far without doing much. This guy sure has a death wish. The demonic beasts around Yi Futian stared at him. All of them were surprised that he dared to take on the divine light of 9 colors from Her Highness, using only her body. Not even great monsters in the demon peacock emperor's realm, who were known for their extremely formidable constitutions, would have dared done such a thing. Their bodies would have been torn apart right there and then, and they would not have even had the time to realize anything before they ended up dead. Violent ringing noise was heard, and the scenario in everyone's mind did not happen. Yi Futian's body was shaken, yet he stood where he was in a steady manner still. He was indeed bombarded by the divine light of 9 colors, yet the light was unable to destroy his body. The demonic beast sported peculiar expressions, being surprised that his body was even stronger than those top-notch great monsters. Kong Xian was just as dumbfounded as she looked at Yi Futian. The divine light of 9 colors was unable to destroy him? Her eyes were incredibly cold. Boundless divine light of 9 colors continued to shower below, bombarding Yi Futian's body like it cost nothing. Rumbling noises continued to be heard. Yi Futian's blood boiled and turned. The divine light of 9 colors circled about on him, as if the attacks were tempering his body instead. Kong Xian only came to realize how unervingly formidable Yi Futian's physical body was. While the person had been shameless and despicable, yet his powers were just as they expected. It was no wonder why he dared to provoke them at the demon peacock city all on his own. The divine feathers of the peacock burst with boundless divine light around her. Kong Xian's hand extended in Yi Futian's direction. Boundless divine light manifested as a peacock, which looked like a true peacock demon saint, flying straight at Yi Futian, opening its mouth to chomp on him. The currents in the space around them reversed and were being absorbed into that big mouth. Even the might of the rules of the Great Path was being devoured by that peacock. Yi Futian felt as if a gale had whipped up around him. The currents around his body was being absorbed into the peacock's mouth in a frenzy. He seemed to have a hard time holding himself still, seemingly about to be devoured by the peacock. Rules and spiritual chi in that space had all been devoured, and the place seemed to have been drained altogether. Such demonic means nothing short of heavenly indeed. Yi Futian intended to coalesce a halberd with rule powers, but quickly found it difficult to materialize said weapon. He was able to sense all manner of powerful limitations within that space, as if the place had been completely taken over by Kong Xian. He looked up at Kong Xian, who was above him, finding her sexy silhouette to look more alluring as she was basking in the divine light of 9 colors. He let the violent divine light of 9 colors bombard his body. He took one step forward, going along with the devouring powers instead. The humongous peacock devoured all straying light, and Yi Futian was swallowed by that peacock together with the light. In that instant, he felt as if he had been thrust into the world of the divine feathers of the peacock, with boundless divine light deconstructing everything in it devoured. Yi Futian's speed remained that of a lightning bolt, sprinting at a single direction. He lifted his arm, and terrifying will of rules coursed about on his body. Boundless light of particles glimmered on his fist. When he threw out a punch, it seemed as if their surroundings were about to crumble. That peacock wall was shattered right there and then. His body burst through the peacock's shadow, heading straight for Kong Xian directly above. Kong Xian was totally unfettered despite seeing Yi Futian coming straight for her. Divine light of 9 colors continued to course about her body, and she threw a punch as well, with the boundless divine light. She actually intended to take on Yi Futian in close quarters. Demonic beasts possessed extremely powerful combat prowess to begin with, and that daughter of the demon Peacock Emperor was naturally no exception. Fists from both sides clashed, and terrifying, violent rumble was heard. Yi Futian's fist was imbued with terrifying, offensive force capable of wrecking anything it hit. Yet when that power clashed with the divine light of 9 colors on Kong Xian's fist, his powers continued to shatter instead. The power that he drove into Kong Xian's arm was unable to even faze her. She simply ended up twitching from the wild tremor of his powers. Yi Futian threw yet another punch without hesitation, and Kong Xian continued to look fearless. She did not choose to back away during that last clash, opting to fight Yi Futian right there and then instead. Boom, boom, boom. Violent rumbles reverberated throughout their surroundings. The divine light of 9 colors from her continued to destroy everything else around. None would have expected Kong Xian's sexy body and petite fist held such frightening powers. However, the great monsters around them were shaken to the core as well. Yi Futian is actually able to clash head-on with Her Highness? With the exception of His Highness Kong Zhan, there were probably no one else below Saint Plane in Demon Peacock Emperor's realm capable of doing what Yi Futian did right there. Boom! Yet another rumble was heard. A dazzling arc zipped past Yi Futian, retreating far away. Kong Xian's body burst with terrifying glitter of light. It seemed that saintly might was cast again, intending to bring out a divine implement. However, the halberd of time and space appeared in Yi Futian's hand at the same time, pulsing with brilliant light. He took one look at Kong Xian and said, "You're indeed formidable, Princess Kong Xian." That steed of mine had a potty mouth, but it told the truth nonetheless. "If you're willing to serve me, I would actually consider it." His body turned around and left with a beam of light as soon as he finished. Those great monsters intended to pursue him, but Kong Xian said instead, "Stay back. Call those demonic beasts who went to pursue the bird." Sweat seeped through her clothes, and her sexy body was twitching about. Her cold eyes glared at Yi Futian's departing silhouette, that despicable bastard. However, she was nonetheless able to sense how formidable Yi Futian was in that battle and was on par with her powers. She was unable to keep him around, and so chose to give up pursuing him instead. Furthermore, with the others pursuing the black-winged condor, she was concerned if they had fallen in enemy traps. That bird was very shrewd after all. Kong Xian was never Yi Futian's target. He headed straight to one direction after he left. In a barren land of a mountain in empty realm, the black-winged condor and the group of demonic beasts were all there. Those demonic beasts were incredibly pissed, and it seemed the black-winged condor had led them to run in circles. It lured all of them there, yet there were no ambushing troops found. At that moment, the black-winged condor halted all of a sudden, turning around to glare at those demonic beasts, which halted and glared the bird in return. Coldness was seen in the black-winged condor's eyes as it said, "You guys dare chase me this far, eh? You're all done for." The bird shared a mental link with Yi Futian, and it knew what to do to synchronize with its master, with just one thought from Yi Futian. Those demonic beasts from Demon Peacock Emperor's realm, including Kong Xian, were all probably set up by the bird's master. A silhouette zipped past from far away, and it was none other than Yi Futian, coming to meet up with his bird. Chapter 1056, Refusal to Fight. Chapter 1056, Refusal to Fight. A fierce light flashed in the big demon's eyes as they saw Yi Futian coming towards them. Her Majesty had not taken care of him? They were not even sure just how powerful Her Majesty was. But long ago, all of the strongest members of the younger generation of each demon family had said that they were weaker than her. Demonic beasts respected the law of the jungle more than humans, and so they were in awe of truly powerful demonic beasts. Thus, the most powerful demons would not give Kong Xian any true recognition or respect just because she was the descendant of the demon emperor. Why would powerful demons like the rock listen to the orders of a weakling? Yi Futian must have fled from her. Whoosh! A crowd of great demons surrounded Yi Futian. Princess Kong Xian had not been able to capture him, but these demons were ferociously powerful and also very careful. Yi Futian walked forward towards the rock, which was surrounded by brilliant golden light. His eyes flashed with dazzling golden lightning. "We'll kill him together," spat the rock in an arrogant voice. A violent storm suddenly whipped up as a group of demonic beasts surged forward. They slashed out with sharp claws as they attacked him in the manner of the demonic families. Their destructive aura seemed like it would annihilate everything around them. The black-winged condor looked at them with contempt. Would surrounding him be of any use? Soon they would know the fear of being dominated. Although the black-winged condor was itself dominated, it was happy to be so. Nobody had forced Grandfather Condor to follow the boss back in the beginning. Its form flashed as it rose up into the air. It looked off into the distance, seemingly keeping a lookout. Below, Yi Futian held the halberd of time and space. Destructive lightning appeared around him, and crackling sounds rang out all around as demonic beasts were killed one after another and fell to the ground. When the other demonic beasts saw that something was wrong, they tried to flee, but soon they were all caught up in the attack. They saw a pair of eyes that pierced their very souls, leaving an unforgettable impression in their minds. Before long, these demonic beasts had been wounded and fled. They went back to the other demonic beasts who had come to call them away, and together they left with Kong Xian for Demon Peacock City. Many people in the city were extremely angry. They had let Yi Futian and the other fools escape, and so many plans were made to kill them. But Princess Kong Xian said that although she could have defeated Yi Futian, she would not have stayed there just for him. They thought that the matter would end there, but they never would have imagined that before long Yi Futian and the black-winged condor would appear in the skies above Demon Peacock City, right above their heads. Kong Zhan, Kong Xian, and countless demons looked at the man and the demon up in the sky with extremely cold eyes. Would they never be free of them? Do you want to serve my master, witch? If you do your best, you will have the chance to win his favor, the black-winged condor would often call from the sky. It continuously provoked them, but when Kong Xian sent demons to pursue it, it would just fly up high in the sky and escape. This made many of the cultivators of the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm want to kill Yi Futian and the black-winged condor and grind their bones to ash, especially the beast who boasted incessantly. They wanted to pull out its tongue and cut it into pieces. Several days later, Yi Futian and the black-winged condor had still not left Demon Peacock City. They had been surrounded many times, but had always managed to escape. And every time they fought, a few of the demonic beasts from Demon Peacock City would be lost. Yi Futian and the black-winged condor had been a thorn in the side of the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm in the battle at the Empty Realm. Finally, Kong Xian ordered for everyone to completely ignore Yi Futian and the black-winged condor, and to let them sit up in the air and taunt them. However, constantly hearing the black-winged condor's taunts made it so that the demons in the city could not rest easy. Gradually, they even began to become numb. If a day came when they did not hear the black-winged condor taunting them by asking Kong Xian to serve Yi Futian, they would have thought it strange. In the city, many people suggested they send an army to attack Emperor Xiao's realm. But if they did so, they were afraid that Emperor Li's realm would take the opportunity to invade them. Moreover, Yi Futian was still here. In the Empty Realm, those who were paying attention to the Battle of Empty Realm all gradually heard the news about Yi Futian and the black-winged condor provoking the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. Many of them were silent for a while, This Yi Futian and his mount were truly shameless, and were using a shameless method to gradually drain the demon Peacock Emperor's realm's strength. They pitted Princess Kong Xian, a daughter of the demon Peacock Emperor and a powerful hero, was humiliated daily by Yi Futian. Many cultivators were uneasy on her account. Of course, there were also those who thought that it would be amazing to have Kong Xian serving them, but they didn't have the guts to say this out loud. The cultivators of Emperor Li's realm also heard the news. Over the next couple days, Emperor Li's city and Emperor Xia's city both reorganized their armies, preparing for an occupation. They sent spies to the empty realm to investigate their enemies' movements. Emperor Li's realms knew of all of Yi Futian's actions. In Emperor Li's city, Li Yao heard all the reports. A cold light flashed in his eyes. They may have won 3 victories at the flag battle of the empty realm. But does Emperor Xiao's realm really think they can win this war? He asked coldly. Yi Futian and the Black Wind Condor were wasting the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm's strengths all by themselves, which was a good strategy. It was a good way to deal with Kong Xian. If it had been done to him, he'd have no way to counter it. Yi Futian is indeed extremely strong if he is able to contend with Kong Xian. According to the news we've received, the siblings Kong Zhan and Kong Xian are the strongest demonic beasts in the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. This implies that Yi Futian's power is no less than that of Xia Qingyuan. The 2 of them must be enough to crush the siblings. Otherwise, this provocation would already have gotten them killed, said a young man beside Li Yao. Is it possible that this is all a scheme hatched by Emperor Xia's realm and the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm, and they're putting on a show for us? Asked Li Yao. He seemed full of doubt. Probably not. Many demons have died at Yi Futian's hands these past few days, and many of them were from top families like the Rock. If this is all for show, then the Demon Peacock Emperor is being extremely arrogant. He could not easily sacrifice the Rock. Li Yao nodded. He naturally understood this, but there was no disadvantage to being cautious. What recklessness to think that they can know and decide the outcome of this battle. Yi Futian's talent is outstanding, but he has valor but lacks strategy. Li Yao smiled. What do you think we should do, Yuan Jin? Yi Futian and his mount must have thoroughly angered Kong Xian and the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm by now, answered Yuan Jin. So we should make an alliance with the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. Li Yao continued to ask for advice. He placed a great deal of trust in this student of the imperial advisor of Emperor Li's realm who had personally come to advise him in battle. Thanks to the imperial advisor's student's assistance in the battle for the empty realm, Emperor Li's realm was stronger than it had been 10 years ago, and now they had the advantage. With advice from a student of the imperial advisor, how could they not expect victory? In this battle of 3 sides, everyone will constantly try to deceive each other, especially since the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm will try to get revenge for the lesson they learned 10 years ago. But they will also be on guard against us, and will not just casually form an alliance, said Yuan Jin. They will only do so if there is an opportunity in it for them. In that case, what should we do? Asked Li Yao. Now that Yi Futian is drawing the Peacock Emperor's realm's ire, His Majesty can directly send an army against Emperor Xiao's city. We have no need to form an alliance for this future war. We just have to keep attacking Emperor Xiao's realm. Over time, us and the Peacock Emperor's realm will form a tacit understanding. Other than the precautions that we take against each other, this will be stronger than a verbal agreement, said Yuan Jin. And as a result, both Emperor Li's realm and Emperor Xiao's realm will be expending their resources. This will make those demonic beasts believe in our sincerity. Li Yao smiled. He knew what Yuan Jin was getting at. First, they would form a tacit agreement and destroy Emperor Xiao's city, taking it out of the picture. Afterwards, they could fight with the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. Moreover, it would be a sincere alliance. They would not use any underhanded tricks, as those demonic beasts would probably sense them. In the wars of the upper realms, Emperor Xiao's realm is at a disadvantage, and thus we use trickery. This time, we just need to go with the flow in order to win this war for the empty realm. Yuan Jin appeared full of confidence. In that case, then I must ask you to go out to battle with the army, brother. Li Yao smiled. Although he was a prince of Emperor Li's realm, he had cultivated with the imperial advisor, which made Yuan Jin his sworn brother. There were many princes of Emperor Li's realm, and they secretly fought among themselves without end. The imperial advisor was highly regarded by Emperor Li, and thus all the princes greatly respected him. The news spread quickly throughout Emperor Xia's city that an army was gathering in Emperor Li's city and was about to set out towards them. The whole army was quickly called together and prepared to form battle matrices. At that moment, many cultivators were gathered beneath Emperor Xia's banner outside the palace. Each of the commanders had come to Xia Qingyuan's side, including Sword Saint, Gudonglu, Yu Sheng, and others. Many of the cultivators of the top forces of the upper realms were there as well. Emperor Li's realm had launched such a decisive attack on them that they were all a bit surprised. But since they were coming, they would naturally meet them in battle. Have you sent someone to notify Brother Yi, Princess? Xiao Sheng asked from beside Xia Qingyuan. On occasions such as this, he would naturally call her Princess. Xia Qingyuan nodded. She had already sent someone to Demon Peacock Emperor City to find Yi Futian. Emperor Li's troops were pressing on their borders, and there would likely be a large battle. Right now, Brother Yi is taking on Demon Peacock Emperor City all by himself, proving himself worthy of the title of hero of this generation. But now that Emperor Li's army is pressing upon us, Yi Futian is acting resolutely, preventing us from being attacked on both sides. Xiao Sheng spoke calmly, not hiding anything. He stated the pros and cons clearly. Xia Qingyuan nodded. But he is strong enough that by himself he is worth 1,000 men, said Xiao Sheng with a smile. Just as he was speaking, a group of figures appeared in the air riding on a divine implement, crossing the sky at an incredible speed. They descended and bowed to Xia Qingyuan. Here is our report. Yi Futian says that as long as the princess is here, we will surely win this battle. He will continue to observe the movements in Demon Peacock Emperor City. A strange look flashed in Xia Qingyuan's eyes as she heard their report. Understood, she said indifferently, but she cursed Yi Futian inwardly. What was he trying to do? If he had some kind of plan, he could at least tell her. Chapter 1057. High up in the sky, the clouds danced in the wind. Even from far away, one could feel the pressure that stretched down from the air. This level of pressure was like that which would come from a real saint. High up in the sky, the clouds danced in the wind. Even from far away, one could feel the pressure that stretched down from the air. This level of pressure was like that which would come from a real saint. The army was obviously pressing close and would be there soon. Xia Qingyuan looked up into the sky. This would be the first incident of the Battle of Empty Realm, and as far as Emperor Xiao's realm was concerned, they needed to defeat Emperor Li's main assault. That was why she had hoped Yi Futian would be there. Given his combat prowess, even fighting by himself, he would be nearly untouchable and would be worth as much as 1,000 men. But Yi Futian refused to fight. She didn't know what he was thinking, but she didn't resent him for it. Li Yao had slain Huajiu, and so the person who wanted Li Yao dead the most was Yi Futian. But the enemy he had chosen to act against was not Emperor Li's realm, but Demon Peacock City. He must have his own plan. War is coming. Emperor Li's army presses upon our borders, and yet he wantonly refuses to return and fight. He may be an outstanding talent, but it is too much for him to ignore this battle, said Gong Sanzhong. Princess, by ignoring military discipline like this, Yi Futian has shown himself to be too arrogant. I never would have thought Brother Yi would refuse to fight either, and I don't know why he's doing it, said Xiao Sheng. Princess, why not order someone else to take command of the forces of the 9 states? You know war is coming, and yet you do not prepare for it, instead stirring up trouble here. What evil intentions are you hiding?" Gu Donglu swept his gaze over them. Gong Sanzhong and Xiao Sheng had been born into some of the top forces of the upper realms, especially Xiao Sheng. He was the princess's cousin. The two of them had always followed the princess's lead, trying to become her confidants. He could see right through them. But Xia Qingyuan regarded Yi Futian very highly. Was he standing in their way? Yi Futian has already arranged the 9 states' forces quite well, so there's no need to change them. "Why don't you go prepare your own battle matrices?" said Xia Qingyuan coldly. No joy or anger could be heard in her voice. It was like a winter that lasted thousands of years. Everyone nodded and naturally did not say too much. The cultivators of the upper realms went off to form up into a phalanx. The strongest cultivators below the saint level of the 3 realms would compete in the Battle of Empty Realm, and many of them had divine implements, and some of the divine implements were quite high level, and some of the cultivators were halfway to the saint level themselves, and would achieve enlightenment with only a single step more. A battle matrix like this had the attack power of a saint. There was no single person in the world below the saint level who could shake them. The phalanxes formed up one by one. The battle matrices of the Sacred General of Tian and the Sacred General of Do were the most powerful among the army. Even though the individual cultivators in them weren't the strongest, they were among the strongest that had been selected from the army. They had been thoroughly honed until their ability to form matrices was the strongest. They could perform thousands of transformations. These 2 branches of the army were equally perfect wholes. Relatively speaking, the troops from the 9 states were the weakest. They hadn't had any training, and those among them were all heavenly chosen ones, so there were no tacit understandings or arrangements between them, other than the ones from the Holy Ji Palace. They all worked as individual units. You are more suited for individual combat. After the battle starts, form squads of a few people and hunt down their cultivators who flee, or watch to see where the weak points in the enemy's battle matrices are, and see when we have a chance to strike, said Xia Qingyuan to Sword Saint and Gu Donglu. This was the task she was going to assign to Yi Futian, to act as the army's sharp knife. With his near invincibility, even if he fell into the middle of the enemy army, he would have the power to protect himself. He would not be easily killed by the enemy matrix because he was too weak. Yes, Princess. Sword Saint nodded at her order. Since this was the Battle of Empty Realm, he would not disobey her order due to the danger. Everyone in a great battle faced danger. The vast army, carrying the power to crush heaven and earth, stood in the air above Emperor Xiao's city with their banners down. Princess Xia Qingyuan stood between the Sacred General of Tian and the Sacred General of Do's armies, with cultivators of the upper realms before her. She looked up into the sky. Up there were powerful armies coming from 2 directions. One army was a cohesive unit, while the other was like the armies of Emperor Xiao's realm, divided up into individual camps. But at the same time it formed a whole. Li Yao had come himself. He was in the center of the cohesive army, looking down. He called across the distance, "Xia Qingyuan, I once came to Emperor Xiao's palace to propose a marriage. If you agree to enter Emperor Li's palace, I will give you the right to control the empty realm for 100 years as a wedding gift." How does that sound? If Emperor Xiao's realm and Emperor Li's realm formed a marriage alliance, it would certainly be possible for them to win control of the empty realm 10 times in a row. Xia Qingyuan's eyes were cold. She swept her gaze up towards Li Yao, but did not answer him. As a woman, any response she could make to this humiliation would be meaningless. She could only meet him on the battlefield. She looked at the army that Li Yao was in, and felt a familiar aura from the cultivators at the very front. It was like the aura of the cultivators the Li Yao had brought to Emperor Xiao's palace to provoke them to war. This was a group of human weapons, a group of undead soldiers who had been trained by the imperial advisor for the Dali dynasty. Seeing that Xia Qingyuan made no response, Liao waved his hand, and suddenly a powerful aura swept out from the army. The clouds all over the sky changed color, and saintly power pressed down on the vast city. The two armies went to war. In Demon Peacock City, Kong Xian and Kong Zhan stood before the palace. A golden rocks flashed over, piercing through the air and landing before them and saying, "Emperor Xiao's realm and Emperor Li's realm are fighting at Emperor Xiao's city." "How many men did Emperor Li's realm send?" asked Kong Zhan. "More than half their army. They can't have left behind more than a third of their forces to garrison their realm," answered the rock. "Emperor Li's realm could not have sent out their whole army. Otherwise the Demon Peacock Emperor would launch a surprise attack and directly cut down their flags. However, Emperor Li's realm had dared a lot. They had dared to dispatch a majority of their army on an attack. In the past, this kind of situation rarely occurred in which two armies entered a direct confrontation like this. Of course, Emperor Li's realm had not only dared this because they were brave. In reality, if the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm dared send out their armies to attack Emperor Li's city, then the armies from Emperor Li's city might attack them here as well. "Observe the battle, then come back and report," said Kong Xian. "And be careful to avoid that bastard." These days no one dared go alone outside the city limits, since that man and that beast would launch surprise attacks from time to time. "Yes, Your Highness." The rock turned and left. Kong Zhan and Kong Xian looked pensive. Next to them were the leader-level demonic beasts of the great families. An arrogant figure among them said, "Your Highnesses, do you want to seize this opportunity?" "What is your idea?" asked Kong Zhan. "Emperor Li's realm and Emperor Xiao's realm are at war. If we take the initiative, we can attack either of them," he answered. "Your Highness, I don't recommend attacking Emperor Li's realm," said a gold-winged rock. "Why not?" asked Kong Xian. "If we launch a surprise attack on Emperor Li's realm, no matter if we win or lose, we will become their enemies. If we win, it will be good, but then we will have to face Emperor Xiao's realm. And if we lose, Emperor Li's realm will change their target from Emperor Xiao's realm to us," said the demonic beast. "Instead, all we have to do now is wait and see. Let the two great forces fight, and wait for them to waste their power. In addition, that cultivator from Emperor Xiao's realm has been so arrogant, and has humiliated you, Your Highness. Once they have expended their strength, won't it be advantageous to ally Emperor Li's realm?" Kong Xian looked at the demonic beast. The proud young cultivator beside her looked at him strangely as well. He was a descendant of the head of the Golden Rock clan leader, Jia Luong, and was the leader of their army. His name was Jia Lufeng. "Not bad," she said to him. "You know how to think." Although demonic beasts could open their minds to wisdom, they were not as good as human beings at rational thinking. Thus, in the Battle of Empty Realm, the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm had won the least victories. This was not because they were weaker, but because they had often been tricked, which, at that moment, a voice came down from the sky. "Shut up!" Kong Xian raised her eyes to the sky. She was even more attractive when she was upset. Her eyes were extremely cold. She had had enough of this. "Master, this which has a temper, that will have to be adjusted," came the black wind condor's voice again. Kong Zhan's eyes were cold. He looked up at Yi Futian and said, "Emperor Xiao's city is under attack. Presumably, there won't be anybody who will have time to worry about us now." "What do you mean, Your Highness?" asked Jia Lufeng. "Have many cultivators of the demonic families not died at his hands these past few days?" Kong Zhan's eyes grew even colder. "If we kill them, it will be easier to make an alliance with Emperor Li's realm later," said the rock who had spoken earlier. "The members of Jia Luong's clan are the fastest. And we have with us here, we have one of his treasures." He turned to look at Jia Lufeng. "He has an incredibly powerful treasure that he attacks with. Many cultivators once pursued him, and he killed them all with a single swipe of his halberd. We have unexpectedly failed to catch him time and time again, said Kong Xian. The young master's speed is unparalleled, and he holds a valuable treasure. His attacks are extremely powerful. If the young master pursues him, he won't be able to escape, continued the demonic beast. I am willing to serve you, your highness. Jia Lofeng's voice was calm. He was a descendant of Jia Luong, and he commanded the rocks in the Battle of Empty Realm. He was the strongest one there aside from Kong Xian and Kong Zhan. Jia Lufeng will lead the rocks to chase and pin him down, and you will lead 2 armies of demonic beasts in a secondary attack. Attack if you get a chance, said Kong Zhan. Although they had no way to kill Yi Futian, they could send him into a full retreat with Jia Lofeng's power. Before they had not dared to pursue him too far, as they feared a counterattack by Emperor Xiao's realm. But now that they were at where they had no scruples, even if they did not kill Yi Futian, they could make him fear for his life. All right, nodded Kong Xian. We will follow you, your highness, said all the demonic beasts. All their eyes turned to Yi Futian up in the sky, and their murderous intent burned fiercely. They had already suffered Yi Futian for too long. They've finally taken the bait, boss, the Black Wind Condor transmitted to Yi Futian. Things were getting interesting. Yi Futian's face was expressionless. He turned and said, "Let's go." On saying this, the Black Wind Condor flapped its wings and left. They had dominated many demonic beasts over the past few days, but they still lacked demonic beast cultivators with any real power. There were not enough to complete their plan. Right now, he could easily cut down the banners in Demon Peacock Emperor City, but he did not intend to do so. He had a greater use for the demons of the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. Chapter 1058 Interlocking Links. Chapter 1058 Interlocking Links. Jia Lufeng turned to face Yi Futian as he came towards him. He stepped forward and reverted to his original form. Suddenly, a dazzling royal golden rock appeared up in the sky, radiating brilliant light. His body was covered with divine golden feathers, which were filled with saintly power. This was the top divine implement of the Golden Rock clan, the Garuda's wings. In terms of speed, even Kong Zhan and Kong Xian were no match for him. The Golden Rock had the reputation of being unparalleled in terms of speed in the demon world. Follow me. Jia Lofeng's arrogant eyes were exceedingly cold. As a demon of Jialo royal clan, he had always had intentions towards Princess Kong Xian, and since he was proud and confident, he would not wait until the future like Gong Sun Zhong, but would instead go directly to His Majesty to ask for her hand in marriage. The younger members of the Demon Peacock family and the Golden Rock clan could produce extremely powerful demons if their powers were merged. The Jialo royal clan was worthy of a match with the Demon Peacock clan. Yi Futian and that beast had been humiliating Kong Xian for many days. He should have acted earlier. But now Her Majesty had decided to send a powerful battle matrix to pursue them. Whoosh! Golden brilliance bloomed as Jia Lufeng sped over, piercing through the air in an instant. He disappeared from where he had been and crossed dozens of miles in a flash, appearing in the sky far away. The group of figures reverted to their original forms as golden rocks and followed him across the sky, all of them moving incredibly fast. Kong Xian's form shone with light of 9 different colors. As she moved forward, numerous cultivators from top families in the demon world went with her, rushing to pursue Yi Futian. In the past, Yi Futian had always evaded their pursuit, as they only had a few people who could truly chase him, and they had not dared to pursue him too far, fearing an ambush by Emperor Xiao's realm. All they had been able to do was ignore him. But now that Emperor Xiao's city was engaged in battle, they would not have time to ambush them. The Black Wind Condor's body grew larger, and its wings grew more brilliant, each feather turning a dark gold color. It continued to streak across the sky, disappearing into the distance. But even so, it left an extremely powerful aura behind it. Yi Futian naturally knew that the demonic beast pursuing him was Jia Lufeng of the Jialo royal clan. After dominating a demonic beast, he had become familiar with the news of the demon peacock emperor's realm. This news helped him to finalize his plans. In order to complete his plan, just dominating ordinary demonic beasts would not be enough. He needed a powerful demonic beast from a top clan, one of the top figures of the demon peacock emperor's realm. Jia Lufeng could without a doubt become an important link in the chain. As he felt the pressure behind him, the halberd of time and space appeared in Yi Futian's hands. Behind him, Jia Lufeng was tearing across the sky, his golden feathers shooting out brilliant light. Each feather had turned into a sharp, unbreakable knife that cut through the air as they slashed towards Yi Futian and the black-winged condor. That whole area of the sky seemed like it would be buried in them. Yi Futian clutched the halberd of time and space tightly. It made time and space seem to cease their flow all around him. An invisible spatial light curtain appeared, like a wall of time and space. As the golden feathers struck towards him, they could not pierce the brilliant curtain. Whoosh! Jia Lufeng's figure flashed, and another feather streaked through the air. It pierced through the spatial light curtain, and a golden line appeared in the air. It looked like a beam of light as it shot towards Yi Futian. It was unbreakable, and it seemed there was nothing it could not break. Yi Futian glanced at the feather that was coming towards him and struck out with the halberd of time and space. It collided with the feather, and brilliant light cracked the air around him. The feathers burst off of Jia Lufeng's body, each one turning into an image of a giant golden rock. These images of golden rocks attacked, seeking to completely destroy the space where Yi Futian was. An immense pressure pressed down on the black-winged condor. This kind of attack power would have been dangerous, even for Yi Futian. The light of the divine path that the halberd of time and space spat out burned even brighter as time and space seemed to flow even slower. The images of rocks also seemed to be slowed, but countless golden claws still lashed out towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian raised his arms, and he moved fast as lightning as he struck out with the halberd again. The space around him trembled violently, and in the next moment many of the images of rocks were shattered into nothing. Yi Futian continued forward, and the halberd of time and space struck towards Jia Lufeng himself. A terrible storm swept up in front of Jia Lufeng, and his feathers whirled around wildly in it, forming a brilliant golden spear. It gave off a light that sent cracks through the air. Jia Lufeng gripped the spear that had formed out of his feathers with his talons and struck out towards the oncoming halberd of time and space. A fearsome space storm that could tear through anything whipped up as the spear and the halberd strove with each other. The storm turned into a vortex around them from which an ear-splitting noise emitted. Boom! There was a loud noise as their weapons collided. Jia Lufeng was thrown backwards, and his spear turned back into feathers that scattered over his body. Amidst the dazzling light, he stared at Yi Futian. This man's attack power was simply frightening. Yi Futian alighted on the black-winged condor's back and swept his gaze over Jia Lufeng's pursuing figure. The black-winged condor continued to streak across the sky. Jia Lufeng flapped his wings and flew up into the air above Yi Futian. His aura flared as he continued to stare at Yi Futian. The group of figures persisted in their long-range raid, crossing countless miles. Along the way, Jia Lufeng would make surprise attacks on Yi Futian from time to time. Even if he couldn't stop him, he could still hinder him. A mountainous area appeared before them. The black-winged condor shot downward and entered into a canyon. Jia Lufeng followed him, flying in the air above the canyon. Boom! There was a loud noise as the black-winged condor pierced directly through a huge mountain, flying inside of it. The light from Jia Lufeng's feathers cracked the mountain and pierced into it, shattering everything that it touched. After a while they burst out the other side of the mountain and continued on their way through the endless mountain range. When they reached the hinterlands of the mountain range, they continued forward. Yi Futian sat with his back to Jia Lufeng. A strange light suddenly bloomed in his eyes, gradually becoming boundless and deep. His eyes were like an abyss, so deep that you could not see the bottom. He held the halberd of time and space in one hand, and the will of the great path of space covered everything around him. Jia Lufeng felt a strange aura. He looked at the figure on the back of the black wind condor. At that moment, he saw Yi Futian gradually turn around, and his strange gaze suddenly pierced him. A powerful spiritual storm plunged into his spiritual energy. It seemed like he was about to be captured. In that moment, he felt like he was in great danger. Yi Futian appeared like a god in his mind as a frighteningly powerful storm drowned his spiritual will. He felt himself drawn into Yi Futian's eyes. In that moment, his will formed a divine bird that firmly protected his mind. The terrifying storm swallowed up everything, including the protective divine bird. Yi Futian's mark was left upon it, and it was swallowed up into the storm. Whoosh! Jia Lufeng felt that something was wrong, and he turned around to flee. It had not been easy for Yi Futian to lure him here, so he would certainly not let him escape. The light from the halberd of time and space covered a vast area, and the whole mountain range seemed to be fettered by it. Jia Lufeng's feathers managed to cut through the bindings, but his speed was still affected, and he could not move as fast. He felt like time and space had turned into a swamp around him. Whoosh! A bolt of golden lightning flashed over, and after images of Yi Futian's figure were left behind as Yi Futian descended before Jia Lufeng. He struck out with the halberd, piercing through the air as he integrated the many halberd combat styles he had learned into the first move, Extreme Shadow. The feathers of the Garuda's wings turned into a spear, and Jia Lufeng gave a long roar. The spear and the halberd collided. There was a loud noise, and Jia Lufeng retreated. Yi Futian flew up higher and began to circle around. More after-images of him appeared, and a terrible storm swept across the land, and suddenly he lashed out with the halberd again. The two men clashed in the sky, colliding many times in a single instant. Jia Lufeng continued to fall back. Yi Futian gained an even stronger advantage, and was able to stab out with the halberd countless times in moments. Boom! 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 The sky seemed about to split as thousands of halberd techniques were melded into the second move, Annihilation. The halberd of time and space fell, and the space around them seemed like it would be destroyed, but the Garuda's wings protected Jia Lufeng's body. He spun around, his countless feathers fluttering as he tried to turn the tables by attacking Yi Futian. Boom! A dull sound rang out. This was different from the halberd's previous strikes. Jia Lufeng felt like all of his organs had shattered, and golden blood flowed from his mouth. But what was even more frightening was that Yi Futian's stormy eyes were still attacking his spiritual energy and swallowing it up bit by bit. A powerful fear took at them, and he felt as if he himself would be swallowed up. He felt that he had no will of his own, and that he would be dominated by his opponent. Thump! 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 There was a series of dull sounds as Jia Lufeng's body crashed into the mountains. The mountains cracked under the strain. Even with the Garuda's wings protecting him, he still felt like his organs were shaking. Terrifying lightning curled around his body, piercing into his mind and destroying his willpower's resistance bit by bit. Divine light bloomed within his will, and he still managed to fight off the invasion. He was of the Jialo royal clan. How could he be dominated? At that moment, heaven and earth resounded as the whole area seemed to crack. Yi Futian struck out with the halberd of time and space yet again, and Jia Lufeng did not even try to resist at this time. He just covered his body with the Garuda's wings. Boom! There was a loud noise as a mountain shattered. Blood flowed swiftly from Jia Lufeng's mouth, and his will seemed to shatter just like the mountain. He finally could be strong no longer. The storm swallowed up the protective divine bird, and Yi Futian's mark was branded in his mind. In that moment, he felt that his life no longer belonged to him. He gave up all his resistance and lowered his proud head. The wind was howling far away. Yi Futian stepped onto the black wind condor's back and shot up into the sky. Kong Xian and the others reached the place and saw Jia Lufeng lying smashed into a mountain, with blood streaming from his mouth. Her face was extremely cold. "Jia Lufeng," she said. A demonic light flashed in Jia Lufeng's eyes, and he seemed to return to normal. He turned to face Kong Xian and said, "Princess, his attack power is too strong. I need several top figures from the royal clans to pursue and capture him." He looked at the figures beside Kong Xian. "Fine." Kong Xian nodded. She saw Jia Lufeng's wounds, but did not think too much about them. Jia Lufeng's figure flashed, and the Garuda's wings unfurled. He wrapped several cultivators within them and brought them up into the air. This kind of method of carrying them was not very respectful, and would certainly not be suitable for Kong Xian. Chapter 1059. Many people in Kong Xian City in the Empty Realm were paying attention to the Battle of Empty Realm, including many saints. Many people in Kong Xian City in the Empty Realm were paying attention to the Battle of Empty Realm, including many saints. At that moment, many people were in Ju Xiao Tower discussing the news of the battle. Emperor Li's realm has finally counterattacked Emperor Xiao's realms in response to their triple victory in the flag battle. Their great army has attacked Emperor Xiao's city many times, and there have been countless casualties in this tragic war. They have firmly restricted the army of Emperor Xiao's realm, forcing them to defend the city. And Emperor Li's realm hasn't even sent out their full army yet. "So far, neither army has gained the advantage," someone was saying. "Well, right now the cultivators of Emperor Xiao's realm are tightly guarding the area where their emperor's flag is. Emperor Li's realm's multiple fierce assaults have put a lot of pressure on them. But Emperor Li's realm has controlled the Empty Realm for 10 years, and many cultivators from the Empty Realm have joined their army. They have the advantage in terms of number of legions, and the imperial advisor of Emperor Li's realm has trained up many weapons in human form. All of them are at the semi-saint level. When they wield divine implements, they can attack with the power of the divine path. The threat of this power is simple terrifying, and is putting great strain on Emperor Xiao's realm's army. Given the power that Emperor Li's realm has shown in this war, it is highly likely that they will seize victory in the Battle of Empty Realm, many people argued. Not necessarily. Emperor Li's realm has acted a bit impulsively by attacking Emperor Xiao's city multiple times. Both sides are wasting a lot of energy on this, and the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm has been avoiding exerting themselves. So far they have suffered no losses, and have just been watching all along. If this situation continues, the strongest side in the end will be Demon Peacock City. But when you speak of Demon Peacock City, you have to speak of Yi Futian. That guy is simply unconventional. He did not go with the army to resist Emperor Li's realm, but has been harassing Demon Peacock City from the air for many days. His mount is extremely strong as well. He won one of the flag battles for Emperor Xiao's realm already. He is able to compete with the top figures of the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. Someone else said, "But it's that pair of master and servant who are truly outrageous. They are up there in the sky, provoking them every day, threatening to make the princess of the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm, Kong Xian, serve Yi Futian. It's that black wind condor in particular, the one who is even more prestigious than many of the noble families of the demon world. He's the one who keeps saying that Kong Xian will have to serve his master." This is simply, many of the people there had heard this before, and a strange look came over their faces. That pair of master and servant were invincible. Was it possible that Yi Futian really wanted to take Princess Kong Xian? That idea was bold enough. That man and that demon had been so arrogant, but all the demons of Demon Peacock City hadn't been able to deal with them. Every time they had pursued and surrounded them, they had escaped, and then they would come back. At that moment, All the demons in Demon Peacock City wanted to kill that pair of master and servant more than anyone else in the world. There were also some saint-level figures from the 9 states present at Juxiao Tower then. The saints from the realms of the 3 emperors were not allowed to enter the area of the Battle of Empty Realm. Thus, they were all in Kongxian City now. They naturally knew all the news about Yi Futian, but they could not guess what he was thinking. What is Yi Futian planning? Does he have a trick up his sleeve? Said Saint Xia. The group of saints from the 9 states were discussing this. They did not understand it. He's just a lecher, that's all. What kind of tricks could he have? Came a cold voice. Saint Xia and the others looked at the one who had spoken and saw a cold but beautiful woman sitting there calmly. It was of course Glass Saint, and Yaya and the village chief were beside her. A strange look came over Saint Xia's face as he looked at her. It was said that her cultivation situation was a little bit special right now, and that she had fallen into a strange mood. But why had she suddenly said that? He was just a lecher. Could it be that Yi Futian had done something to the foremost beauty of the eastern state? Glass Saint still sat there coldly. When she finished speaking, she closed her eyes, as if she did not care one bit about the outside world. Glass Saint has the truth of it. Saint Xia suddenly nodded seriously. Then he smiled. There could be no other possibility besides this one. He had heard that this demon Princess Kongxian was a rare talent, and she was incredibly attractive with an unblemished face. Yi Futian had dared to place the Sword Saint of the Void and Glass Saint in the holy Ji Palace together. Given Yi Futian's daring nature, it was likely that he would dare to do the same thing to Kongxian. A black-winged condor swooped down from the air above Emperor Xia's city in the Empty Realm. On its back, Yi Futian's hair was blowing in the wind, and he had his hands clasped behind his back as he descended towards where Emperor Xia's flag was. Emperor Xia's city was a scene of ruin right now. There was rubble everywhere. Many battles had happened around the flag, and countless structures had been destroyed. For the time being, there was no time to repair them, and the repairs would probably have to wait until the struggles in the Empty Realm were over. At that moment, everyone in the city looked up at Yi Futian with conflicted expressions. At the flag battle, Yi Futian's friends Yisheng and the Black-Winged Condor had won 2 victories for Emperor Xiao's realm, letting them win the battle with complete military success in the 3 battles. Princess Xia Qingyuan regarded him highly and fought shoulder to shoulder with him. The troops and officers of the 3 armies all recognized the white-haired youth. Everyone had high hopes for Yi Futian. They hoped he could become the princess's assistant and win this battle of the Empty Realm. But they never would have thought that the passion he had shown during the flag battle would disappear. Emperor Li's realm had attacked Emperor Xia's city, but Yi Futian refused to fight. It was said that he spent every day high in the sky above Demon Peacock City, and that he had some sort of intentions towards the demon Princess Kongxian, trying to seduce her by his words. Because of this, he had missed several large-scale military engagements. If he had been an unknown like before, this wouldn't matter. But since everyone had placed such high hopes on him, their disappointment in him was naturally all the greater. Many of those in the armies said that he was just arrogant, and that despite his incredible talent, he had let down Emperor Xia's high regard and Princess Xia Qingyuan's trust. He had no military discipline, and did not care about the Battle of Empty Realm, nor did he care whether the troops and officers of the 3 armies lived or died. Moreover, Yi Futian had received a title from Emperor Xia. He was the princess's valet, and was supposed to guard her from danger. But when battle had broken out, he was not there. Instead, he was in Demon Peacock City, trying to seduce demon Princess Kongxian. Thus, most of the people there were a little unhappy to see Yi Futian. Soon, Yi Futian came to the central area, in front of a magnificent ancient temple where a large army was stationed. The black-winged condor glided down and landed in front of the temple. Everyone's gaze fell upon Yi Futian. He seemed to guess the reason for the strange look in everyone's eyes. They did not seem to be friendly. He furrowed his brow slightly, then relaxed it. He stepped forward without giving it any more thought. A group of figures were coming towards him. They were cultivators from the upper realms. "You've returned, Brother Yi," came a voice. Shaoxing had a dignified bearing, and his style was free and easy. His body was still faintly covered with the iron and blood of the battlefield. These past few days, he and Gongsun Zhong had performed bravely. In the upper realms, they had the reputation of being at the limit of what was possible below the same plane, and they had unleashed tremendous power upon the battlefield. Everyone looked at them with great respect. "It is commendable that you were able to escape in one piece from Demon Peacock City after having been there for so long. Have you achieved anything?" Shaoxing asked Yi Futian. Many cultivators were following behind him. They all looked over at the meeting between these two men. It was like a commander interrogating a man he had sent out to perform a task. But Shaoxing was not pushy or arrogant. He seemed very calm, but there was an invisible temperament flowing out of him. "I am going to report to the princess." Yi Futian glanced at Shaoxing, then walked past him. He didn't like Shaoxing very much, and Shaoxing clearly didn't like him. But he always pretended that they were very close, which was very hypocritical. Since he knew the relationship between Shaoxing, Gongsun Zhong, and Xia Yuan, he knew that Shaoxing could have no warm feelings towards him. He was an obstacle to Shaoxing. It could be said that he was an eyesore to him. You knew that the two armies were fighting, and yet you refused to come back and help out in the battle. Instead, you continued to provoke Kong Xian and offend the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. What is your goal, Yi Futian? Gongsun Zhong was not as polite as Shaoxing, and so he spoke directly. "It's none of your business," answered Yi Futian coldly. He continued forward, passing between the two of them. "The Battle of Empty Realm is of the utmost importance. If you offend the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm, Kong Xian and Emperor Li's realm will ally and attack us. That will be the end of us. And you say this is none of my business?" responded Gongsun Zhong coldly. "When you came to this battle, you become a member of our army, and yet you wantonly trample upon our rules and make enemies for us. And you arrogantly say it's none of my business? Only the princess can be the master of my master, and yet you dare to call what he said arrogant." The black winged condor swept its dark gold eyes over Gongsun Zhong. Yi Futian already knew that this scoundrel was a master at stirring up trouble, but he was no obstacle. At that moment, the sound of footsteps came from up ahead, and another group of figures appeared. Xia Yuan was dressed in immaculate white robes. She walked towards Yi Futian. Shaoxing and Gongsun Zhong came to her side and stood there quietly. Xia Yuan looked at Yi Futian, and everyone's gaze was drawn there. They seemed to want to see how Xia Yuan would punish Yi Futian. "Princess," called Yi Futian, "do you have something you wish to say to me?" The princess asked Yi Futian coldly as she stared at him. This guy had not only refused to come to the battlefield once, but had refused the call for each battle, not even showing up once. "Princess, I must make my report in private," Yi Futian said to her. Xia Yuan looked at him in silence for a time, then turned and said, "Come with me." Shaoxing, Gongsun Zhong, and the others tried to follow her as well. Xia Yuan stopped and whispered to them, "You do not need to follow me." Suddenly Shaoxing and Gongsun Zhong stopped. They all watched her and Yi Futian go into the temple alone. The black winged condor stood in his original place, proudly sweeping its gaze over everyone. Its master had not participated in the battle because his status was far above that the ones gathered here. "Do you see the difference?" it asked lazily. Shaoxing and Gongsun Zhong were stunned. They looked at the black-winged condor, and their eyes flashed with coldness. But the black-winged condor just looked at them with contempt. He did not care at all. Did they want to attack him? Then they would see who Grandfather Condor was used to tangling with. Not long after, Xia Yuan and Yi Futian walked out of the temple. Xia Yuan said, I am naming Yi Futian assistant commander of the Battle of Empty Realm. When I am gone, you are all to follow his orders." All was silent at these words, as Xiao Sheng and Gong Sun Zhong stared at her in shock. Chapter 1060. Many turned their eyes at Xia Qingyuan with puzzled expression. Many turned their eyes at Xia Qingyuan with puzzled expression. When the great armies were clashing, Yi Futian refused to fight outside and went to Demon Peacock City to flirt with Kong Xian. Xiao Sheng, Gong Sun Zhong, Xianyuan Ao, and the others were the ones who fought valiantly. Furthermore, there was still Tianji, who was the princess guard. If she wanted to make someone her lieutenant, Yi Futian never seemed to be even a likely candidate. Other than having sent Yu Sheng and the Black Wind Condor at the flag battles, Yi Futian had done next to nothing. There was no way anyone would have been all right with the princess making him her lieutenant. They recalled Emperor Xia appointing Yi Futian as her valet and wondered if it had been of the princess' own will. Did Yi Futian somehow end up wooing the princess? If one were to pay close attention to Yi Futian's face, the charming features below his silver hair, he was indeed very handsome nonetheless. Many thought such ideas to be rather ridiculous. She was Xia Qingyuan, the princess of Emperor Xia's realm and a renowned chosen daughter after all. If something like that were to truly happen with her, it would have been a disgrace to Emperor Xia's realm. Princess. Gong Sun Zhong stepped forward at that moment and bowed. He was not around when the fighting happened. He made enemies out there, and he had no merits in the battlefield to speak of. Such an appointment would have earned the ire of many. Gong Sun Zhong was no doubt speaking the minds of those who were present. He was baffled as to why the princess acted as she did. Princess! Gong Sun Zhong's words might have been severe, and despite Brother Ye's exceptional prowess, it was difficult to appease the crowd by appointing someone with no merit as your lieutenant. Xiaoxing spoke up as well. He sounded rather calm and amicable, but his mind at the moment was none the less cold as ice. Xia Qingyuan was his cousin as her mother. Queen Xiao was of the Xiao clan. He fought at the front lines in the battle and led the mighty ones of the Xiao clan valiantly in battle. He was doing all of that for good reasons. It was so that that cousin of his would have taken him seriously, enabling him to counsel her by her side. If there were to not be a lieutenant and the princess were to be the sole supreme commander, then no one else would have anything to say about it. But if there were to be a position of lieutenant, then he deemed it no else fit for the position but him. However, Xia Qingyuan chose to appoint Yi Futian instead. One could have guessed what was going on in his mind at the moment. "Princess, please choose your candidate wisely." Tianji spoke softly as well, being concerned that the decision would have affected morale. Xia Qingyuan then scanned the crowd. She had predicted all of that to happen. Yi Futian was finished with his work at the Demon Peacock Emperor's realms forces. If she were to put Yi Futian to work at such an important position, it would have alerted those from Emperor Li's realm and Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. She should not have made such a decision, but she naturally had her own reasons for doing so. Capable ones shall be promoted to positions of importance in the war between the three armies. Yi Futian had claimed all 3 victories for us and fought single-handedly with the forces from the Demon Peacock City, killing many mighty ones from their side. I ask you all this, who here dares challenge the Demon Peacock City alone, but Yi Futian? Xia Qingyuan's voice was cold, and many were dumbfounded by her words. The way they saw things were different from Xia Qingyuan. Her words were hard to retort, and from her perspective, Yi Futian's strength was indeed undeniable. He had provoked Demon Peacock City all on his own, after all. It was said that the ones from Demon Peacock City then hated him to the bone. Their forces pursued and fought him many times, yet they failed without exception, and many demonic beasts lost their lives doing so. Killing demonic beasts from Demon Peacock City was naturally also considered solid results in the war between all 3 imperial realms. As such, no one dared claim that Yi Futian had not done anything anymore. Still, it was undeniable that Yi Futian's methods seemed rather reckless. Gongsun Zhong's face was grim. He then said all of a sudden, "I dare to do so." Everyone present turned their eyes at Gongsun Zhong, including Xia Qingyuan. Gongsun Zhong then lifted his head and gazed at Xia Qingyuan, saying, "If you were to give your orders, I would have no problems heading there at all." "Well then," Xia Qingyuan then said while looking at Gongsun Zhong straight in the eye, "I now order Gongsun Zhong to head to Demon Peacock City as our envoy, to bring word to Princess Kongxian that our people served their respective masters during the Battle of Empty Realm. I shall reprimand Yi Futian for whatever trespasses he made, and I hope that she would not hold on to the matter any further. Furthermore, Yi Futian is exceptionally talented, and he has shown extreme admiration for Princess Kongxian, claiming her to be of exceptional appearance and tremendous combat prowess. He came to admire her greatly and hoped that he had a chance to get to know her further after the battle is over. As for the Battle of Empty Realm, the forces of Emperor Li's realm were considerable, and we would be willing to join hands with Demon Peacock Emperor's realm's forces to take out Emperor Li's city." Everyone was stunned hearing Xia Qingyuan's words, but quickly realized what Xia Qingyuan was up to. The princess intended to ease the confrontation between both sides and to hint on Yi Futian's admiration for Princess Kongxian of Demon Peacock Emperor's realm, which had been what led him to become so reckless in his actions. With that said, she had appointed Yi Futian as lieutenant precisely for that matter, allowing them to ease the confrontation between them and Demon Peacock City, then take on Emperor Li's realm together. Many came to regret their earlier thoughts as they realized that they have misunderstood the princess' intentions. Xia Qingyuan was simply doing what she did for the greater good of their realm's forces. But then again, their opinions towards Yi Futian remained unchanged. They thought him unhinged for having the princess pick up the pieces for what he did, cleaning up after him. Furthermore, the princess' words stated that the fellow was after Princess Kongxian's beauty after all. Despite being enemies, but it was undeniable that Kongxian's exceptional bearing and appearances rivaled that of Xia Qingyuan back in Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. They were rather concerned, despite the princess' mild-mannered tone, but they worried if Demon Peacock Emperor's realm would have taken that as an insult and came to resent Emperor Xia's realm even more. They hoped that Kongxian would have been more reasonable. At the very least, they hoped that even though they may not have ended up being allies, she would not have blamed Emperor Xia's city for what Yi Futian pulled. Many then turned their eyes back at Gongsun Zhong with puzzled expressions. He dares to do so? He is really asking to be allowed to walk to his own grave? Yi Futian had offended Demon Peacock City a great deal, and one could have imagined how much Kongxian have hated Yi Futian. Although Gongsun Zhong would have only been visiting Demon Peacock City to bring word of Xia Qingyuan's goodwill, one would have still wondered if Kongxian would have ran amok and ordered him killed. Worse still, the possibility of such things happening was very great. By the way, why is Gongsun Zhong willing to take such a fall in Yi Futian's behalf? Many felt lucky for not having acted on bravado when the princess asked. The way the princess gone with her business was indeed unpredictable. Gongsun Zhong stood where he was without making a sound. No one was able to make anything out of his expression. His eyes were on Xia Qingyuan when he said, "If this is your orders, princess, then I shall see it through. Delay no more. Depart immediately. Would you need to bring anyone else with you?" Xia Qingyuan asked. "That won't be necessary." Gongsun Zhong shook his head as he said, "If Yi Futian was able to get to the sky above Demon Peacock alone with only his beast, he would have been able to do the same as well. As someone from Divine Cloud Valley and lauded as the heir to the place, he definitely had the greatest number of divine implements on him, and furthermore, all of them would have been of great powers. Very well then, deliver my words as they were. Do not change a single word." Xia Qingyuan then said, "Off you go." Indeed, Gong Sanzhong cupped his hands and appeared well-mannered, before taking to the air and disappeared right before everyone. No one knew what Gong Sanzhong would have felt at that moment. Xiao Sheng took a look at Xia Qingyuan and felt some pity for Gong Sanzhong. He naturally knew what was going on in Gong Sanzhong's mind. However, he did not expect the man who had just left to be the one to suffer the wrath of Demon Peacock Emperor's realm's forces in Yi Futian's place. He found that he was getting increasingly incapable of understanding how his cousin does things. His father had been correct. The princess was already her own woman. When they were going about business outside, he could have only seen her as the emperor's daughter and not his cousin. He finally experienced what all of that meant. Gong Sanzhong delivered his words at the sky above Demon Peacock City. The rock of the Jialo royal clan, Jialo Feng, went up before everyone else at Gong Sanzhong, intending to kill him, just as Gong Sanzhong delivered his message. Despite claiming to be there as an envoy, the mighty ones of Demon Peacock City remained unflinching, intending to kill the envoy where he stood right there and then. However, Gong Sanzhong was nonetheless the successor to Divine Cloud Valley and brought extremely powerful divine implements with him. Be it attack, defense, or speed types, he had it all. He was still able to escape despite being pursued by the mighty ones from Demon Peacock Emperor's realm, but he was nonetheless injured. It was apparent that the people from Demon Peacock City had intentions of making peace with them. The proposal of an alliance against Emperor Li's realm was entirely out of the question. After Gong Sanzhong left, Jialo Feng spread its wings and dropped to the ground slowly. There were also other great monsters, royalties appearing before Kong Xian. Jialo Feng then said, "Your Highness, Emperor Xiao's realm is just too much. Yi Futian and that wretched beast have insulted you over and over again, and they dared to claim that all of that was done out of admiration. This is an insult like no other. Xia Qingyuan is mocking us from Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. That might not be an insult. Xia Qingyuan's attitude seems rather neutral from Gong Sanzhong's message. That might actually be an act of goodwill, and they do not want to make enemies of us. Xia Qingyuan would probably keep him leashed when he returns." The war between Emperor Li's realm and Emperor Xiao's realm had resulted in great losses in Emperor Xiao's realm's part, and they were probably doing they did, due to not wanting to offend us too gravely, a descendant of the great Bull King clan elaborated. "So, are you proposing that we accept Xia Qingyuan's goodwill then?" Jialo Feng's proud eyes glanced at the one who spoke earlier. "I'm definitely not. It is precisely due to Xia Qingyuan's suing for peace that we know that Emperor Xia's city is now in a rather dire state." The Green Bull then smiled and said, "Your Highness, what Yi Futian did before was unforgivable, and we definitely need to cut him down to stain our flag. With Xia Qingyuan now suing for peace, why not make things more difficult for them instead, by taking Emperor Xia's city once and for all?" Emperor Li's realm's forces fought several times with those from Emperor Xiao's realm. Both sides suffered quite a bit, with Emperor Xiao's realm's forces retreated and preparing to recuperate for the time being, and now that us from Demon Peacock City being the strongest, it is indeed a good chance for us to kick Emperor Xia's city out of the game. Many demonic beasts offered their counsel. Kong Zhan and Kong Xian nodded and nodded, finding all of their words to be logical. That was indeed a good opportunity. Kong Xian recalled Yi Futian's face, and her eyes turned cold, feeling very eager to tear him to pieces. "Who among you would be willing to head to Emperor Li's city as our envoy?" Kong Zhan then asked. With all of them having analyzed things to such detail, he naturally knew what to do next. "I shall go, Your Highness," Jialo Feng then said. "Well then, I'm pleased that you offer yourself to the task. You're capable enough, and I do not need to worry about your safety as well." Kong Zhan agreed right there and then. Jialo Feng was of formidable powers and had unparalleled speed. If it intended to escape from a place, none below St. Plain would have been able to catch up to him. "Be on your way then," Kong Zhan said. Jiao Feng flashed and took to the air, heading straight for Emperor Li's city. At that moment, at Emperor Li's city, Li Yao felt pleased at the reports from his people. Is Xia Qingyuan balking already now? That Yi Futian had been an idiot. He actually went to take on Demon Peacock City all on his own. And now, Xia Qingyuan has to get moving to ease the tension for him. Still, Gong Sun Zhong, the envoy, almost ended up killed on the spot. Kong Xian was indeed very angry about the whole deal. Your Highness, Jiao Feng from Demon Peacock City has come to visit, claiming to be an envoy to Demon Peacock City. Someone came and reported. A smile was seen in Li Yao's eyes when he heard that. He then smiled at Yuan Jin, who was at his side, and said, "Brother, it is just as you predicted. Things go in our favor without us needing to do anything indeed. It shall suffice with their attitude." Yuan Jin's expression was calm, as if everything went as he planned it. "Send it in," Li Yao stood and said. With how things were then, he deemed it wise to just follow the trend, to wipe out Emperor Xiao's city first. Chapter 1061. Li Yao received Jiao Feng in Emperor Li's city. Li Yao received Jiao Feng in Emperor Li's city. Naturally, he was aware of the identity of Jiao Feng, descendant of the Jiao royal clan, the future king of the Rock family, whose status was extremely esteemed and honorable. Kong Xian sent him to make the visit in person, demonstrated the importance attached to this visit. Jiao Feng greets His Royal Highness of Dali. At this time, Jiao Feng stood in front of the great cultivators of the Dali dynasty, facing Li Yao. Although he said he was here to greet Li Yao, he did not actually move to pay his respect. His eyes were sharp and sly, as if he felt that as a demonic noble, there was no need for him to salute. Li Yao was not upset. The king of Jiao was said to be unparalleled in speed in the demon peacock realm. According to some anecdotes of the demon world, the strength of the king of Jiao was not weaker than the peacock emperor. The two demonic beasts were both top figures in the demonic world until the later enlightenment of the peacock emperor, who then became the demon emperor, thus determined the current landscape of the demon peacock realm. "What was the matter for the demon peacock city to name you as an ambassador?" asked Li Yao with a smile. He did not mind whether the others saluted him or not. It was all in line with the character of the Jiao royal clan. Demon Peacock City wishes to join forces with Emperor Li's city to annihilate Emperor Xiao's realm. After that, the Demon Peacock City will fight with Emperor Li's city for the right to control the empty realm in the next 10 years. Jiao Feng replied curtly, getting straight to the heart of the matter. A flash of a bright light passed through his eyes. Demonic beasts were demonic beasts after all. Straightforward, but he rather liked this straightforwardness. Yes. Li Yao nodded in agreement. This was exactly what he had been planning. Get rid of an opponent first, and after taking over Emperor Xiao's city, they could then deal with the Demon Peacock City. They had taken the initiative to fight with Emperor Xiao's city to signal to Emperor Li's city, suggesting that both of them had a shared enemy in Emperor Xiao's realm. Thus, there could be reason for a real alliance. "But I have 2 conditions," Jiao Feng said. "Oh." Li Yao looked at the Jiao Feng, somewhat surprised. Jiao Feng was the messenger, came to request an alliance, and he has demands? "Tell me," Li Yao responded with some interest. "First, I don't have much confidence in Emperor Li's realm based on past experiences. For the alliance, when our 2 armies attacked Emperor Xiao's city, the army from Emperor Li's city and the Demon Peacock City were to be mixed together, so that if either side has any dishonesty, the other party can renege on the alliance, so that both sides are accountable, and would not betray the other," Jiao Feng said. Li Yao furrowed his brows and frowned. To mix the army together? In the past, in terms of strategy, Emperor Li's realm was indeed more superior, and it was an area that the Demon Peacock realm had always been the most challenged. In the last battle, it was how Emperor Li's realm was able to win the control of the empty realm. It was no wonder that the Demon Peacock realm did not trust them. Emperor Li's city had already declared war against Emperor Xiao's city, and both sides had suffered numerous deaths and injuries. On the contrary, Demon Peacock City only engaged in just a few small-scale battles. And let's not forget we have not yet launched any accusations about that. Yuan Jin piped up on the side. Alliance has not yet been formed, and you already doubted us. Is this why you have come here? The last battle for the Empty Realm was a good indicator. Jialo Feng responded easily, not to mention, for the two armies to mix together served as a bind not only to Emperor Li's realm, but also to us, to ensure that neither side will turn on the other. This is just for bringing the destruction of Emperor Xia's city. Emperor Li's realm should have no reason to refuse such an alliance? Li Yao and the Yuan Jin gazed at Jialo Feng, and Li Yao continued, "What else?" To be allied in the battle meant that slaying of the imperial flag was not a priority, but to destroy everyone of Emperor Xia's city, especially Yi Futian and that damned beast. If they're not dead, we would not slay the flag. Jialo Feng said coldly. Li Yao and Yuan Jin exchanged a look, a faint smile in their eyes. They were very satisfied with this grievance. Not long ago, they had heard that the messenger of Emperor Xia's city had just conveyed the words of Xia Qingyuan when Jialo Feng wanted to kill him violently within the city limit of Demon Peacock City, revealing the depth of their resentment. I have heard some of the words spoken by Yi Futian and that beast, and it was indeed a great insult to Princess Kongxian. Xia Qingyuan even dared to send messenger to express the appreciation that Yi Futian had for Princess Kongxian. Perhaps Xia Qingyuan thought that, as her deputy, Yi Futian is now qualified to be on the same level as Princess Kongxian. However, the aim of the battle for the Empty Realm is the slaying of the imperial flag. Is this the suggestion of the princess or your own? Yuan Jin's eyes stayed on Jialo Feng. Her Royal Highness is the most noble lady in our demonic realm, and we would not tolerate anyone to insult her. This is the common wish of all the major clans of our demonic realm. Jialo Feng was extremely sharp, but avoided giving a direct answer, and Yuan Jin suddenly revealed a touch of smile. Kongxian, as the daughter of the Demon Peacock Emperor, and with a beauty not seen often in her generation, certainly played no second fiddle to Xia Qingyuan. With such a demonic woman, how could the descendants of these great demonic clans not have some ideas of their own about her? Yi Futian and his mount not only humiliated Kongxian, but also humiliated all the great demons of the demonic clans. "Return and tell Her Royal Highness to wait for my news," Li Yao said with a smile. Jialo Feng nodded and left. After he left, Li Yao looked at Yuan Jin and said, "Senior brother, what are your thoughts?" In the past, of all the battles for the Empty Realm, the Demon Peacock Realm had won the least number of times, because strategy is not their forte. Although demonic beasts obtained wisdom through enlightenment, but their nature was still that of the demon. We had fought many wars with Emperor Xia's city and suffered considerable casualties. The Demon Peacock City has also made enemy with Emperor Xia's city, but they dared not attack easily, and because they worried that we will take advantage of them, hence their request to form an alliance with us. It was indeed the best solution they could think of. Their request to mingle the armies together was probably indicative of trauma caused by previous battles for the Empty Realm. Yuan Jin said with smiles, "So, this matter can be done?" Li Yao said with a smile there was no flaw in it that he could find. The Demon Peacock Realm seemed to really want to form an alliance. Yuan Jin nodded. The demonic beasts of the demonic realm will not use the reputation of Kongxian as a pretext to set up a trap. What's more, Yi Futian had killed many demonic beasts, including beasts of the royal clans, such as the Rock. Demonic beasts are straightforward in nature and would not do such things. Otherwise, of all the battles for the Empty Realm, the Demon Peacock Realm would probably win more than half of them. The only flaw was that although we could say that this alliance was possible because of the situation, it was still far too smooth. In my previous calculations, it should have taken longer. Perhaps at the end of the 3-month period would the alliance be reached, Yuan Jin said. In fact, his suspicion was not without reason. Kongxian and Kongzhan did not think of forming an alliance so quickly. However, The great demons of all the great royal clans hated Yi Futian, and so they had banded together and pled. Kong Xian also hated Yi Futian and that black wind condor, so it was natural that she would go along with it. Hence the trip made by Jialo Feng at this time. "Sire, how is Yi Futian as a person?" Yuan Jin asked Li Yao. He had heard that Li Yao had some contact with Yi Futian, although not much. "I only know that this person came from the land of 9 states in the lower worlds of Emperor Xiao's realm, and master of one state there. He is very talented, but extremely arrogant and unbridled, causing all the holy lands of 9 states to besiege the holy land where he was, and it was almost destroyed, even though I was not personally in attendance of the battle. But I did hear later that his wife was killed, and it explained why Yi Futian hated me." Li Yao said, "But once he was the master of a state known as unparalleled in the lower worlds. He must have been extremely proud of himself to go to the demon Peacock City with 1 man and 1 beast to inflame the situation. His conceit was demonstrated in his desire to use his own power to vanquish the demon Peacock City, killing many demons. From this perspective, he was indeed very outstanding. He probably wanted to kill me after he had flattened demon Peacock City." Someone who had gained the trust of Emperor Xia and Xia Qingyuan and could also fight with Kong Xian was naturally gifted, and his arrogance was not unexpected. Yuan Jin nodded. "However, this time Emperor Li's realm is the strongest. There was no need to use tricks. We just need to go with the flow of the situation, but make sure to guard against surprise attacks from the other side. There is no problem with the alliance, but it needs to be laid out carefully so that if there are any surprise, we could easily deal with it." "I'm afraid we have to trouble you then," said Li Yao. "Let me go and calculate." Yuan Jin stood up to leave, and Li Yao also stood up to see him off. To Yuan Jin, this prince demonstrated extreme respect. Even in front of his subordinates, he had always addressed him as senior brother. The status of Yuan Jin and the treatment he received was Shaosheng's dream. Though he was by the side of Xia Qingyuan, he still could not receive such recognition. The news that Jialo Feng went to seek alliance with Emperor Li's city quickly spread to Emperor Xiao's city. Xia Qingyuan once again sent Gong Sunzhong to deliver a message to Emperor Li's city. However, this time he had only delivered the message halfway before he was chased out and running for his life again with injury. Gong Sunzhong did not complete the task that was given by Xia Qingyuan, so all he could do was to press on. But every time he left with injury, it was a very miserable business. The demon Peacock City seemed to be in no mood for talks except in its determination to deal with Emperor Xiao's city. Gong Sunzhong returned to Emperor Xiao's city to see Xia Qingyuan, and there was blood on him. He had once again returned with injury. Though he was slightly embarrassed, he still maintained his grace. He said to Xia Qingyuan, Gong Sunzhong had disappointed the princess. It seemed that Kong Xian's resentment was very deep. "This is not your fault. No need to blame yourself," Shaoxing said. Many people looked at Yi Futian, who was not far away, and their looks were not friendly. For the demon Peacock realm and Emperor Li's realm to reach an alliance so quickly was undoubtedly disastrous news for them. All of this was caused by Yi Futian. Gong Sunzhong looked at Xia Qingyuan and said, "It's not just Kong Xian. All the demons in Demon Peacock City held deep grudges. As soon as they saw me, they started to give chase." It was obviously a situation that had been repeated many times before. Everyone naturally understood what Gong Sunzhong was referring to. Yi Futian had repeatedly provoked the other. Therefore the people of the Demon Peacock realm must have treated him like Yi Futian. Xia Qingyuan looked calmly at the people, without the slightest sense of disturbance. Yi Futian had already told her the whole plan. Under the circumstances that the setup had already been completed by Yi Futian, the victory of the battle for the empty realm was without a doubt. But Yi Futian wanted revenge, not just mere victory. However, she could not reveal this detail. Even to her most trusted subordinates, she must conceal this fact. Otherwise, it would cause great suspicion once it was known. Gong Sunzhong would venture a word. At this time, Gongsun Zhong said while bowed his head to Xia Qingyuan. Speak. Xia Qingyuan looked at him. The bell must be untied by the one who tied it for the battle of the empty realm. Some sacrifices are inevitable. Gongsun Zhong said, and suddenly all eyes were fastened upon Gongsun Zhong, who had his head down. This matter was caused by Yi Futian, so how could they not understand the sacrifices implied by Gongsun Zhong? Chapter 1062. This incident was indeed caused by Yi Futian. Gongsun Zhong went to the demon Peacock City several times, and was attacked by the demons each and every time. On behalf of Yi Futian, he had endured the brunt of the anger of the demonic clans, and there must be a lot of resentment in his heart. This incident was indeed caused by Yi Futian. Gongsun Zhong went to the demon Peacock City several times, and was attacked by the demons each and every time. On behalf of Yi Futian, he had endured the brunt of the anger of the demonic clans, and there must be a lot of resentment in his heart. Now that the alliance between the Emperor Li's realm and the demon Peacock realm was being negotiated, wanting to attack together, Gongsun Zhong thought of handing Yi Futian over to Kong Xian to quell the anger of the demon Peacock realm, thus maintaining the confrontation evenly three-sided. On the surface, it seemed feasible, but in fact it was not so simple. Xia Qingyuan's stance aside, even if she was willing to surrender Yi Futian, but what if, after the demon Peacock realm had executed Yi Futian, they continued their alliance with Emperor Li's realm? They would have lost a strong fighter in vain, and not to mention the many strong cultivators around Yi Futian, such as Yu Shang and the others. If they surrendered Yi Futian, then the support of these people would also evaporate. It was undoubtedly akin to breaking one of their own arms. Even though many did not like Yi Futian, but they had to recognize his strength. Gongsun Zhong's injuries were proof that Yi Futian was way more powerful, who could repeatedly provoke Kong Xian, but always emerged in one piece. Furthermore, Xia Qingyuan was willing to promote Yi Futian as her deputy, and sent Gongsun Zhong to the demon Peacock City for him to show friendly intentions to Kong Xian. Her appreciation of Yi Futian and his importance to her were apparently. Naturally, she would not have sent him. Gongsun Zhong's proposal could only satisfy his own displeasure, and the princess was unlikely to agree. Yi Futian glanced at Gongsun Zhong, and he looked calm and without disturbance. Gongsun Zhong's displeasure of him was apparent at Old Master Zhao's birthday banquet. Now, with all that had happened in the empty realm, surely his displeasure toward him had increased. So he had made such suggestion even when he knew that there was no possibility. He still spoke of it, showed how deep that resentment ran. The future leader of Divine Cloud Valley really did not care about offending him. However, it was expected, even though he was talented and named as deputy of the princess. But this was the Divine Cloud Valley, which had its own status and power in its own right. The past leader of Divine Cloud Valley was the personal armor of Emperor Xia, and even the Shao clan desired to form an alliance with the Divine Cloud Valley through marriage, and like Lihan Heaven, it stood at the epitome of power in Emperor Xiao's realm. With its solid backing from Emperor Xia, Yi Futian's feeling was the least of their concerns. Xia Qingyuan looked at Gongsun Zhong and said, "Gongsun Zhong, what kind of sacrifice do you mean?" Upon hearing Xia Qingyuan's words, many people showed surprise. The princess was deliberately pretended not to understand the insinuation made by Gongsun Zhong. With his head still bowed, Gongsun Zhong said, "If Emperor Li's realm and the demon Peacock realm formed an alliance, we will undoubtedly lose the battle of the empty realm, and 10 years of preparation will be wasted in an instant." And the cause of the current situation was none other than Yi Futian's arrogant behavior. If Yi Futian is sent to the demon Peacock City to quench their anger, they would naturally stop their alliance with Emperor Li's realm. In the battle for the empty realm, is the demon Peacock realm an enemy to Emperor Xiao's realm? Asked Xia Qingyuan. Yes, Gongsun Zhong bowed his head and replied. Yi Futian alone was able to contain the demon Peacock City, killing many great demons. So what is the reason for sending him to the demon Peacock City? Xia Qingyuan continued her inquiry, Her voice was calm, but this calmness gave Gong Sun-jong a sense of invisible pressure. The battlefield of the empty realm is not subjected to military discipline. Fighting alone led to the current crisis, Gong Sun-jong responded. Xia Qingyuan nodded slightly and said, "You are right. Yi Futian did what he wanted, which led to the current difficulty we are in, and he should immediately relinquish his title as my deputy." But when Gong Sun-jong, on the verge of impending battle, confused the focus of our army by suggesting sending our deputy to the enemy, disregard ranking, and showed fear in fighting. Gong Sun-jong, what do you think should be the punishment for that offense? When Gong Sun-jong heard what Xia Qingyuan had to say, his face paled. He lifted his head up slightly and looked at Xia Qingyuan in the eyes. His heart was cold and he was extremely disappointed. There was nothing wrong with what Xia Qingyuan had said, but it showed Xia Qingyuan's attitude toward the two of them. The divine Cloud Valley had followed the Emperor Xia for many years. His grandfather was the master royal armor. He, too, had hoped to follow and serve Xia Qingyuan. However, in the heart of Xia Qingyuan, the status of Gong Sun-jong of divine Cloud Valley was not as high as that of Yi Futian from the lower worlds of the 9 states. He proposed to sacrifice Yi Futian because he wanted to see how Xia Qingyuan would respond. And today he has his answer. The princess may decide what punishment Gong Sun-jong deserves. Gong Sun-jong looked into Xia Qingyuan's eyes, then bowed his head in respect, without any more illusions in his heart. "Princess!" Xiaosheng walked up and bowed to Xia Qingyuan. It was in a moment of confusion and frustration that Gong Sun-jong acted like this, and also because of the concern regarding the battle for the empty realm. I hope the princess will consider these factors in meting out the punishment. "Princess, the brink of battle is really not a suitable time to shake the confidence of the army," Tianji also whispered. Xia Qingyuan still looked very calm, gazing at Gong Sun-jong, and Gong Sun-jong stood there with his head hung. It seemed a long time had passed before Xia Qingyuan said, "Go to the Demon Peacock City with this message. I, Xia Qingyuan, am willing to apologize on behalf of Yi Futian for his behavior." However, the confrontations between the armies were inevitable. But if the Demon Peacock City insisted on having its own way and joining with Emperor Li's realm to attack the Emperor Xia's city, we are prepared to die fighting and will focus all our power against the cultivators of the Demon Peacock City, and we would rather let Emperor Li's realm win without a fight. "Yes," Gong Sun-jong replied. "In addition, after the battle began, you will lead the cultivators of the divine Cloud Valley to fight in the front and use your action to prove your belief in our victory of the battle for the empty realm, and whether or not you are willing to make sacrifices." Xia Qingyuan continued. Her plain voice sounded chilling to many. The forward of the great battle had always suffered the greatest, and it had always been the responsibility of the 8 legions directly belonging to Emperor Xia. Now, Xia Qingyuan had asked Gong Sun-jong to lead the divine Cloud Valley to fight in the front. Such punishment was rather malicious, and Gong Sun-jong had nothing to say. Since he said that Yi Futian could be sacrificed, then Xia Qingyuan would let him make some sacrifices himself. "Yes, princess." Gong Sun-jong looked very calm and without anger, and his expression did not change much, as if his heart was like stilled water. The more he cared, the easier it was for his emotion to be out of control. When true despair set in and he no longer had much to care, he was able to calmly look at everything. At this moment, Gong Sun-jong had lost all hope for Xia Qingyuan and no longer had any illusions. "Go deliver the message," Xia Qingyuan said. She did not care about what Gong Sun-jong thought, because this descendant of divine Cloud Valley had also disappointed her greatly. "Yes," Gong Sun-jong nodded, then backed off and departed by levitation, went to the Demon Peacock City to pass on the message. Looking at Gong Sun-jong departing, many felt sympathy. This extraordinary figure of the divine Cloud Valley had wanted to win the heart of Princess Xia Qingyuan, but in the end, it worked against him. The princess was obviously very dissatisfied with him, so much so that she disregarded his thoughts on the matter altogether. "Prepare for war." Xia Qingyuan casted a glance to the crowd and suddenly every one of them stepped back and went on with war preparation. If their opponents were to attack with a united front, it would be a brutal, bloody battle. Gongsun Zhong went to the demon Peacock City to send a message, which enraged all the demonic royal clans who were furious and accused Xia Qingyuan for lack of sincerity and her threat to them. They declared their intention to capture Xia Qingyuan and proposed to immediately send out troops and join forces to attack. Jialo Feng proposed to commingle of the imperial armies and join forces to attack. This way, it would not only be difficult for Emperor Li's realm to use trickery against them, but it would also be difficult for Emperor Xia's cultivators to target them alone. Kong Xian and Kong Zhan had seriously considered the proposal of Jialo Feng. After learning about the content of Xia Qingyuan's message, it naturally filled Li Yao's heart with great joy, and he couldn't wait for the other two parties to shred each other to pieces during the war, so that they could reserve their strength and wait until Emperor Xia's city was vanquished before they turned on those demons. However, after the demon Peacock City once again mentioned the proposal of Jialo Feng, in order to show sincerity, Li Yao was forced to agree, and the two sides formally made an alliance and began to prepare for the war, planning to take Emperor Xia's city in one fight without leaving any potential for future troubles. At the same time, Emperor Li's realm and the demon Peacock realm began to prepare for war, reorganized their armies and its mixed formations, and started to set up the camps of their mixed army. An invisible pressure shrouded Emperor Xia's city. In the empty realm, many people have said that Emperor Xia's city was finished. After this war, they may lose the qualification to fight for the control of the empty realm. This great confrontation in the Battle of the Empty Realm seemed to arrive a little faster than expected. After some days of preparation, this day, starting from Emperor Li's city, branches of army departed. Same with the demon Peacock City. All demons were mobilized from different directions, going toward one direction, the direction of Emperor Xia's city. The two imperial realms had officially formed an alliance, joined forces to invade Emperor Xia's city, ready to destroy it. On this day, the black clouds shrouded Emperor Xia's city, and it was different from before. This time it was no longer a single attack from Emperor Li's army, but two armed forces joined together against them. They had each left only some of their troops to guard the cities, and the rest of the cultivators were all involved in this battle. At this time in Emperor Xia's city, the great army gathered in the direction of the imperial flag waiting. The vast sky in the distance had been filled with extremely powerful pressure, and the two great armies were approaching. Above the main hall, Xia Qingyuan looked into the distance, with Yi Futian stood next to her, also looking in the same direction. The setup had taken many days, and today it was finally the time to welcome this battle. This was also the situation that Yi Futian had been working hard to create. Chapter 1063. The armies of Emperor Li's realm and the demon Peacock realm descended upon Emperor Xia's city. At this time, the location of the imperial flag of the demon Peacock City was guarded by the descendants of the Green Bull King. The original form of the Green Bull King was a yak, so its strength was extremely powerful. The armies of Emperor Li's realm and the demon Peacock realm descended upon Emperor Xia's city. At this time, the location of the imperial flag of the demon Peacock City was guarded by the descendants of the Green Bull King. The original form of the Green Bull King was a yak, so its strength was extremely powerful. The clan of Green Bull King was extremely strong both in terms of offensive and defensive powers. If they formed the Green Bull battle matrix, the impact was unparalleled and they could trample the void of heaven and earth. At this time, the descendant of the Green Bull clan was the leader of this army. He volunteered to stay here and defend from behind. In the camp of the demon Peacock realm in this battle for the empty realm, the strength of the bull demon was extremely powerful and dominant and could be ranked within the top 5. With him shoring up the rear, Kong Zhan and Kong Xian would have no worries. Around the imperial flag, the great demonic army stationed there, and the bull demon looked at all the demons around and said, "The secret command of their royal highnesses is given here now to the great demon army guarding here." You will bear the most important task of this battle for the empty realm. At the time when the three great armies are going into war, we will cross the distance and launch an ambush by slaying the imperial flag of Emperor Li's realm, thus winning the battle for the empty realm. There were strange colors in the eyes of the demons, and they were silently amazed at their royal leaders, who had apparently learned the ways of the deceitful humans. Now, in the battle of the three armies, the alliance between the Emperor Li's realm and the demon Peacock realm would ensure the destruction of Emperor Xia's city and taken their imperial flag. So, as long as they could successfully ambush Emperor Li's city and taken their imperial flag, the victory of the battle for the empty realm would be theirs. The following battle will be your battle of glory. Who wants to follow me? The bull demon said out loud, and suddenly all demon roared and sounded extremely excited. It was time for them to make their contributions to their masters of the demon Peacock realm. To gain the control of the empty realm was indeed the most important task in the battle for the empty realm. The great army gathered, and the bull demon left some of the demons to guard the imperial flag, and then led most of the troops who were guarding this place to head toward the direction of Emperor Li's city. After they left, above the sky, a figure appeared among shadows. The look on his face was extremely sullen. He then turned into a beam of light, rushing toward the direction of Emperor Xia's city. This news must be reported immediately. Even though the people of the demon Peacock realm would not necessarily be able to take on the defense of Emperor Li's city, but at least they had to prepare for it. These beasts had betrayed the alliance, and were full of themselves, thinking that they had made a brilliant move. Was this to let Emperor Xia's city reap the benefit of it all? At this time, above Emperor Xia's city, the great army had blocked the sunlight, rendering the entire city in gloom, but there was also a suffocating pressure. The army from Emperor Li's realm and the demon Peacock realm had descended above the firmament. Moreover, the two armies were mixed together, with many of the demonic army now integrated into the army of Emperor Li's realm, forming an unprecedented powerful force. Li Yao and Yuan Jin were right in the middle of the army. They were the main commanders of Emperor Li's realm. Kong Zhan, Kong Xian were in another central area. They were naturally the main commanders of the demon Peacock realm. Above the sky, Kong Xian's eyes stared at Yi Futian below, who were behind Xia Qingyuan. Her eyes were extremely cold. These days, she had suffered enough humiliation from Yi Futian and that damn animal. Today they would be killed. Where was that damn beast? Kong Zhan said coldly, and just then did Kong Xian notice that Yi Futian's mount, the black wind condor, was not present, and he was also not found among the army. The two great realms had joined forces to attack, and that stupid beast dared to be a no-show? Yuan Jin's eyes swept down below. He was observing the guardian army of Emperor Xia's city. Xia Qingyuan, the main commander, was present, so was Yi Futian, whose individual combat power was comparable to that of Xia Qingyuan's, as well as the two great legions of Tian and Dou, and many top cultivators from Emperor Xia's palace and the upper worlds. No one seemed to be missing except a few important people, who were noticeably absent. Yu Sheng of the sacrificial battle of the flags and the black wind condor seemed not to be on the battlefield. Yuan Jin said to Liao, who was next to him, Yu Sheng and the black wind condors demonstrated great combat power in the sacrificial battle of the flags, which naturally attracted the attention of many, so they were listed by Yuan Jin as key targets. Even among the numerous cultivators of the army, he still discovered that Yu Sheng and the black wind condors were absent. As for others, it may not be so obvious and not so easy to discover on account that there were just too many cultivators. At this time, there were several figures flashing toward them. There were the people who were responsible for the investigation of the battlefield. Bowing slightly, one said, "Sire, a few people disappeared before the battle, and those should be the trusted confidants of Yi Futian, those who were responsible for hunting outside the battlefield previously." When Li Yao and Yuan Jin heard this, they remembered those were indeed Yu Sheng and the others, and many of them demonstrated tremendous strength. They were the people of the lower worlds of the 9 states. The cultivator, who inherited the ruin of Renhuang, is also absent. Naturally, Liao knew who that was. He looked cold and indifferent, asking, "Is there anyone else not here?" "We have not discovered any at the moment," the messenger replied. "Xia Qingyuan and the leaders of Tian and Dou and other top principalities of Emperor Xiao's realm are all here." "Senior brother, how many people were left guarding the imperial flag?" Li Yao asked Yuan Jin. They needed at least a corps like Tian or Dou to break through a great army. Just those people from the 9 states, even if their personal strength was outstanding, are far from enough, Yuan Jin replied. Currently his brows were furrowed. At such time when the great armies were about to battle, and Emperor Xia's city was in dire danger, their opponent had dispersed their power. Was it because they knew that they could not defend this, so they wanted to throw a wild card and capture their imperial flag first? This was a possibility. If this was the case, then there would not be much surprise. But if the other party was extremely confident, even if their forces were dispersed, the army of Emperor Xia's city could still resist their offense, then there may be outcomes that he had not considered. In the case of the former, one battle would determine the overall situation, but the latter, this possibility was very small. "Sire, make this battle a quick one," Yuan Jin said to Liao. Though the possibility was very small, but there was still an uneasiness deep in his heart, and he worried about the situations that he did not calculate. In this battle for the empty realm, Yi Futian was a wild card, and he had not taken him into consideration before, and he did not focus on investigating his background. Instead, it was Wang Chuan that he paid much attention to. In the end, neither Wang Chuan nor Li Heaven had participated in the battle for the empty realm, and for this he had relaxed a bit. Kong Xian, Emperor Li's realm, was always known for their trickery. In the last battle for the empty realm, they had won using such lowly method. And for this battle, Dali Dynasty had created a group of semi-sainted fighters. And as the demon peacock realm really knew how many of them had appeared in the battlefield? Xia Qingyuan looked up and said to Kong Xian, "Just for a grudge, you would rather lose the chance for the battle for the empty realm. Is it worth it?" Kong Xian stared at Xia Qingyuan below. This most outstanding princess in the Emperor Xiao's realm had been compared to her. In fact, Kong Xian also felt that it was a bit fast to get to the place they were now, and they may not have been as cautious. But all of this was caused by Yi Futian. All the demons of the demon peacock city hated him to the bones and couldn't wait to tear him into pieces. Hence the catalyst for making this alliance possible after several great battles had erupted. "Princess Kong Xian, don't listen to her nonsense. Our 2 armies are in a union because of the circumstances. After the imperial flag of Emperor Xia's realm had been captured, Emperor Li's city and the demon peacock city will fight each other fairly to decide the outcome." Liao said out loud, and Kong Xian sobered up her mind. All the demonic forces in the demon peacock realm were aggressive and dominant. What did she have to fear? "Kong Xian, if you are still bothered by the frivolous words of Yi Futian, I can ask my father the emperor to name him a title and propose marriage to the demon peacock emperor. How about it?" Xia Qingyuan continued. Her voice fell, and Kong Xian's eyes suddenly turned icy, and the uncertainty in heart a moment ago disappeared. For her to marry Yi Futian? "Xia Qingyuan, there were many demonic beasts in our demonic realm who were interested in you, so it would be better for me to give them titles and have you marry into demon peacock realm. How about that?" Kong Zhan responded indifferently. This was an insult to his sister, Kong Xian. For the daughter of the demon peacock emperor to marry Yi Futian? He was far from being qualified. "If you don't like that, you may serve me instead." Kong Zhan's eyes showed a demon light as he continued. Xia Qingyuan swept a cold look to the sky above. "Sire, it's time to make a move," Yuan Jin said to Liao, wanting to make a quick battle out of this without further delay. Liao nodded, but just then he suddenly saw Yi Futian levitated from below, holding the halberd of time and space, standing in midair between the 2 armies with the halberd of time and space pointed at the army in the void. "If you want to start the war, which of you from Emperor Li's realm and the demon peacock realm dared to fight?" And the long halberd pointed at the strong cultivators of both realms. However, the white-haired youth, who exuded ultimate arrogance, challenged them to fight. The great army of Emperor Xia's city looked at Yi Futian in midair. Naturally, they recognized Yi Futian's personal strength and courage. It was just that he was unbridled and did whatever he wanted with total disregard to rules. If not for these flaws, Yi Futian's strong personal strength was indeed enough to take the responsibility as the princess's right-hand man. "Kill him," Yuan Jin directly ordered. Did not want to waste any more time. The two armies are at war. There was no need to abide by rules with the likes of Yi Futian. As Yuan Jin's voice fell, suddenly beams of destructive light slammed down from the sky, as if to chop and slice the void and to dismember Yi Futian in the air. The light of destruction puffed out of the halberd of time and space, and the time and space around it seemed to have solidified. The beams of light of destruction continued forward, and the long halberd of Yi Futian struck forth, turning into endless light beams, colliding with the light of destruction in the void. "Attack!" Liao gave order to the army. "Move!" Kong Zhan and Kong Xian also gave the order at the same time, the mighty army pressing down from the sky. The war had officially began. Chapter 1064. Under the pressure of the two great imperial armies, the heaven and the earth were shrouded in gloom. At this time, Gongsun Zhong led the cultivators of the divine Cloud Valley towards the void. Under the pressure of the two great imperial armies, the heaven and the earth were shrouded in gloom. At this time, Gongsun Zhong led the cultivators of the divine Cloud Valley towards the void. On that day when Gongsun Zhong proposed to sacrifice Yi Futian, Xia Qingyuan had ordered that divine Cloud Valley fight in the front. Therefore, at this time, the cultivators of divine Cloud Valley, led by Gongsun Zhong, appeared in the forefront. At this time, Gongsun Zhong's long gown was flying with the wind. His dark eyes were sharp and gazing above the sky. Not only that, but throughout his body he was full of an air of sharpness, as if his whole person was a weapon of the gods. Behind Gongsun Zhong, there was an incomparably brilliant divine furnace. Inside the divine furnace, golden light shot straight into the sky and surpassed the firmament, emanating radiant light that swallowed the rule's power between heaven and earth, refining the great path of the world. Gongsun Zhong has brought the heavenly refining furnace of divine Cloud Valley to the battlefield. Many were shocked to behold this. Divine Cloud Valley was the premier armor in Emperor Xia's realm, and the Gongsun clan was the founder and the master of Divine Cloud Valley. Over the years, an unknown number of the powerful divine weapons had been unearthed in the Divine Cloud Valley. In the Divine Cloud Valley, there were several remarkable divine implements, which could be considered the treasures of Divine Cloud Valley. One of them was the heavenly refining furnace currently behind Gongsun Zhong. The heavenly refining furnace, known for its ability to refine the great path of heaven and earth and integrate it into its own to bring forth unparalleled strength. Currently, Gongsun Zhong had not yet entered into Saint Plain, but if one day he became a saint and still used this furnace in battle, he would really be able to truly refine the great path. All the cultivators of Emperor Xia's realm now looked at Gongsun Zhong. In the previous battles, Gongsun Zhong had never used this divine arm. Perhaps Gongsun Zhong wanted to prove a point to Xia Qingyuan. The cultivators of Emperor Xia's realm all knew that although Yi Futian and Gongsun Zhong did not have a direct confrontation, between the two of them Xia Qingyuan clearly valued Yi Futian far more. At the moment, that figure hovered above the sky and was bathed in endless glory, but somehow gave out a sense of the desolation and sorrow of never looking back. Previously, there was Yi Futian responding with the halberd of time and space, and now Gongsun Zhong took the heavenly refining furnace to battle, as if it was an invisible competition. Divine Cloud Valley were all pushing their power to integrate into the heavenly refining furnace, with Gongsun Zhong as the center. The radiance released from the heavenly refining furnace shot straight into the sky. Inside the furnace, There were many divine spears that had now been refined, carrying the glory to rush to the void, into the great army of the other side. However, at the same time, above the sky there appeared a massive sword diagram that sheltered the sky. From it, an endless sword will be flowed out, shrouding heaven and earth. Hundreds of millions of swords light now surrounding the space, descending from the sky, colliding with the long spears inside the furnace as the two converged in the air. Suddenly above the sky, there formed a spectacular picture. A waterfall of galaxies seemed to be hanging between heaven and earth, dividing the world into two, and the atmosphere diffused from it was extremely terrifying. Dali Sword Mountain. Many people look at the swordsmen above the sky and knew that they were coming from the premier holy land of Swordway in Dali Dynasty. Gongsun Zhong's robe fluttered in the wind, and he stepped into the void. He went upward along with that silvery waterfall as all the power from the cultivators of divine Cloud Valley was all integrated into the heavenly refining furnace and put into motion by Gongsun Zhong. At this instant, a peerless divine spear appeared behind Gongsun Zhong, emitting endless glory and piercing through the waterfall, slaughtering toward the sky. Not only that, but the terrible heavenly refining furnace was continually refining the rule's power of the swordway that was falling from the sky. Gongsun Zhong of divine Cloud Valley will fight for his majesty and Emperor Xiao's realm. A voice was heard throughout the land and toward the sky. Gongsun Zhong reached out, and instantly that peerless divine spear fell into his palm. He darted, and his speed surged, propelling him to shuttle through the silvery waterfall, carrying the supreme power to attack upward. The spear in his hand stabbed out with power that shocked all beings. The cultivators of Emperor Xiao's realm were deeply moved, watching that gorgeous attack by the spear directly land in front of the swordsmen of Sword Mountain. Gongsun Zhong seemed to want to use this war to defend the dignity of divine Cloud Valley. He was fighting for the Emperor and Emperor Xiao's realm. Perhaps if it was before, he would have said that he was fighting for the princess. Troops of Tian and Do, prepare to fight! Xia Qingyuan watched all these with calmness, immediately issuing the command, and did not let Gongsun Zhong bear the pressure alone. Gongsun Zhong, though disheartened by her treatment of him, was the Gongsun Zhong that she wanted to see. The old valley master of divine Cloud Valley had been a loyal follower of her father, the emperor, for many years, and it was also the premier land of armory of the realm, which he naturally respected because Emperor Xiao's realm needed such ally. But this did not mean that the descendants of the Gongsun clan could afford to have too many grand ideas. These unrealistic thoughts would only end up devouring them until they brought divine Cloud Valley to its doom. So, if Gongsun Zhong still held fantasies towards her as he did before and forgot the true responsibilities that he should be shouldering, she would mind letting the Gongsun clan pick another leader for the future. The troops of Tian and Do joined in the battle, and they went to the sky from both sides. Immediately following, all the top principalities from the upper worlds of Emperor Xiao's realm also rushed from different directions to the void in attack. Even though their strength was at an extreme disadvantage, Princess Xia Qingyuan was still on the battlefield. Who would dare to desert? Aside from the outcome of the battle for the empty realm, if they ever dared to desert the Princess Xia Qingyuan on the battlefield to save their own skin, Emperor Xia would no doubt hold them responsible as dishonorable deserters, and they would probably never know how they would die in his hand. The two armies fought against each other, and a devastating atmosphere of incomparable horror erupted in an instant above the void, continually sending shock waves through it. Tianji led a group of people who were constantly surrounding Xia Qingyuan, defending her safety. When he saw the situation on the battlefield at that moment, he was becoming uneasy and said, "Princess, if it was not possible, we should give up the battle for the empty realm." The safety of the princess was more important than anything else. The control over the empty realm was only for 10 years. If they were defeated this time, they could still fight again in 10 years' time. "Watch it," Xia Qingyuan said to Tianji, and appeared to be extremely calm. If Yi Futian had not told her, She would never have thought that Guy's motivation to pick a fight with Kong Xian was aimed to control the demons and use the demonic beasts to initiate an alliance with Emperor Li's realm to manipulate the battle. The next step should be the time to close the net. Although Yi Futian was an extremely agitating bastard, but Xia Qingyuan absolutely recognized his strength and had absolute trust in him. Even until this moment, there was still no great abnormality in the battlefield. The cultivators of the demon realm were also participating in the war and fighting those who were against them. Violent roaring sounds continued booming, and under the great confrontation of the two armies, soon there was chaos in the battlefield. The battle between the cultivators of Divine Cloud Valley, who were led by Gongsun Zhong, and the swordsmen from the Dali Sword Mountain separated the battlefield from the middle. Li Yao and Yuan Jin were on the left side of the battlefield, while Kong Zhan and Kong Xian were on the other side. As the commanders, they would not participate in the actual battle lightly, but observe the situation instead. Even though these beasts are fighting, they are not fighting very hard. Yuan Jin secretly transmitted his voice to Li Yao. Was this an attempt to let Emperor Li's realm and Emperor Xiao's realm consume each other's strength? Continue to observe if it is still the case. Remind Kong Zhan and Kong Xian. Li Yao replied with indifference. Not only did he become aware of it, but the cultivators of Emperor Li's realm, who were participating in the battlefield, also became aware of it. In the troops, the leader of the evil clan of Chao sent out a terrible palm of demonic wei. Its demonic force filled the sky, and his body was shocked backward. Looking to Jialo Feng, who was not far from his side, he said, "I heard that none could compare to the speed of the Jialo royal clan, but I have yet to witness it. Since a descendant of the Jialo royal clan is here, how about a demonstration?" From Emperor Li's realm, the combative power of the evil clan of Chao is unparalleled. "I will hunt down and clean up the deserters," Jialo Feng responded. When they were talking, their bodies flickered as they were still fighting. At this time, Yi Futian was moving alone in the battlefield and saw that the battlefield was growing gradually chaotic in the void, and a cold intent of slaughter flashed through his eyes. At this time, there seemed to be a flash of lightning crossing the sky, and a cultivator appeared. He looked at the situation on the battlefield, showed some concerns, but did not speak in public. Instead, he transmitted his voice to Li Yao and Yuan Jin, who were underneath. "His Royal Highness, Master Yuan, the Green Bull King of the Demon Realm has led his bull demons and defending troops of Demon Peacock City toward Emperor Li's city, intending to take our imperial flag." Li Yao and Yuan Jin's pupils slightly contracted, and in an instant both of them looked badly. There was even an aura of murder that emitted from Li Yao. This time Emperor Li's realm did not play any tricks, but merely took advantage of the situation to first destroy Emperor Li's city. However, they never expected the Demon Peacock City was setting them up. Yuan Jin was thinking and calculating in his head. The Demon Peacock City had defending troops, but Emperor Li's city had the same defense as well. However, the problem was that there were also a group of cultivators from Emperor Xiao's city who suddenly vanished. If this was just a coincidence, then nothing to worry about. The people who were assigned to guard the Imperial could hold. But if this was not a coincidence, then never mind the battlefield of Emperor Li's realm. Then over here. However, with his various deductions from before, it was unlikely that the Demon Peacock City would be joining forces with Xia Qingyuan. There were no traces of clues. If the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm was this deep and calculating, they would never suffer so many losses in the previous battles for the empty realm. But given the situation in front of him, he had to consider whether or not he made a mistake. "Your Royal Highness, please transmit the message to all commanders to fight in retreat and withdraw from the battlefield." The Yuan Jin did not announce this loudly, but was only transmitting the voice secretly to Li Yao. He quickly glanced at the current situation on the battlefield and saw that it had entered the chaotic stage of melee. This was a risk they could not afford. Li Yao nodded and transmitted the information to all the commanders to withdraw their troops. After receiving the order, everyone was puzzled, but still quietly pulled the matrix backward and did not continue to battle the cultivators of Emperor Xia's city furiously. Watching this, Futian understood that the other party had already realized. In another area of the battlefield, there was a devastating light bursting out of Jiao Feng. The wings of Jiao Feng bloomed in an unparalleled brilliance of the divine, and the sacred feathers were sharper than the sharpest blade that cut through the void, but it was not aimed toward the army of the Emperor Xia's city. Instead, the attack was aimed at the battle matrix of the evil clan next to him. In an instant, the sacred feathers cut through the void and tear out a bloody crack in the battle matrix, with many cultivators being killed on the spot. The light of destruction slammed into the cultivators of Chao, and Jiao Feng let out a scream. "Chao Jin, you dare to speak and humiliate His Royal Highness, die!" That sudden sound was heard in the battlefield. When Li Yao and Yuan Jin saw the attack launched by Jiao Feng, they knew there was no need to retreat quietly. The Yuan Jin said loudly, "The cultivators of the Demon Peacock City already embarked toward Emperor Li's city. Retreat!" In times such as this, they could not afford to stay and fight. "How dare you ambush me and now insult our Demon Peacock City? I will kill you!" Another cultivator of the demonic royal clan roared, violently attacking, with many other demonic beasts joining the attack toward the cultivators of Emperor Li's realm. And in an instant, the battlefield was even more confused. Kong Xian and Kong Zhan were still unclear as to what was going on. Chapter 1065. Kong Zhan and Kong Xian looked somewhat puzzled at the battlefield. Wasn't the Demon Peacock City in alliance with Emperor Li's city to fight against the cultivators of Emperor Xia's city? Kong Zhan and Kong Xian looked somewhat puzzled at the battlefield. Wasn't the Demon Peacock City in alliance with Emperor Li's city to fight against the cultivators of Emperor Xia's city? Why had they suddenly started killing each other? Moreover, it was not only a battle matrix made up of one camp, because the cultivators from the Demon Peacock City and those from the Emperor Li's city were mixed in the matrix together. So, the moment the war erupted, fighting ensued. Those from Emperor Li's city, who were still unclear of the situation, reacted immediately when they heard Yuan Jin say that Emperor Li's city was ambushed by the Demon Peacock City. How could they not fight back? As for those from Demon Peacock City, seeing that battle had erupted and the cultivators of Emperor Li's city, who were with them, now fought against them, were they supposed to just sit and wait? Thus, the current situation was formed. Suddenly, a violent battle erupted in the midst of the mixed army, and the armies that were previously in alliance immediately attacked each other. And because of the close quarters, many people and demonic beasts were slayed in an instant, which led to more intense fighting. The cultivators of Emperor Xia's city were stunned and looked at the battlefield, stupefied. What was the situation? Weren't the two allied against them? The great army was coming toward them, and Princess Xia Qingyuan had decided to defend the imperial flag at all cost, even to the death. Many of their cultivators were also willing to fight to the death. However, the battle did not last long before the other party began to withdraw and pull back line of the battle. They had not figured out what was going on before the other two armies started to fight one another in earnest, and the army of Emperor Xia's city was being put aside. The troops of Tian and Dou were well-seasoned armies and had never seen such an unusual situation. A great army in an alliance would switch sides in the middle and turn on one another? This was simply unheard of. Kong Zhan, Kong Xian, is this what you call an alliance? Li Yao reprimanded with a cold and severe voice. Let them stop first. Kong Zhan's eyes were sharp, and next to him, Kong Xian declared loudly and clearly, stop the fight. Right now, the situation was unclear, and the fighting had to stop first. Don't touch the cultivators of the demon realm. Those from Emperor Li's realm, kill without exceptions. At this time, Xia Qingyuan gave the order, loud and clear. Yes, princess. The army from Emperor Xia's city now received their order, and instantly a terrible atmosphere erupted, rushing toward the battlefield above. It seemed that the princess had a plan already, and seemed to have teamed up with the demon Peacock City, and in a surprising double twist, tricked Emperor Li's realm. Retreat. Yuan Jin's voice was very cold. Undoubtedly Xia Qingyuan's words were adding fuel to the fire. How could an already erupted battle be stopped at will? Whoever stopped first may lose their lives if the other kept on attacking. At this moment, the Yuan Jin began to doubt himself. He had actually failed to make an accurate calculation, and the most impossible outcome had occurred. The demon Peacock City actually joined forces with Emperor Xiao's city. Yu Sheng and people of the 9 states, as well as the clan of the Green Bull King of Demon Peacock City, both slaughtered toward Emperor Li's city, while the demons over there launched the ambush. And in addition of Xia Qingyuan's command, no one would believe that the demon Peacock City and Emperor Xiao's city did not premeditate together. Even if Kong Zhan and Kong Xian almost thought that they had really reached an agreement with Xia Qingyuan. However, who could tell them what had really happened? Boom! A loud and violent sound was heard above the firmament, and the battle matrix where the cultivators of the evil clan of Chao had collapsed. Under the double attack between Jialo Feng and the cultivators of Emperor Xiao's realm from both within and without, it was impossible for them to maintain the integrity of the battle matrix. The violent attack above the sky continued. The battle matrices of Emperor Li's city continued to collapse. Without the order they had previously, the great army instantly went into collapse and retreated. Liao, the clan of the Green Bull King who guarded the demon Peacock City, is now on their way to attack the Emperor Li's city. Is this true or false? Kong Zhan darted and fought his way from the crowd and stared at Liao and asked, I have been monitoring the movement within the demon Peacock City and saw it with my own eyes. The Green Bull said that it was by secret order of Kong Xian to ambush Emperor Li's city. How could it be false? And Demon Peacock City want to pretend as if you were ignorant about this? The cultivator, who previously arrived in the void, replied with indifference. The people of 9 states around Yi Futian were also absent from the battlefield, presumably had joined forces in attacking our Emperor Li's city. This time, the demon Peacock realm did not hesitate to sacrifice the reputation of Kong Xian and many demonic beasts and laid out such a trap. I'm truly astounded, Yuan Jin continued coldly, only that there was no damage done to Emperor Xiao's realm world, and you have been willing to help defeat Emperor Li's realm. Do you think in the battle for the empty realm, Xia Qingyuan could be beaten by you? Upon hearing what Yuan Jin had to say, Kong Zhan and Kong Xian knew it was the truth. However, if the infighting was a coincidence, then what could be the explanation regarding the attack on Emperor Li's city by the bull demons, when they had never issued any orders for them to do so? Then, who gave the order to the bull demons? Or there was no order at all, and the bull demons had transmitted a false order. The 9-color divine light sparkled on Kong Xian's body, and her body released an extreme chill. She had a sense that the situation was serious and indeed grievous. All clans from the demon Peacock realm listen carefully my order. Immediately stop the fight and withdraw from the battlefield. Anyone who disobeys the order will be expelled from the clan. Kong Xian said coldly, and the 9-color divine light sparkled between heaven and earth. Her voice suggested great authority and threat. Her voice was heard throughout the void. All the demons felt the solemnness of her voice, and most of them began to retreat. But there were still a few cultivators of the demonic realm who were still battling violently, fighting alongside with the cultivators from Emperor Xiao's realm. Among them, there were several great demons of royal clans. What really sent chills from her head to her toes was that the descendant of Jialo royal clan, Jialo Feng, was still in the midst of battle. The wings of Garuda bloomed with divine feathers. Many cultivators from Emperor Li's realm had died at his hands. Jialo! Kong Xian shouted loudly. Jialo Feng's eyes were brimming with a terrible golden light of chill. It seemed that he did not hear her voice and continued the killing. At the same time, Xia Qingyuan was personally leading the cultivators to enter the killing field. Behind her, the radiant light of a lotus bloomed. She stepped on golden lotuses, bathed in the most sacred glory, like a Futian goddess, dazzling to behold. Her hands pointed toward the battlefield in the void, and suddenly the sword of catastrophe appeared, tearing through the void, and a cultivator was killed instantly by the sword that pierced him in the throat. With her body as the center, a violent sword storm of catastrophes exploded, and the endless lotus light screen opened and closed. It began with one, which turned to two. Two then became three, and with three all things were possible. And the lotus was born into the way, and the way dissolved all light of catastrophe. The lotus petals flew out in swirls like the sharpest sword in the world. The sounds of bodily contact were heard as cultivators were being killed on the spot. Moreover, the cultivators who had been killed by Xia Qingyuan were those from Emperor Li's realm, maybe as a way to avenge Yi Futian. As for the demon peacock realm, Yi Futian had claimed that he could have taken the imperial flag of the demon emperor any time within the demon peacock city, and with the many demonic beasts controlled by Yi Futian, the demon peacock realm would not pose a threat to them. In another area of the battlefield, Yi Futian walked in the void and appeared alone in a direction. His face was cold with the halberd of time and space in his hand. There was a group of cultivators from Emperor Li's realm rushing toward him. Yi Futian glanced at them indifferently. His body darted and turned into a radiant light of nothingness. The tyrannical rules seemed to have blasted into nothingness, but gave out a dull sound nonetheless. However, the light did not slow down or stop, and the halberd of time and space thrust out. The group of cultivators felt that the space was solidified, and then it was torn. Their lives experienced a moment of stillness, and as their eyes revealed extreme fear, each one of them were shattered. In an instant, all were annihilated. Yi Futian did not stop at all, but continued to shuttle forward. A cultivator had just looked at him, when a sound was heard and his throat was pierced directly. Wherever the glory of space passed, all the cultivators from Emperor Li's realm perished, their bodies falling downward from the sky. Without the power of the battle matrix, there was no one who could challenge him. At this time, a cultivator whose body had emitted a half-sainted sense, and with extremely dominant breath on his body. He stepped into it and trampled upon the void and merged with the great path. His body was like a divine implement, and he rushed toward Yi Futian. A palm print, akin to a golden millstone, crushed the void. The palm print was like the ring of an ancient tree, circle upon circle, smashing down to slaughter, intending on erasing everything. Yi Futian did not stop at all, but still struck with the halberd of time and space, and it pierced upon the palm print. A golden brilliance exploded forth, and the palm print was pulverized. The halberd of time and space went on to pierce through his body and shattered him entirely. Yi Futian in his current state could rely on his own power to overcome the likes of Wang Chuan, who was only a step away from being in the same plane. Now, with the halberd of time and space in his hand, how much stronger was he? Wang Chuan once said that under the divine path, Yi Futian stood alone. This was a confirmation of his strength and how strong he was. Under the glory of space, many cultivators perished. In the battlefield, in addition to the battle matrix, Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan were the fastest cultivators from Emperor Xia's realm in number of kills, and they were also the two strongest fighters. Li Yao and Yuan Jin stood above the firmament, surrounded by many top cultivators, gazing coldly at the figure that came rushing toward them. Yi Futian, who wanted to break through the heavy army to fight his way through a bloody path and slaughter toward them, was simply reckless, extremely crazy, but at the same time also showed the absolutely confidence he had in his own ability. At this moment, Yi Futian felt a dangerous aura, and in the next moment he saw the 9-color divine light shot toward him with madness. A boundless and beautiful figure rushed in his direction. An endless divine light sprinkled down. It seemed to be able to destroy the way. Yi Futian struck with the long halberd and destroyed the divine light. In front of him, Kong Xian's attractive body floated in the air, gazing at him coldly. "Is this your doing?" Kong Xian looked very cold, and she had just thought of the reason why this alliance was done so fast. Because there was a group of demonic beasts around her that had clamored for today's battle. With Jialo Feng as its chief proponent, he had also requested to go to Emperor Li's city to seek an alliance. Before, Kong Xian did not think much about it. Under the circumstances that Yi Futian and that base animal, the black-winged condor, repeatedly humiliated her, it was completely expected that the cultivators of the demonic realm would want to kill Yi Futian in anger and destroy Emperor Xiao's city. And demonic beasts were anxious in nature, wild and unbridled, so there was nothing appeared to be out of the ordinary. When Gongsun Zhong came to relay the message, Jialo wanted to slay him immediately over the most minor disagreement, which was also consistent with his nature. Everything seemed so natural, as if that was the way it should be. Because of this, she did not detect any abnormalities. But now that she was thinking carefully, she realized that the demonic beasts who were still fighting were almost all of them who had gone to kill Yi Futian before. All these realizations made Kong Xian feel cold from head to toe. Chapter 1066. Kong Xian recalled how she was being provoked and insulted every day at the Demon Peacock City by both Yi Futian and the Black-Winged Condor, at the very first day of the Battle of Empty Realm. Kong Xian recalled how she was being provoked and insulted every day at the Demon Peacock City by both Yi Futian and the Black-Winged Condor, at the very first day of the Battle of Empty Realm. From the looks of things, all that he did was to set up for this very day. Beings as powerful as Jialo Feng refused to heed her orders, and the bull demon also ended up giving fake orders to take the army tasked with garrisoning Demon Peacock City, to cut down the imperial flag at Emperor Li's city. The implications were apparent. It all meant that Demon Peacock Emperor's realm had actually already lost in the Battle of Empty Realm from the very beginning. With the bull demon being controlled, it would have been easy for their enemies to cut down the imperial flag at Demon Peacock City, so easy that they would have been able to do it at any time. However, the bull demon did not end up doing so, or rather, Yi Futian was not in a hurry to kick them out of the competition. That was all because the forces of Demon Peacock Emperor's realm still had their use, from Yi Futian's perspective. That was what led to the battle happening right before their eyes. From the looks of things as they were at present, the siblings were made pawns from the very beginning, ever since they participated in the Battle of Empty Realm personally by Yi Futian. It was all so ironic, and one could have only guessed what was going through Kong Xian's mind at the moment. What transpired hurt her far more than any words of insult she had been served with. "I beg your forgiveness, Princess, for all my transgressions so far. All is fair in the Battle of Empty Realm, but I have no intentions of fighting to the death with your forces from Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. You're free to step out of the battlefield. When the Battle of Empty Realm is over, I'd let those mighty ones from Demon Peacock Emperor's realm back to your side," Yi Futian said as he apologized to Kong Xian. It seemed as if his target was never the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm to begin with. Kong Xian understood that while Yi Futian's words sounded brutal, but in actual, the forces of Demon Peacock Emperor's realm had long lost in the Battle of Empty Realm, and it was rather pointless for them to continue fighting. But then again, being played to such extent, their demonic beasts were controlled by Yi Futian, and they from Demon Peacock Emperor's realm being reduced to pawns, was still something she found incapable of stomaching. 9-colored divine, light-shone, and imperial might coursed about and emanated from the feathers of Kong Xian's voluptuous body. The light shone everywhere, and many mighty ones throughout the battlefield turned their eyes in her direction. The divine feathers behind Kong Xian were spread, and as she was basked in the divine light, she looked like some unparalleled goddess and emanated a feral grace. So much so that one look was all it would have taken to etch such beauty in the minds of those who saw it, making them succumb to her astonishing beauty. However, there was without doubt that the beauty in display was an extremely lethal one. It was especially so to Yi Futian, as he was right there and then. He was able to sense that impending crisis looming over him. Kong Xian, the beloved daughter of the Demon Peacock Emperor, who was of a status on par to Xia Qingyuan of Emperor Xiao's realm. She came to the battlefield armed with items of the demon peacock emperor himself. 9 feathers from her father was infused in the divine feathers behind her. His powers were etched with them, and those items were of incredibly power, as they were true items of the Renhuang. Furthermore, the feathers melded well with Kong Xian, fitting into her peacock feathers perfectly. An extremely huge shadow of the peacock appeared. Its wings spread, blocking out the sky, and even her enemies were unable to help but marvel at its beauty. However, there seemed to be eyes all over the feathers of that huge peacock. Kong Xian extended her hand and shrouded Yi Futian within. He felt, right there and then, as if he was being pinned down by the light of the peacock. Terrifying, devouring powers threatened to consume everything around him, so much so that even the might of the great path was not to be spared as well. That devouring power seemed to be imbued with divine light out to destroy any power of rules as well, tearing apart all powers that Yi Futian was able to gather. The 9-color divine light pierced his body. Under Kong Xian's unreserved, all-out attacks, Yi Futian looked extremely puny and insignificant, as if he was about to be destroyed within that extreme beauty he was shrouded within. Yi Futian held on tight to the halberd of time and space in his hand. That time, however, the halberd of time and space nothingness, which was ranked 3rd on the divine implements of the 9 states rankings, seemed to be completely overpowered by that of his enemy. But then again, given Kong Xian's status and might, it all seemed completely normal instead. Kong Xian's divine implement aside, even the divine armoring cauldron behind Gong Sanzhong from Divine Cloud Valley would have been on par with the halberd of time and space. The Lord of Divine Cloud Valley was the number 1 armor in all of Emperor Xiao's realm after all. Light of rules coursed all over Yi Futian's body. While his physical body was indeed extremely formidable, he nonetheless needed to fortify defenses using rules. The 9-color divine light hit him. His physical body rattled as the rules were broken, and the divine light blasted straight onto his body, shaking his insides tremendously. Kong Xian, who was not yet a saint, was nonetheless already able to threaten his physical body, which he had tempered with the medicinal baths. That meant that the attacks that Kong Xian unleashed onto him by borrowing the power of imperial feathers of the demon peacock emperor had considerably eclipsed that of the light of catastrophe of the great path. The devouring power that was out to devour the great path shrouded Yi Futian's body. Everything at their surroundings seemed to be flowing to where Kong Xian was standing. Yi Futian was also caught in that terrifying whirlpool and being gradually drawn to where Kong Xian was. He held tightly onto the halberd of time and space as his body burst with dazzling light. His body looked somewhat taller as the 7-star acupoints throughout his body was activated. The limits on his physical body were lifted, and he became even far more powerful. Under such state, he felt as if he had touched the great path, feeling as if his physical body itself was an embodiment of the great path, holding unparalleled amounts of power. Boom! Terrifyingly devastating light of calamity of the storm was unleashed, sweeping everything around them. Sliver of storms of the light of calamity hit the peacock behind Kong Xian. Scenes of doomsday were seen around them, and Kong Xian felt as if her spiritual was being severely rattled. Harrowing might of the calamity struck directly into her mind. Yi Futian's body moved at the same time. He no longer attempted to resist the devouring power and chose to move with it instead, bringing out the highest speed he was able to achieve in the form of the extreme shadow. He lashed out with the halberd in his hand and burst with devastating light of the calamity, fusing the light within the weapon. The devouring shadow of the peacock crumbled right there, and then, as the attack was brought about with extreme speed, Kong Xian, however, was hardly fazed when the peacock shadow was penetrated. Her slender hand clenched into a fist, and 9-color divine light coursed on it, fusing with her fist before she threw it out straight before her. Her fist seemed to have been infused with the light of the demon Peacock Emperor, clashing head-on with the halberd of time and space. Boom! Yi Futian was thrown behind with a rumble, while Kong Xian's arm felt rattled. Even with the power of the demon Peacock Emperor extending to protect her body, she nonetheless felt her arm going numb as she took on the attack from her opponent's weapon. It was a testament of Yi Futian's immense power. At the very next moment, Kong Xian saw her opponent drew a dazzling arc with his body and continued to launch straight for her. That attack seemed to have packed more punch than his last. Her beautiful wings flapped, and she took one step forward, throwing out yet another punch. Peacock Shadow was seen, and thousands of dazzling feathers of 9 colors were unleashed, intending to bury Yi Futian right there and then. Yi Futian was thrown back yet again. He felt as if he had taken untold number of hits within that split second, yet he continued to draw a dazzling arc in the air and dived below. Kong Xian spread her wings and took flight, seeing how Yi Futian was growing increasingly powerful. Both figures continued to clash in midair with earth-shattering force emanating throughout their surroundings. Violet shockwaves were thrown about as the 9-color divine light shot to their surroundings. Any top-notch figures that even attempted to get close were surprisingly penetrated by the 9-color divine light and died on the spot. None of them were able to even withstand the aftershock brought by the battle between Kong Xian and Yi Futian. It was undoubtedly a testament of the immense power the pair of human and demonic beast was unleashing at each other. There were some who turned their attention at the battle between the two. Yi Futian seemed to have split himself into thousands of clones, as afterimages were seen throughout as if there was no end to it. The afterimages attacked furiously. Despite being shrouded by the divine light of the peacock, the looming power was entirely incapable of pinning Yi Futian down. At that very moment, thousands of extreme shadows merged into one being. Their surroundings howled as rules, and the great path resonated. He lashed out with an attack of the halberd with earth-shattering might. Boom! A rumble was heard as Kong Xian's body was thrown behind violently. Her arms trembled, and the light behind her seemed to have dimmed somewhat. Time and space seemed to have stopped moving with Yi Futian at the center. The 9-color divine light swooped by, shattering the rules of the great path and tearing the binding powers of space rules apart. Kong Xian's eyes were locked onto Yi Futian. She felt as if a terrifying tidal force was sweeping in her direction, and it grew in power as it moved, as if it was a tsunami of rules out to destroy everything. Terrifying light of calamity hit her as the incoming force clashed with the 9-color divine light. Yi Futian took one step after another. The space shook as if it was about to shatter. He seemed to have fused with the space altogether, and the great path resonated with him. Boom! A space afterimage came and went in a flash, streaking through space. Dazzling divine light crashed onto the incoming force, yet was all torn down by that one attack with the halberd. That was the most powerful attack from the halberd, named as the weapon itself, nothingness. Everything under the heavens were reduced to nothing. A shadow of the peacock appeared in a dazzling manner right behind Kong Xian. Boundless 9-color light swooped by and threatened to drown Yi Futian in it. Kong Xian's demonic eyes glared at Yi Futian unflinchingly. Her arm was thrown right before her, with boundless divine light streaking through the air, heading for Yi Futian. The halberd of time and space was unleashed. At that moment, the 9-color divine light seemed to have been split open, raging about as they gushed at Yi Futian's side, drowning the space around them. That power rendered Kong Xian's face ashen. Light of the divine feathers shrouded her body. One divine feathers after another fell and clashed with the incoming weapon. Doom! The power of the halberd of time and space seemed to have penetrated the protection of the divine feathers with a loud rumble, hitting squarely on Kong Xian's body. Her body was thrown behind as her wings were opened, with many cracks seen on them. Her stunning looks looked rather pale, and blood was seen at the corner of her mouth. Kong Xian, Kong Zhang called. He was fighting Xia Qingyuan at the moment. He flashed and left the battlefield he was in. After seeing his sister's predicament, his eyes remained glaring coldly at Yi Futian as he headed towards Kong Xian. I lost. Kong Xian looked rather pale. She had lost to Yi Futian, the silver-haired cultivator who went to her city every day to provoke her. The forces of Demon Peacock Emperor's realm was reduced to becoming pawns of the enemy. They suffered an overwhelming loss at the Battle of Empty Realm, and at the moment, even she had been bested by someone else personally. They had practically lost in every front in that year's Battle of Empty Realm. Kong Xian was brimming with confidence when she came to command her forces personally in the Battle of Empty Realm, devoting herself to returning victorious with the forces of Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. None of them had expected to suffer such a brutal end. The forces of Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. I'd advise you to back away from the battlefield, Yi Futian was heard saying to Kong Xian, while being high up in the air. He then turned his attention to the other battlefield. It would have been embarrassingly impotent of the mighty ones from Emperor Xiao's realm if they were to remain incapable of getting the situation under control while the enemy was busy fighting themselves. When the army from Emperor Xiao's realm joined the fight, they pulverized enemy formations within a short notice, killing many mighty ones from Emperor Li's realm. Furthermore, the forces from Emperor Li's realm had already been retreating without any intentions to fight any further. It could have been said that they have suffered a humiliating defeat. Li Yao, Yuan Jin, and the others retreated far away with their army, preparing to regroup and defend Emperor Li's city. All hope was not lost if their imperial flag was still left standing.